Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to regulate offshore renewable energy infrastructure and offshore electricity transmission infrastructure and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, today the Morrison government is taking...
The Minister he needs to formally move that the bill be read a second time.
I apologise, Mr Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today the Morrison government is taking further steps to strengthen our economy, create jobs and opportunities for Australians, ensure the delivery of affordable, reliable power and continue to drive down emissions. I'm pleased to introduce the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill to this House. The bill establishes a regulatory framework for a new Australian industry, building on the government's strong record of supporting renewables projects and critical grid infrastructure. Specifically, this bill will facilitate and regulate the development of offshore electricity infrastructure in Commonwealth waters, including transmission infrastructure and generation. Australia is an attractive place to invest, with many opportunities to harness and a skilled, talented workforce to deliver important projects. Leading developers have expressed a keen interest in investing in offshore electricity infrastructure projects in Australia, and this bill provides a licensing framework and regulatory certainty for those investments to occur. Enabling the development of an offshore electricity infrastructure will deliver significant local benefits to all Australians. Investment in transmission infrastructure will support a more secure and reliable electricity system. Market competition from new electricity generation will help put further downward pressure on wholesale electricity prices and ultimately lead to lower retail electricity prices as well. We can take advantage of evolving and emerging technologies to secure cost-effective electricity solutions for Australia. Thousands of skilled regional jobs can be created, providing both direct benefits and indirect opportunities for regional businesses. Already, there are a number of projects that stand to benefit from this legislation, representing an economic opportunity for Australia. The bill will help implementation of Marinus Link, the proposed 1,500 megawatt transmission line between Tasmania and Victoria. Marinus Link will provide the additional interconnection needed to export the electricity generated by the Battery of the Nation hydro projects in Tasmania to the mainland. In doing so, it will unlock new investment in generation projects, including pumped hydro energy storage. Marinus Link will help deliver a more affordable, reliable electricity system, keeping the lights on and driving prices down. Passage of this bill will also provide business certainty for other proposals that are under development, such as Star of the South, a proposed offshore wind farm off the coast of Gippsland, Victoria, and Sun Cable in our north. Combined, these three proposals, Marinus Link, Star of the South and Sun Cable, are estimated to be worth over $10 billion and to create over 10,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. There's also ongoing employment opportunities for the staff that would be required to operate and maintain the infrastructure, and much of this job creation would occur in our regions. Whilst these are the most advanced projects, there are at least 10 other commercial-scale projects that have been proposed by developers for construction around Australia. International experience shows that offshore electricity sectors coexist with other offshore activities and sectors such as fishing and shipping industries. This bill protects these maritime stakeholders by requiring developers to take into account the impacts that potential projects may have on existing users of the offshore area. Importantly, under the bill, areas will not be available for offshore electricity infrastructure projects if their impacts cannot be appropriately managed, and enforcement action can be taken if licence holders interfere with the existing users of a declared area. Environmental approvals will be sought through established processes under the EPBC Act of 1999. This approach secures necessary protections while avoiding the imposition of any additional or duplicative regulatory obligations. Now, Mr Speaker, securing the health and safety of workers and workplaces is paramount in this high-risk offshore marine environment. The bill will apply the National Model Work Health and Safety Act of 2011 with some necessary modifications to ensure that the framework operates appropriately in the ocean. The bill also requires developers to agree to provide financial security to cover the cost of decommissioning proposed infrastructure prior to any infrastructure construction or installation commencing. This financial security will be equal to the cost for government to decommission infrastructure in the licensed area. This important feature ensures that taxpayers do not foot the bill for removal of any retired assets in the future. Mr Speaker, supporting the development of large projects in a new offshore industry represents an exciting new opportunity for Australia. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this bill to enable the development of a new industry that will create jobs, strengthen our economy and facilitate a more affordable and secure energy system. I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Griffith.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill of 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose offshore electricity infrastructure levy and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Regulatory Levies Bill to the House. This bill supports the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill of 2021, or the main bill, which establishes a regulatory framework to enable offshore electricity infrastructure projects, including transmission and generation projects in Commonwealth waters. The main bill supports investment in large-scale offshore electricity infrastructure through a new licensing regime, administered and regulated by the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar and the Offshore Infrastructure Regulator. The Regulatory Levies Bill ensures the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar and the Offshore Infrastructure Regulator are fully cost-recovered to undertake the functions required to facilitate the life cycle of offshore electricity infrastructure projects. The National Offshore Petroleum Titles Administrator, known as NOPTA, and the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environment Management Authority, known as NOPSEMA, will be appointed as Registrar and Regulator of the framework, respectively. These agencies have extensive experience in developing regulatory processes for the offshore environment and are best placed to support and regulate the offshore electricity infrastructure sector. Under the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Framework, NOPTA's principal functions will be to administer the licensing system, including maintaining a register of licences and managing the application processes. NOPSEMA will be responsible for the regulatory duties relating to workplace health and safety, infrastructure integrity, environmental management and compliance. Currently, NOPTA and NOPSEMA perform regulatory functions for the offshore petroleum and greenhouse gas storage industries and are fully cost-recovered by way of fees and levies imposed on these industries. NOPTA and NOPSEMA's functions will expand under the new framework to regulate the offshore electricity infrastructure industry. Levies collected from regulated entities will be placed in the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar Special Account established under the main bill and will be apportioned between the agencies to recover costs incurred. Supporting the development of large projects and a new offshore industry represents an exciting new opportunity for Australia. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of these bills that will enable the development of a new industry, creating jobs, strengthening our economy, facilitating a more affordable and secure energy system whilst bringing down our emissions.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. COAG Legislation Amendment Bill 2021.
The Minister.
On behalf of the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister and Cabinet, I present the COAG Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to make amendments to deal with the cessation of the Council of Australian Governments and to make amendments relating to the National Cabinet and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, the COAG Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 amends legislation to deal with the cessation of the Council of Australian Governments and the establishment of the National Cabinet and the National Federation Reform Council. This bill ushers in a new and exciting era for our federation. 2020 tested the nation and presented great challenges for the Commonwealth and the states and territories. However, as the Prime Minister stated, our federal instincts kicked in the face of the COVID-19 global pandemic, and we knew we had to come together. Australians have all witnessed and benefited from our federation and our policy-making institutions adapting to bring about unprecedented cooperation. On the 13th of March 2020, the Prime Minister, the Premiers of each state and the Chief Ministers of the Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory agreed to establish the National Cabinet to coordinate and deliver a response to the COVID-19 in Australia. The National Cabinet began from a realisation that if the Commonwealth states and territories each tried to go their own way, Australia would fall short in its response to the pandemic. It is working as a true federated decision-making body, leading the national response to the pandemic. Many crucial decisions have been collectively made through the National Cabinet to both control the spread of COVID-19 and keep essential services operational. This has included decisions on social gathering restrictions, the introduction of 14-day quarantine for returning international passengers, the establishment of protocols to move freight, seasonal workers and emergency services across state borders, as well as bringing in seasonal workers to support the agricultural sector, and the adoption of emergency commercial tenancy arrangements for small and medium-sized businesses to avoid evictions and unsustainable debts. As Australia transitions its COVID-19 response, the Prime Minister, Premiers and Chief Ministers are focused on the successful delivery of the national rollout of COVID-19 vaccines and on the economy. National Cabinet is increasingly driving a job-making agenda focused on 6 priority areas of reform: rural and regional, skills, energy, infrastructure and transport, population and migration and health. In contrast to the National Cabinet's agility and decisiveness, COAG and its related bodies were burdened by red tape and bureaucracy, which made them inefficient in taking decisions and slow to advance reform. COAG operated on a consensus-based decision-making model, an unrealistic and impractical feature given the diverse and disparate needs of each state and territory. As the Prime Minister summarised, such a model sets the Federation up to fail. In the Prime Minister's words, by any measure, the National Cabinet has proven to be a much more effective body for taking decisions in the national interest than the COAG structure. The Prime Minister is not alone in his view on the effectiveness of the National Cabinet. The Premier of Western Australia, Mark McGowan, has said, and I quote, "The National Cabinet process has removed the political boundaries that can hamper COAG." The Premier of New South Wales, Gladys Berejiklian, has said that the National Cabinet is definitely worth having and that the, quote, "National Cabinet has demonstrated our ability to get things done more quickly. And what COVID has taught all of us, the state jurisdictions, and I think also as a national government, is that you can do things better and differently, and let's use the opportunity to keep improving the quality of life of our citizens and streamlining our processes." End of quote. The Premier of Victoria, Daniel Andrews, has said, and I quote, "For 5 years before 2020, COAG for me was a forum where nothing got done. Lots of important discussions, very little action. National Cabinet is different. It's been right for its time, and in my view, it has a bright future." The Premier of Queensland, Anastasia Palaszczuk, has said, and I quote, "I think we shouldn't gloss over the fact too that this National Cabinet has worked in the best interest of all Australians. We've been provided at all times with expert advice on health and at all times expert advice on the economy. So that has been absolutely crucial to the way the National Cabinet has worked and how I think it's going to work into the future." End of quote. The announcement of the cessation of COAG on the 29th of May 2020 was accompanied by the formation of the National Federation Reform Council. This council comprises First Ministers and Treasurers from all jurisdictions and the Presidents of the Australian Local Government Association. The National Federation Reform Council has changed the way the Commonwealth and states and territories come together to progress priority national federation issues. Once a year, the National Federation Reform Council meets to consider issues that fall outside the National Cabinet's job creation remit, such as women's safety, Indigenous affairs and veterans' well-being. The role of the Council on Federal Financial Relations was also enhanced, with treasurers taking responsibility for all funding agreements. To consolidate and reset the existing structures under COAG, the National Cabinet agreed on the 26th of June 2020 that the former Commonwealth Cabinet Secretary and former Director-General of the Western Australian Department of Premier and Cabinet, Mr Peter Conran AM, would lead a review of COAG councils and ministerial forums. The review rationalised and reset these bodies and provided recommendations to make their operations more effective with focused work programs and streamlined structure. Mr Conran's review sought not just to rationalise the number of ministers' meetings, as has been the focus of many past reviews, but more importantly sought to overhaul the way they function. Mr Conran recommended to the National Cabinet that, and I quote, "A system must be able to adapt and evolve and it must empower ministers to set clear objectives and get on with the job of delivering them." End of quote. The new system of federal relations that the review recommended was modelled on the efficient way that the National Cabinet deals with issues, that is, quickly, on the advice of experts and with ministers dictating priorities and parameters. All First Ministers, through the National Cabinet, unanimously accepted the review's recommendations on the 23rd of October 2020. This included reducing the number of ministerial forums and ensuring those that remain are agile and responsive to emerging national priorities. Ministers are empowered to take direct responsibility for decision-making in their portfolios and will not report to the National Cabinet or the National Federation Reform Council unless directly tasked. Recognising the cessation of the former COAG model, the review also recommended that the Commonwealth should introduce legislation to the Parliament to amend outdated references to COAG councils and ministerial forums. And this is what this bill seeks to do. Its purpose is to amend our legislation to reflect the new streamlined architecture that governs our federation today. The amendments made in Schedules 1 and 2 will recognise and give effect to the cessation of COAG in line with the review of COAG councils and ministerial forums. Schedule 1 to the bill would primarily replace references to the COAG Reform Fund with references to the Federation Reform Fund through the Commonwealth legislation where that term exists. This means that the COAG Reform Fund Act 2008 would have a new short title of the Federation Reform Fund Act 2008. The Federation Reform Fund will continue to be the mechanism through which the Commonwealth makes grants of financial assistance to the states and territories. Schedule 2 to the bill would amend other references to intergovernmental bodies in Commonwealth legislation. The term COAG will now be replaced by the term First Ministers' Council, defined as a body consisting only of or including the Prime Minister, Premiers and Chief Ministers. The term Ministerial Council will remain, however. However, it will be defined flexibly as a body consisting of the Minister of the Commonwealth in each state and territory who is responsible for the relevant matter, such as health or education. The amendments in Schedule 3 of the bill deal with confidential information of the National Cabinet and its committees. The National Cabinet is established as a committee of the Commonwealth Cabinet. Like the Commonwealth Cabinet and its committees, all proceedings and documentation of the National Cabinet and its committees are confidential. And like the Commonwealth Cabinet and its committees, the maintenance of confidentiality is essential to enable full and frank discussions between the representatives of all jurisdictions. The purpose of the amendments in Schedule 3 is to confirm that where Commonwealth legislation has existing provisions to protect from disclosure the deliberations and decisions of the Cabinet and its committees, the same protections apply to the deliberations and decisions of the National Cabinet and its committees. The changes to our intergovernmental decision-making framework supported by this bill herald significant and timely change for our federation. I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Reports from committees. The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Committee on Privileges and Members' Interests, I present a report concerning an application for the publication of a response to references made in the House of Representatives.
I thank the member for Menzies. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Corporations Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
Mr Speaker, for the benefit of the House, I'm completing a speech started by the Minister for Regional Health, the member for Lyne. People said they wanted this review with a broad scope that considered whether the CATSI Act was still needed and whether it was meeting its objectives. It included three phases of 22 dedicated weeks of consultation where people were asked what they thought should be looked at in the review, what they thought of potential changes to the CATSI Act, and then what they thought of the draft legislation. The bill is what the people wanted. The bill will, as follows: make it easier and less costly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations to register and operate under the CATSI Act, in particular to ensure that regulation is proportional to size and avoids over-regulation. 2. Promote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's economic development through CATSI corporations by providing more flexibility to create business structures and operate more effectively in small communities. 3. Increase transparency of corporation operations through improved reporting for members, common law holders and other stakeholders. 4. Enhance support for CATSI corporations that are experiencing difficulties to return to health and ultimately the control of members. 5. Streamline the process of winding up defunct corporations. 6. Enhance the efficacy of operations by increasing corporations' access to modern technology, including for managing their membership bases. And finally, provide the Register with expanded powers to enable a graduated, proportionate response to non-compliance. As said in an earlier speech, this bill comes at a key point in the economic development of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations. Since 2015, more than $4.3 billion has been awarded to over 2,380 Indigenous businesses under the Commonwealth Indigenous Procurement Policy. There's also been a significant increase in Indigenous Advancement Strategy funding to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations. Measures in this bill will better support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to realise these and other economic and community development opportunities and to take advantage of the momentum within the Indigenous corporate sector. At the same time, it will ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations operate within a regulatory framework that supports high standards of corporate governance and financial management and provides the Register of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations as the corporate regulator with appropriate powers to ensure effective regulatory compliance. Good corporate governance does not happen by chance. It needs a well-designed regulatory infrastructure to support it. And this bill improves and strengthens the regulatory architecture so that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations can continue to thrive and deliver for the communities that they serve. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations play a central role in delivering services to communities across the country in a way that meets the needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. A stronger CATSI Act will reduce disadvantage and improve the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and I commend this bill to the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Yes, leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Question is, this bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Economic Empowerment Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is this bill be now read a second time, and I call a member for Isaacs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 was a major achievement of both the Whitlam Labor government and its successor, the Liberal government led by Malcolm Fraser. The legislation was introduced by the Whitlam government, lapsed on the dismissal of that government in 1975, and was then reintroduced and passed with Labor's support by the Fraser government in 1976. The Land Rights Act was based on the recommendations of the final report of the Woodward Aboriginal Land Rights Commission in April 1974. In that final report, Commissioner Woodward said that he believed the first aim of Aboriginal land rights is, and I quote, the doing of simple justice to a people who have been deprived of their land without their consent and without compensation. Commissioner Woodward went on to state that the aims of land rights could be best achieved by measures which included, and I quote again, A, preserving and strengthening all Aboriginal interests in land and rights over land which exist today, particularly all those having spiritual importance. B, ensuring that none of these interests or rights are further whittled away without consent. End quote. Woodward's final report included drafting instructions for the bill that became the Land Rights Act, which was the first legislation passed by any Australian government giving legal recognition to Aboriginal land ownership. This law has been of immense significance in shaping the Northern Territory ever since, with the provisions of the Land Rights Act now governing around half of the land area of the Northern Territory. Although this bill we are now debating was only introduced to the Parliament last week, without any prior briefing to or consultation with Labor, in the week we have had it, we've done our best to examine the sweeping changes this bill will make to Aboriginal land rights in the Northern Territory. The Minister in his second reading speech described this bill as, quote, the most far-reaching set of reforms to the Land Rights Act since it was enacted in 1976. The Minister went on to say, and I quote, the reforms are about activating the economic potential of Aboriginal land to grow the prosperity of Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory for the long term. This is a new era of land rights, one that empowers Aboriginal people to unlock the potential of their land and grow their communities, their businesses and their culture for generations to come. End quote. Labor will always support effective measures to support the economic empowerment of Indigenous Australians. In that context, I want to note that I was very pleased to see that, unusually for this government, they have consulted on the design of this bill with First Nations people who will be affected by its measures. In particular, the government has consulted with the 4 land councils of the Northern Territory, the Tiwi Land Council, the Central Land Council, the Ununderriagua Land Council and the Northern Land Council. All 4 of those land councils strongly support the changes this bill will bring about. In a media release welcoming this bill dated 25th August 2021, the Northern Land Council stated, this historic bill represents years of effort by the Northern Territory Land Councils working with the Commonwealth Government on the most significant set of reforms since the Land Rights Act came into effect in 1976. In that same release, the chairman of the Northern Land Council, Mr Samuel Bush-Blanazi, is quoted as saying, we have been working on this now for many years. For the first time, Aboriginal people have been at the table with the government, ensuring the interests of Aboriginal people are front and centre. Finally, we are seeing real progress. Labor takes great comfort from the involvement of the 4 Northern Territory Land Councils in the development of this bill. There are a number of measures in this bill directed to the objective of economic empowerment that was set in the bill's title. Specifically, this bill seeks to make 4 significant sets of changes to the way in which the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act 1976 operates. First, the bill will establish a new Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation, an Aboriginal-controlled corporate Commonwealth entity funded from the existing Aboriginals Benefit Account. The ABA was established in 1952 and continues to receive royalties from mining on Aboriginal land. Decisions about investment and other payments from the ABA are currently made by the Australian Government with advice from the ABA Advisory Committee. The new Aboriginal Investment Corporation is being established by this bill to make investment decisions largely independently of government, led by a board of 8 Aboriginal representatives from the Northern Territory, 2 government-appointed directors and 2 independent directors appointed by the board. This new body will also take over responsibility for making beneficial payments to Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory that are currently made by the ABA. This is a very significant reform. The ABA currently holds some $1.3 billion accumulated from mining royalties. The government has stated that the Aboriginal Investment Corporation will receive an initial $500 million endowment from the ABA with an additional $60 million per year during the first 3 years of its operation. The second set of changes made by this bill are to the processes around negotiation, consent and approval for exploration and mining ventures on Aboriginal land in the Northern Territory. The government says that these changes will reduce inefficiencies and delays without compromising the rights of traditional owners. This includes measures the government says will facilitate, and I quote, more flexible traditional owner consultations, end quote, by land councils. I note that this government has a dismal history with respect to making changes to traditional negotiation and consent processes in the context of native title. In recent years, claimed improvements to make those processes more efficient have in fact come at a cost to the rights of First Nations people and have threatened the integrity of traditional decision-making processes. With that concern in mind, we've done our best to analyse the implications of the changes this bill will make to those traditional processes. Ultimately, we are guided by the fact that, unlike previous measures of this kind introduced by this government, in this instance there have been extensive consultations with the 4 Northern Territory land councils, and they have given their strong support for these measures, and on that basis Labor will support their passage. The third set of changes this bill makes are to land administration arrangements under the Land Rights Act, particularly with respect to community-controlled leasing arrangements. This includes a range of measures to give land councils greater authority to act on behalf of their communities without ministerial approval, and increasing penalties for unauthorised access to Aboriginal land. As part of these changes, Labor welcomes this bill's repeal of Section 28A of the Land Rights Act, which was introduced by the Howard government in an attempt to fragment and undermine the authority of the land councils, and which Labor opposed at that time. An attempt by the previous Labor government to remove this power was blocked in the Senate, but fortunately the power has never been used, and we welcome the fact that the government has finally bowed to pressure from the land councils to remove it. The bill will also bring about the repeal of Section 74AA of the Land Rights Act, which was part of the Howard government's 2007 Northern Territory intervention. That provision has the effect of preventing land councils from overturning permits for accessing Aboriginal land that have been granted by a minority in the community and against the wishes of the traditional owners. That provision should never have been introduced, and its repeal is welcome. Fourth and finally, this bill will align the operation of the ABA under the Land Rights Act with the Commonwealth financial framework by ensuring payment of mineral royalties is consistent with Northern Territory legislation, and by clarifying the purposes of the ABA. I noted that the measures in this bill enjoy strong support from the 4 Northern Territory land councils, and Labor is happy to support their passage today. Before I finish my remarks about the reforms contained in this bill, I want to return to its title, which includes a reference to the stated purpose of this bill, which is economic empowerment. Speaking on the occasion of NAIDOC Week in November last year, my friend and colleague, the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians and Member for Barton, reiterated in unequivocal terms that Labor's commitment to the Uluru Statement from the Heart is rock solid. She made clear that our commitment includes support for establishing an Indigenous voice to the Parliament in our Constitution. It includes establishing a Makarrata Commission, which will have responsibility for agreement and treaty making, and it includes establishing a national process for truth-telling. My friend and colleague in the other place, Senator Dodson, known across our nation as the father of reconciliation, had this to say during NAIDOC Week last year. The Uluru Statement is a very important invitation to the nation in order to take things forward and deal with a voice to the Parliament, have that constitutionally entrenched, to deal with the truth-telling about our history and our relationship, and an understanding of how it's intertwined and has contributed good things, as well as many sad things. But it's also an opportunity for us to re-look at our relationship and enter into agreements around the many things that still cause consternation to First Nations peoples and that actually diminish our nation because we haven't resolved them. Voice, treaty, truth. These are the pillars of Labor's commitment to honouring the Uluru Statement from the Heart. As I've said before, it's of deep regret to me that the pillars of the Morrison government's response to that invitation to reconciliation have been arrogant silence, cynical obfuscation and lame excuses for the government continuing to do precisely nothing. It is clear that this bill includes important reforms that will help to provide a degree of economic empowerment to First Australians of the Northern Territory. However, it's of great regret to me that this government continues to deny First Australians from across the entire nation the more profound empowerment that they have asked for with such eloquence in the Uluru Statement from the Heart. Voice, treaty, truth. It's been said of this government that it knows the cost of everything and the value of nothing. While this bill makes welcome changes that Labor supports, if this government was respectful of the wishes of First Nations peoples across this nation and serious about the lasting empowerment of First Nations communities, it would be focused on honouring the 3 key requests of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, rather than on trashing them. Despite the appalling failings of the government in responding to the Uluru Statement, I acknowledge the good work that has been done here to develop the reforms in this bill in consultation with the Northern Territory Land Councils, and Labor commends this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
I think the question is the debate be adjourned for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an Act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 and for other purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 and for other purposes.
The Minister.
I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Oh, sorry. The Minister.
Sexual harassment is unacceptable in any context, whether in the workplace or elsewhere. Everyone has the right to feel safe at work. That is why the Australian Government commissioned a landmark national inquiry into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. The Government thanks the Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins for her leadership conducting the inquiry. The product of this inquiry, the Respect at Work report, made 55 recommendations to improve the prevention and response to workplace sexual harassment, informed by extensive stakeholder consultation and analysis. The Respect at Work report highlights the important roles that the Australian Government, states and territories, employers and industry groups all have in supporting cultural change and creating safe workplaces. The Government's Roadmap for Respect, Preventing and Addressing Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces, released on 8 April 2021, sets out its long-term commitment to preventing and addressing sexual harassment, agreeing to, in full, in principle or in part, or noting all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report. The Government has already provided more than $64 million over 4 years in the 2021-22 federal budget to support implementation. For those recommendations that require action from the state and territory governments, the Government has led discussions through appropriate national forums, including at National Cabinet and the meeting of Attorneys General. The Sex Discrimination and Fair Work Respect at Work Amendment Bill 2021 before us today represents a significant step by the Government to swiftly implement a number of reforms in response to the findings of the Respect at Work report. These amendments are aimed at rapidly strengthening and streamlining the national legal frameworks that deal with sexual harassment. The bill makes important changes to the Sex Discrimination Act 1984, the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and the Fair Work Act 2009 to ensure Australia's legal frameworks are effective in preventing and responding to sexual harassment. I thank the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee for its consideration of the bill and recommendation that the bill be passed. I would also like to thank all stakeholders that engaged in this review process. The Sex Discrimination Act provides an important framework to protect against discrimination on various grounds, including discrimination involving harassment. The bill introduces a new object in the Sex Discrimination Act of achieving equality of opportunity so far as practicable between men and women. While achieving substantive equality between men and women requires a cultural change that goes beyond legislative reform, the Government is confident that this bill, in addition to the other work that the Government and civil society is progressing to implement the roadmap, will be a step towards achieving equality of opportunity between men and women in Australia. The bill also makes a number of changes to expand the scope of existing protections under the Sex Discrimination Act. These include amendments to remove the exemption of state and territory public servants and clarify that the Sex Discrimination Act extends to members of Parliament and judges at the federal and state and territory levels. These amendments will ensure all workers have the same protections from sex discrimination and sexual harassment regardless of their jurisdiction, occupation or workplace. The bill also makes clear that discrimination involving harassment on the grounds of a person's sex is expressly prohibited and will not be tolerated. Making this clear under the Sex Discrimination Act will ensure there is a clear avenue of redress for sex-based harassment, which does not always involve sexualised conduct. Importantly, the bill fills gaps in the types of workers protected from sexual harassment under the Sex Discrimination Act. The Respect at Work report identified that the existing sexual harassment protections do not cover all people involved in the contemporary world of work. The bill will address these gaps by expanding the scope of the sexual harassment and sex-based harassment protections to all types of paid and unpaid workers. The amendments draw on concepts used in the model work health and safety laws to ensure greater consistency between legal frameworks and to make it easier for both workers and employers to navigate these frameworks. The bill also makes a number of technical amendments, such as clarifying that victimisation under the Sex Discrimination Act can form the basis of a civil action for unlawful discrimination, and ensuring that the ancillary liability of persons involved in unlawful acts extends to sexual and sex-based harassment prohibitions under the Sex Discrimination Act. To ensure people who experience sexual harassment and unlawful discrimination are not discouraged from making complaints, the bill will amend the discretion of the President of the Australian Human Rights Commission to terminate a complaint under the Sex Discrimination Act so that it does not arise until 24 months after the alleged discrimination took place. This discretion previously arose after 6 months. In addition to reforms under the Sex Discrimination Act and the Australian Human Rights Commission Act, the bill will amend the Fair Work Act to clarify what action can be taken to deal with workplace sexual harassment. The bill adds a new legislative note in the unfair dismissal provisions in the Fair Work Act, which makes clear that sexual harassment can constitute a valid reason for dismissal. This is not a change to the law. Sexual harassment, of course, can already constitute a valid reason for dismissal. However, the addition of the legislative note will provide greater certainty to employers that taking disciplinary action in response to workplace sexual harassment is appropriate and reasonable. It also clearly communicates to perpetrators of sexual harassment that this type of behaviour will not be tolerated in the workplace. The bill will also clarify and expressly provide for the availability of stop orders in relation to sexual harassment within the existing stop bullying jurisdiction. This change will ensure a clear pathway for those who have been sexually harassed at work to seek an order from the Fair Work Commission to prevent further workplace sexual harassment. This will enable more sexual harassment victims to pursue workplace claims through the Commission, which offers an independent, expeditious and low-cost avenue for handling workplace sexual harassment. These amendments form an integral part of the government's long-term commitment to building a culture of safe, respectful relationships in Australian workplaces. This bill also introduces an important change to the compassionate leave provisions in the Fair Work Act that will enable an employee to take compassionate leave if the employee or his or her current spouse or de facto partner has a miscarriage. A miscarriage can be an incredibly difficult experience for many families, and sadly one that is often surrounded with social stigma and silence. It is estimated that 1 in 5 confirmed pregnancies in Australia ends in miscarriage before 20 weeks. However, the Fair Work Act does not currently provide any specific leave entitlements for miscarriage. Currently, the Fair Work Act provides 2 days paid compassionate leave, unpaid for casuals, when a member of the employee's immediate family or household contracts or develops a personal illness or sustains a personal injury that poses a serious threat to their life or dies. Compassionate leave is also available where a child is stillborn, where the child would have been a member of the employee's immediate family or a member of the employee's household if the child had been born alive. This change will ensure that an employee is able to take time away from work to grieve and come to terms with the loss. The government recognises that most employers are supportive of their employees. Employers can, of course, continue to offer leave that goes beyond the minimum safety net, and employees will continue to have the benefit of any additional related leave terms in existing enterprise agreements. While not everyone who experiences a miscarriage will want to access compassionate leave, It is important that we give employees the chance to access that leave should they choose to. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank all of those who have shared their experiences and their very painful memories to bring these changes to Parliament, including the Pink Elephants Support Network and the member for Ryan, who has championed this amendment. In summary, Mr Speaker, this bill will ensure all Australians are protected from workplace sexual harassment by expanding the scope of existing sexual harassment prohibitions, promoting clarity for employers and workers, and reducing procedural barriers to sexual harassment complainants. Together with the other commitments outlined in the government's Roadmap for Respect, these amendments will support the creation of safe workplaces and are essential for advancing both women's safety and economic security.
The question is this bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted to continue the debate? The Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
And I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I will be brief. The main speech from the Executive of the Opposition will be given by the member for Sydney shortly. I, first of all, move the second reading amendment that has been circulated in my name. Secondly, I just want to make a few brief remarks. I'll speak in more detail when we get to the in detail stage, where I will have a number of amendments that I'll move, and at that point I'll seek leave to move them together. We will be seeking a division if the government opposes those amendments. We won't seek a division on the second reading amendment itself, but we will on the amendments in detail. And there is an intention to make sure that we are well through this debate, and it's all been concluded before we reach question time today. We shouldn't be in a situation where we are in a rush. We're in a situation where we're in a rush because the government received this report, the Respect at Work report, on the 5th of March last year and did nothing. Shame. A report about whether or not half the Australian population was receiving respect at work. And from March of last year, when the report was tabled by the then Attorney-General, the government did nothing. We then received a response on the 8th of April this year, more than a year after the report had been tabled. And Labor's position has been simple. We want to see all 55 recommendations adopted. That's our position. The government spent that year deciding to not implement all 55 recommendations. Not all of those recommendations are legislative, but the ones that are will be subject to the amendments that are moved in detail later today. At that point, the question will be very clear. If you support implementing the Respect at Work report, you will vote for those amendments then. But people will not be able to evade the question the way they evade questions in media conferences, because these amendments have a real impact. The National Foundation for Australian Women really said it all in their submission to the Senate inquiry, where they said the government has declined to act on Respect at Work recommendations 15, 17, 18, 19, 23, 25, 26, 28, 35 and 39, in some cases by ignoring them and in others by calling for further consideration at some unspecified future time. The amendments that will be moved Labor's amendments that will be moved later today deal with the express prohibition, in terms of the Fair Work Act, deal with the express prohibition of sexual harassment and sex-based harassment in the Fair Work Act, deal with a new complaints process in the Fair Work Act to be able to deal with sexual harassment and sex-based harassment claims, add a Stop Sex-Based Harassment order in the Fair Work Act, which the Fair Work Commission in itself has been made clear that this would give them that power. We will also move yet again for 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. The government's refusal to agree to that I still find extraordinary. and we will also deal with the narrow definition of work in association with a Stop Sexual Harassment order. I won't go through all the different examples of the failings of the government with respect to the legislation that's in front of us, but just let me deal with one key failing, which is the positive duty on employers. So where there were recommendations that were making sure we could fire people more easily, they made sure that they made those legislative changes. We will support them. But where there was a recommendation to put a positive duty on employers, that was ignored by the government. Ignored. Now, if you don't put a positive duty on employers to take reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment happening in the first place, what do you think will happen?
Exactly.
What do you think the outcome will be? And if you want to avoid that outcome, then put forward the positive duty on employers. I'll leave it to the member for Sydney to put forward the principal objections and principles from the opposition in her speech shortly, but I simply say the legislation that is in front of us will be supported. The question will be, Labor clearly supports the implementation of all 55 recommendations. The government has between now and around 1 o'clock to decide whether they will do the same.
Hear, hear.
Is the amendment seconded? The member for Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Griffith. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Watson has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the Sex Discrimination and Fair Work Respect at Work Amendment Bill 2021. This bill acts to strengthen and streamline the national legal frameworks that deal with sexual harassment. This bill is about ensuring safe and respectful relationships in the workforce. This bill builds on work commenced by my predecessor in the seat of Higgins, the Honourable Kelly O'Dwyer, who as Minister for Women commissioned the Respect at Work report in 2018. I'd like to thank and acknowledge the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and her team for the wonderful work they have undertaken and which forms a significant basis for the legislative reforms being debated today. This bill is just one of the many steps on the road to equality for women, a road that seeks to ensure the justice and equality for women not just in this place, but in every workplace, not just for the women of today, but for the women of tomorrow. It's a journey that we as women have been on since the dawn of time. It's a journey that has made great strides in some countries like Australia, but it's been a journey with many roadblocks and frustrations. It's a journey peopled with champions from all political persuasions and backgrounds. But sadly, this journey is lagging in other countries, as we've seen all too starkly in the images being relayed to us following events in Afghanistan in the last 2 weeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill debated here today forms part of a long-term strategy for preventing and addressing sexual harassment outlined in the Roadmap for Respect, Preventing and Addressing Sexual Harassment in Australia in Workplaces. The bill makes important changes to the Sex Discrimination Act 1984, the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and the Fair Work Act 2009 to ensure Australia's legal frameworks are effective in preventing and responding to sexual harassment. Let me be clear. This is one of the steps on a long and necessary journey of reform, reform that had already commenced but which has only now been hastened by the sad and disturbing event that occurred in this very building early last year. The changes made by the bill give effect— the year before, to be correct. The changes made by the bill give effect to a number of different recommendations of the Respect at Work report. These include clarifying that the Sex Discrimination Act covers judges, members of Parliament and ministerial staff. It also removes an existing exemption to ensure that state and territory public servants are covered by the Sex Discrimination Act. It also ensures all paid and unpaid workers, including volunteers and interns, are protected from sexual harassment under the Act by expanding the coverage of the protection from workplace sexual harassment under the Sexual Discrimination Act to include the broader concepts of worker and persons conducting a business or undertaking as defined under the Works Health and Safety Act. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is quite hard to hear myself talk, and it is quite an important issue, and I would ask that the members in the House perhaps could keep it down a bit.
Thanks to the member for Higgins. A little cooperation for members speaking on the floor of Parliament is always greatly appreciated. My apologies for your interruption on behalf of members at the desk. Please proceed. Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I want to say, the behaviour you walk past is the behaviour you accept. So thank you very much, Chair, for calling that out. I really welcome this last provision because I believe volunteers remain particularly vulnerable to bullying and harassment because of the often transient nature of their relationship with the workplace, and also because the OHS aspects of paid employment can be so easily often sacrificed in these less formal and often part-time workplace relationships. We need to make sure that these laws apply to everyone in the workplace, whether it's a formal interaction or a less formal one, as happens with volunteers. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill introduces an express provision to the Act to clarify that sex-based harassment is prohibited under the Sex Discrimination Act. It does this by inserting a new object clause in the Sex Discrimination Act to make it clear for decision-makers that the Act aims to achieve equality of opportunity between men and women in addition to the elimination of sex discrimination and harassment. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this issue of equality of opportunity is particularly relevant this week when we've just had Equal Pay Day. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as a government, we believe economic empowerment is a key driver for women's safety, and I welcome the Women's Economic Security Statement, again a legacy of my predecessor, the Honourable Kelly O'Dwyer, and one that I have spoken on many times in this House. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is still a national gender pay gap, unfortunately. Let me be clear, paying different amounts to men and women to do the same job has been illegal for over 50 years. And that is not the issue here. That is not what drives the gender pay gap. The gender pay gap occurs for different reasons, and there is more to do to address this. The gender pay gap relates to three key issues. Firstly, women are doing lesser paid jobs. They dominate professions such as nursing and teaching, yet men dominate more highly paid jobs, more lucrative jobs such as IT and construction. Secondly, we take more time off work to have children and raise them. We are more likely to be part-time. And finally, we are less likely to fight for a raise or a bonus. These three things have an impact on women's opportunities to be paid equally. There's much to do to ensure we give women the same opportunity as men. Elimination of sex discrimination and harassment provides a basis to help change a culture that we want to ensure women are welcome in, and in particular these highly paid jobs and professions where men predominate. What comes to mind include law and politics. Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone quipped recently, it seems every woman can give you a story about sexual harassment, but no man knows a rapist. What that says to me is there is a disconnect about what women find acceptable and what some men do. This bill also expands the coverage of the ancillary liability provisions in the Sex Discrimination Act to include sexual harassment and a new sex-based harassment provision. There is so much to do to ensure that our society is fair and equal. Every workplace needs to be safe for each and every one. This bill clarifies that victimising conduct can form the basis of a civil action for unlawful discrimination under the Sex Discrimination Act, in addition to a criminal complaint. It also clarifies that the Fair Work Commission can, under the existing anti-bullying jurisdiction, make orders to stop sexual harassment. and it clarifies that sexual harassment can be conduct amounting to a valid reason for dismissal under the unfair dismissal provisions of the Fair Work Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, a further welcome clause in this bill, which was not actually recommended in the Respect at Work report, is a miscarriage provision. That is, if an employee or an employer's current spouse or de facto partner has a miscarriage, they are now entitled to take up to 2 days of compassionate leave. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Australia, each year, unfortunately, 147,000 or so women, probably underreported, experience a miscarriage. What's more, the deep and ongoing emotional effects brought by these tragic events are often underestimated and overlooked. Whilst the grief associated with miscarriage is all too common, it is most often a private grief. Miscarriage can happen at a time when a woman has not told anyone, including her family, and least of all, her employer. As I said in my first speech, there are no words to describe the loss of a child. Miscarriage can be equally devastating. I welcome this provision, which I know was championed by the member for Ryan, someone who has had personal experience with the loss and grief of miscarriage. This minimum safety net leave provides a provision to access this new form of compassionate leave. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, I'd like to emphasise that while these reforms are most welcome, there is still significant work to do. Some of these will necessitate substantial policy consideration and consultation beyond that undertaken by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner in developing the Respect at Work report. This is particularly so with respect to the recommendation for a positive duty provision for employers to prevent sexual harassment, sex-based harassment and discrimination under the Sex Discrimination Act. Further policy consideration and consultation is required to ensure such a duty would operate effectively without increasing complexity for those seeking to use the protections. This includes an assessment against the model work health and safety laws, which already impose a positive duty on employers to protect workers from health and safety risks, including psychosocial risks such as sexual harassment. In respect of including a clear prohibition on sexual harassment in the Fair Work Act and a new complaints process in the Fair Work Commission for workers with current or historic experience of sexual harassment, I note the Attorney General has outlined with the government in the roadmap that they would review the Fair Work system once the amendments in this bill have been implemented and their impact assessed. Now, I encourage that these provisions will be important in the future, and we must stand strong to ensure that this, going forward, is actually taken into account. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to conclude by reading an extract from a letter I received last week from 2 students in my electorate. Dear Dr Katie Allen, we are writing to you to thank you for taking the time to answer our questions, even though we know you are a very busy woman. You are a great inspiration and role model to women, children, and especially us. Thank you for showing all girls that women can be leaders. If you didn't keep pursuing your dreams of helping children in hospitals and the community, some great women today might not have had the spirit to become what they are today. Thank you, Sienna and Clara, for your kind and generous words. I shared my story with you because I wanted you to understand that there are ups and downs in the journey to justice and equality for women. It is a tough journey. There are many battles on the way, but there are also many benefits. I know there are students like you in my electorate who are the leaders of tomorrow. I want you to have the courage and to know the battle is worth the victories achieved. I stand here as a proud Member of Parliament. I'm here not because I'm a woman, but because I represent my community. I'm proud to represent my country in this way. But most importantly, I'm here because I believe that good and sensible decisions in this place is what sets the foundation for our future. The decisions made every day in this place influence the very fabric of our society. The decisions in this place influence the lives of each and every one of us almost each and every day. As they say, you cannot be what you cannot see. I'm proud to be one of the many women in this place helping to enact change. I'm also proud that it's both men and women in this place who are pushing their shoulder to the wheel. Bills such as the ones debated today will help ensure that the girls of today will have a juster and fairer future. I commend the bill to this House. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Higgins for her contribution. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Sydney, joining us via video link.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know this is an issue very close to your heart, and I rise today to speak on the Respect at Work legislation and to support the second reading amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business. Labor welcomes the opportunity to begin implementing the recommendations made in the Respect at Work report. We have this opportunity because of the brave women who have spoken up about safety at work. In schools, in cafes, in factories, even in the federal parliament. These women have refused to accept harassment as a normal part of life or a normal part of work, and they have fought for something better. We saw this earlier this year when a new generation of remarkable young women made their voices heard. Women who refused to live with the burden of silence, who experienced pain, who were let down by the system, but who then used their experiences to demand change. I think we all know they're the reason that we have this bill before us today, because the government was in no hurry to legislate on workplace sexual harassment before these brave women made them. It wasn't on their radar. You only need to look at the timeline to know that. We know the government received an advance copy of the Respect at Work report in January 2020. This report is a serious piece of work. It's based on 460 submissions and widespread consultation across Australia. And yes, the government initially said the right things in public. The Attorney-General at the time, the member for Pearce, Christian Porter, promised to take his time to consider the report's recommendations, to work with stakeholders and advocates. But as we learnt in Senate estimates, the then Attorney-General did not meet the author of the report, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, to talk about the report's recommendations. Not once in over a year. And when, in March this year, the member for Pearce stood down as Attorney-General because of historic rape allegations, the government had still not responded to the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's report. This is not the behaviour of a government that prioritises safety at work or understands the urgency of putting an end to sexual harassment. In truth, the Prime Minister only started paying attention when it became a political problem, when his poll numbers with women started going backwards. As we often see with this Prime Minister, he only began to care when it impacted his own job. Of course, Labor is happy that the Prime Minister did start paying attention, even if it was for shallow and for selfish reasons. But as it stands, this legislation looks more like a political fix than a genuine attempt to implement the Respect at Work report. It's the kind of bill you produce to tick a box, not to solve a very real social and economic problem. The Prime Minister told Australian women that he supported all 55 recommendations of the report. But this legislation doesn't fulfil that promise, not in spirit and not in detail. In fact, it only includes 6 of the report's 55 recommendations, those the government was able to pull together quickly to give the appearance of action. It doesn't include the report's central policy recommendation to introduce a positive duty on employers to take reasonable steps to stop sexual harassment in workplaces. It doesn't explicitly prohibit sexual harassment in the Fair Work Act, so it doesn't include the changes that would help prevent sexual harassment happening in the first place. And revealingly, the government can't even bring itself to support the basic principle that the Sex Discrimination Act should aim to achieve equality between men and women. It even waters down the report's recommendations to as far as practicable. Just think about that for a second. The government is not even prepared to say that we should aim for full equality between men and women. Labor desperately wants to see positive change. I desperately want to see positive change here. We want Australians to be free of harassment and safe at work. We want this bill to succeed because sexual harassment is ruining too many lives and too many careers. 40% of women and 25% of men have been sexually harassed at work in the last 5 years. It occurs in every industry, in every state, at every level of seniority. Most people who experience harassment never report it because they fear the damage it will do to their own career or their own reputation. They fear being labelled difficult or being somehow tainted by the experience. And this is a very reasonable fear given the reports we've seen of victims of harassment paying the price of reporting. This silence sadly only papers over the deep and ongoing damage caused by harassment. As one person told the Respect at Work inquiry, and I quote, "The outcome of all of this was for me catastrophic. My health was destroyed. I lost my job and my income and everything I had studied and worked for. My family was greatly affected and my life has never recovered from the betrayal and injustice." It's this sense of injustice that brought so many people onto the streets earlier this year. The feeling that victims aren't protected, that our system is complicit in the hurt being inflicted on people. The feeling that you can't rely on the legal system to protect victims and punish perpetrators. That's why Labor wants this legislation to work, and that's why we support the handful of positive steps it takes. We support expanding the coverage of the Sex Discrimination Act to include all paid and unpaid workers, including volunteers, interns and the self-employed. We support the expansion to cover MPs and senators, judges and state public servants. We support extending the time period to make a complaint to the Human Rights Commission, noting that it was this government that shortened the period not so long ago. We support allowing Fair Work to issue stop orders in cases of workplace sexual harassment. We support adding sexual harassment to the valid reasons for workplace dismissal. We hear too often people managed out or paid to go away after they've sexually harassed colleagues. It should be clear that if you sexually harass a colleague, that is a valid reason for dismissal. There are sensible and constructive reforms here, and Labor agrees with them so far as they go. But the truth is, as the Commissioner herself said, this bill is a missed opportunity. And Labor doesn't want to miss this opportunity. In a year where the safety of women has been at the forefront of people's minds. And that's why we have introduced and supported a number of significant amendments to make this legislation do what it says it's going to do. My colleague, the Manager of Opposition Business, the member for Watson, will move substantive amendments, moved the second reading amendment earlier, and we will move further substantive amendments in continuation of the debate. Firstly, Labor wants to amend the Objects Clause of the Sex Discrimination Act to achieving substantive equality between women and men. This is the first principle of everything we do in women's policy. It's not about giving anyone special treatment. It's about giving everyone a fair go. And if you can't commit yourself to this basic idea, then how are you going to commit to the policies needed to achieve it? Sexual harassment is about power. Unless you work towards true equality, you can never truly combat harassment or violence. Violence against women thrives where inequality between men and women is greatest. Secondly, we want the government to include the key recommendation from the report, which is to introduce a positive duty on employers to take reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. The current system, which makes employers vicariously liable for harassment that occurs in the workplace, means that there are only ever consequences for employers if victims are brave enough to risk their career and make a complaint, often against their own boss or a senior colleague. This means that too often the incentive is for employers to discourage victims from coming forward and making complaints. The incentive should be to discourage staff from sexually harassing colleagues. The Sex Discrimination Commissioner recommends turning that around so that we move from a current reactive model that relies on complaints after harassment has happened to a proactive model that will require positive action from employers to stop harassment happening in the first place. This also helps move the burden from individuals making ad hoc complaints to a proactive system where companies and employers take the initiative to create safe workplaces. This has been a successful approach implemented in the United Kingdom and in Victoria without any adverse impacts on business. And indeed, we know that sexual harassment is an enormous cost to business. The estimate is that it costs about $3.5 billion per annum. So it follows that reducing sexual harassment will be a saving for business. Wouldn't it be better to stop harassment occurring in the first place than to mop up the unhappy mess after it's occurred? That's one of the reasons that the Business Council of Australia endorsed the Respect at Work report to provide, and I'm quoting, to provide greater protections for victims of inappropriate workplace conduct and also provide greater clarity regarding the obligations on businesses to provide a safe workplace, end quote. That's why the Law Council of Australia also called the government's legislation, and I quote, a missed opportunity to give effect to the stated intention of the bill, end quote. And that's why the union movement has fought so tirelessly for these changes, both in recent times and over many years. The government is trying to implement the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's report without its key components. It's like building a car without an engine. Labor's other amendments include changing the Fair Work Act to explicitly prohibit sexual harassment, allowing unions and other organisations to bring legal action against perpetrators, and establishing cost protections for complainants so they aren't discouraged from taking action by the prospect of huge costs. And of course, we will move again the support for Labor's commitment to 10 days paid domestic violence leave. We support the government's inclusion of miscarriage leave with this legislation, and we believe that it would be appropriate for the government to support Labor's move for 10 days paid domestic violence leave. As well as fully implementing the legislative recommendations of the report, Labor has also committed to fund working women's centres around Australia, and these would provide free and confidential assistance on workplace matters, including harassment, as is recommended in the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's report. We've also announced that we would support the Human Rights Commission to be the first port of call, a one-stop shop for both complainants and employers seeking advice on sexual harassment. We've also said that we would support the Human Rights Commission being able to take take reports of historic instances of sexual harassment. If Scott Morrison won't, Labor is committed to implementing all 55 recommendations of the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's report, not just the easy bits. Sadly, that's what's characterised the Prime Minister's action. Too little, too late, half-hearted, too focused on his own political interests. If we're being honest, there is a reason that so many people are sceptical of the Prime Minister and doubt his commitment on this issue. After all, he is leading a government that has kept the member for Bowman, Andrew Laming, in their party room. And this is after he allegedly took crass and inappropriate pictures of a young woman at work without her permission, while filming another from the bushes and engaging in online trolling. It's a government that refused to conduct an independent inquiry into the serious allegations of sexual assault against a cabinet minister. It's a government that when there was allegedly a rape in the ministerial wing of the Parliament, after allegations that senior advisors knew of this crime, it's still unclear, has not made clear yet, who knew what when in the Prime Minister's office. There's a reason that people are suspicious of the Prime Minister's commitment on these issues, why they think it's all about politics. Labor, on the other hand, is committed to acting to end harassment in our workplaces. That's why we're guaranteeing 10 days of paid domestic violence leave, so no one has to choose between their safety and their job. It's why we're committed to a childcare policy that would make early childhood education and care cheaper for 97% of Australian families. It's why we're committed to a range of policies that will increase women's wages at work and help close the gender pay gap, which sadly has widened again recently. That's our promise. At work, in the family, in retirement, we have an agenda for women written by women that wasn't produced to solve a political problem, but to pursue genuine equality. It's an agenda that you can trust because for us, equality can never be reduced to an exercise in political damage control. And we're not afraid to say it. It's our simplest and our most important belief that every Australian is born with the same value, with the same right to safety and happiness. When we fail to meet this standard, when we fall short on equality, it's bad for women and it's bad for everyone. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Ryan via virtual presence.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am keen to commend the bill, the substantive bill before the House today. It has a lot of measures in it that will ensure women are treated equally in the workplace, free of harassment and sexual intimidation. It's an incredibly important bill. In my own life, as many other members know, I'm lucky to be surrounded by very strong and confident women in the workplace. Alison, who runs my office, and Georgia, and at home with my wife Maddie and my daughter Isabel. But as the government considered its response to the Respect at Work report, some of the stories they told me about their treatment in previous workplaces was truly shocking and upsetting, and I'm sure other members, as this process has gone through the stages, have had similar experiences. So the legislative changes before us are important, they're necessary, and I hope, if I could present a succinct summary, I hope they will send a very clear message to men in the workplace who undertake this kind of inappropriate behaviour that your time is up, it won't be tolerated, this behaviour is unacceptable, it always has been, and and these changes will go a long way to ensuring that that workplace is free of harassment and sexual intimidation for women. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is another aspect of this bill that in fact wasn't recommended as part of the Jenkins report, but is in there, that I want to speak about today. Some of my other colleagues will cover off in greater detail the other measures of this bill, but I wanted to use the majority of my time to talk about the important provision in the bill to extend compassionate or bereavement leave to those couples who suffer a miscarriage. I wish I could be there in the chamber with you today, but you know, there's a lot of disappointments as part of COVID and border closures and all the rest of it for every Australian, and so my disappointment pales in comparison. But I would have wanted to give this speech to you in person in the House because it is such a passion of mine. And I don't want these changes to be that the Parliament will support today. I don't want these changes to be understated. It is pretty rare that this Parliament changes the Fair Work Act, and even rarer that this Parliament extends new leave provisions, but that is what we are doing for Australian couples today, extending them 2 days of compassionate or bereavement leave when they suffer a miscarriage. This particular change has been championed by the Pink Elephant Support Network, and I really want to pay testament to them, as the Minister did and as Minister Cash did in the Senate last night. Particularly the Pink Elephant Support Network, I wanted to read the names into the Hansard of Samantha Payne, the co-founder and CEO, Sarah Jane Mahanis, the CEO, and Katrina Grushinsky from the board for the incredible work that they do at the Pink Elephant Support Network, supporting women and couples who are going through loss through miscarriage. And together those three incredible strong women have created the Leave for Loss campaign, where they sought to champion the idea of additional leave being given to couples who were suffering miscarriage in the workplaces. And I have to say, the workplaces of Australia, the workplaces around our nation, have been incredible getting behind the Leave for Loss campaign. They have extended leave, in some cases, very large companies, of up to 5 days directly to employees, and that was a large part of the initial success of the Leave for Loss campaign. But I'm also delighted that I got the chance to be part of the Leave for Loss campaign and to champion it within this House and within the government, and to ensure that bereavement or compassionate leave was extended to all couples who find themselves in this situation and all workplaces around the nation. We went through a process as we were talking to the various ministers about this particular change and what it entailed, of seeking feedback from the small business community around the nation, and they were overwhelmingly supportive. Over 70% of small businesses that we surveyed, and this was, you know, during the stress of the pandemic and everything else, so at the time when they had a lot of things to worry about, including their own survival, over 70% of small businesses strongly or very supported the idea of extending additional leave entitlements to couples going through miscarriage. And so I want to thank those small businesses for their support. I want to thank Minister Porter and Minister Cash, the two Attorney Generals, during the period that this was under consideration, the construction of this bill. Both of them, without exception, have been incredibly receptive and incredibly diligent and dedicated to hearing from the Pink Elephants, hearing from people like myself and other couples around the nation who have been impacted by miscarriage, and taking those concerns on board and looking at how we might incorporate into these Fair Work Act changes, and they're supported by incredibly diligent people in their office, like Jess and Callum, who have been there along the journey with us as well. So thank you to them. But I think one of the reasons why both Minister Cash and Minister Porter, and why all those small businesses around the nation were so supportive and keen to get behind this amendment, is because this is miscarriage is something that affects just so many couples and so many women around the nation. You know, we reel off these statistics that 1 in 4 pregnancies end in loss. That's 283 women a day who are suffering a pregnancy loss, the vast majority of them for 12 weeks in the form of a miscarriage. And 74% of women who suffered a miscarriage felt unsupported. That is an absolute tragedy in our nation, and I hope that this new provision of extending the leave will go some way to rectifying that, because the stats, you know, as much as we like to reel them off, are not the full story. You have to talk to people who have been through it. You have to have been through it yourself to truly understand the strain and grief that it puts so many women and so many couples under. It's no secret that my own family have been through miscarriage. A lot of women and couples who go through miscarriage go through multiple miscarriages, and it doesn't get easier. In fact, it gets remarkably harder with each and every occurrence that they go through. The indulgence of the House, I wanted to read a little bit of the words of my own wife when she was reflecting on miscarriage journey that we've been through. She said this: "I think it's really important because it's something people shouldn't be embarrassed about. I think it's the only kind of loss people don't talk about. If someone in your family dies, you don't pretend that you're okay. You let them know that you are grieving and that you're sad. And I think the more people talk about it, the less people feel they need to hide it, and the more sensitive people will be about asking whether or not you're planning a family, how it's going, and those kind of things." That was a little bit of her words about our story, and our story has driven me to be a champion of these particular changes. If I had my time again, and I've said this before in the House, my family would have taken more time to grieve our losses. Miscarriage. My wife was one of those who shouldered the burden and was back at work that very same day. Not because she didn't have a supportive boss. She had a very supportive boss, but she was back the same day because isn't that just what people do? And that this is a loss that normally isn't acknowledged. Well, that's got to stop. That's got to stop with these changes being supported by both the government and Labor. Of course, the leave that we're extending, the 2 days, not just to women who suffer miscarriage, but to couples. Of course, 2 days isn't enough. Not going to get over it in 2 days, but it's meant to send a very strong message to couples that this is a very real loss, early pregnancy loss. It is something that you have to take time to grieve, because it won't be better tomorrow or the day after, but take time now to grieve. It will be better with the passage of time. It's important that you talk about it as a couple, that you come together and take those 2 days to talk about what you've lost and you know, the hopes and dreams and what could have been that you've lost. That you take time to grieve as a workplace right, not something that has to be negotiated with the boss, not something which at a time when you're feeling a great deal of pain, both physical and mentally, that you have to walk down the hall to the boss and try and negotiate a leave entitlement, that you know that this is there for the taking for a reason, so that you can go through that grieving process together. And then in doing so, know that there's support, that you can reach out, that you should reach out to the Pink Elephants support network. and be part of that community of so many couples who have gone through it, so many couples who are happy to share their experience with you, who are happy to support you, and you know, perhaps at a time when you don't even feel like you want to talk to your closest family about what happened, and talk to those couples who have been through a very similar thing. This government has a very proud record of supporting Australian families, about protecting our kids, protecting them from exploitation, about supporting couples through the horrors of stillbirth, which we have done previously, and now with these new amendments around miscarriage. I really want to acknowledge that there is bipartisan support for this part of the bill, and thank Labor very much for their support, but it also doesn't diminish the fact that it's the government that has driven this change and that has brought it to this House for voting on, and it's one of the reasons why I'm so proud to be a member of a government that is supporting Australian families. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those remarks, I will simply say that I hope this change, this new leave entitlement, extending compassionate bereavement leave to those couples who suffer miscarriage, will go a long way to easing the pain of this very difficult time that so many couples in Australia go through. Thank you again to Pink Elephant's support network for all the wonderful work that they do, but for driving this change within the community. Thank you to Minister Porter and Minister Cash for helping me drive the change within the government. This change is for my own family who have suffered the loss of miscarriage, for every family who has suffered the loss of miscarriage, for every couple and family in my electorate of Ryan, and for every couple and family in Australia who will go through this. We are here with you to support you. You mustn't go through these things alone, and I'm very proud to be part of the government that has brought it to this place to make it a reality. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by commending the words of the member for Ryan, who just gave a very personal speech in this chamber about the experience of himself and his family, and it was an outstanding contribution, and it shows courage to tell such a personal story before the House. Mr Deputy Speaker, Grace Tame, Brittany Higgins and the women who came together in their thousands this year have inspired a national conversation about the treatment of women at home, at work and in our communities. That we are living in a transformational time is clear to all, except perhaps for some in the government, including the Prime Minister. The Respect at Work report was presented to the Morrison government in January of 2020. We're now in September of 2021. It sat on the desk of the former Attorney-General, the member for Pearce. No action was taken. After the March for Justice, the Prime Minister at last was shamed into taking some action, and he said this in the Parliament that day. He said, "I have personally taken on the responsibility of ensuring this response is in place very soon." He said that on the 24th of March. In April, the Prime Minister stood up with what purported to be a comprehensive adoption of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report, a report that he and his government had ignored at that point for more than a year. 4 months crawled by, and finally this bill is before the House today. To the distress of many, but the surprise of nobody, the government's response to this powerful, sobering report has been mendacious, tricky and half-hearted. With some of the key recommendations, this bill does nothing more than to acknowledge that they exist, that someone has read them. It doesn't adopt them. And unfortunately, it's been a long time since a broken promise from this Prime Minister came as a surprise. As it stands, this bill ignores or sidesteps many of the key legislative changes that were identified as essential by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner to make Australian workplaces safe. To be very clear, this independent report was not a report of the Labor Party, not a report of the Liberal Party or the National Party or minor parties. It was an independent report based upon submissions that were made, based upon submissions that were themselves based upon the real-life experience of working women in real workplaces. But yesterday in the Senate, the Coalition voted against 7 of the amendments that were proposed by Labor or by minor parties. And this is what the government voted down in the Senate, but they'll have the opportunity to change their mind on here in the House of Representatives. To introduce a positive duty on employers to take reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment happening in the workplace. Not an onerous duty, something that would, though, be consistent with the recommendations that are made in the report. Secondly, to change the Fair Work Act to explicitly prohibit sexual harassment. Something pretty fundamental, I would have thought. The third amendment was to make substantive equality between women and men one of the objects of the Sex Discrimination Act. Again, I would have thought something that would be very difficult to argue against, and I look forward to hearing any argument against it, because it's beyond my comprehension how, given the debate that's taken place in this Parliament during this year, the government could not support such a measure. The fourth, to allow unions or other organisations to bring legal action against perpetrators on behalf of complainants. Again, a pretty fundamental principle. That's what unions and other organisations do, professional associations from time to time. They represent people who, particularly given the very personal nature of complaints in this area of sexual harassment at work, surely the capacity of organisations to represent individuals in this area perhaps more important and fundamental than any other area that I can think of. And lastly, to establish cost protections for complainants so they aren't discouraged from taking legal action against perpetrators due to the possibility of having to pay massive court-ordered legal costs. Again, a pretty fundamental principle, I would have thought. So Labor will be pursuing those amendments here in the House of Representatives and giving the government a chance to reflect on whether they really want to be in a position, given everything that has happened in workplaces, including this one, with the reported sexual assault against Brittany Higgins, that is now the subject of legal processes in this parliament. And yet we have today a potential difference of opinion over the implementation of Respect at Work recommendations from the Australian Sex Discrimination Commissioner. Not things that have come from anyone in this House. This should be a clear case that there are 55 recommendations in this report and they should be implemented. Again, consistent with that report. But when it comes to gender issues, the record of this government is very discouraging indeed. We know that when the March for Justice occurred, as a result of the leadership and courage shown by Brittany Higgins, when the March for Justice was happening at the Parliament, at the front of this parliamentary building, and marches occurred right around the country on that day, led by women, but not just attended by women. Our mothers, our aunties, our sisters, our daughters, our friends, an extraordinary spontaneous uprising, the like of which hasn't occurred in my political lifetime. Normally movements are structured, there's organisations behind them. This was an organic movement of women saying enough is enough and we're going to take action on it. But nothing was going to budge the Prime Minister from his cave that day. He couldn't get up and walk outside the front of Parliament House, not to talk, but just to listen. Just to listen. And if he had have done that, he would have been a great beneficiary, because I regard it as a great honour to have walked out there that day with my parliamentary colleagues. He would have witnessed what is as fine a speech as I've seen from Brittany Higgins, who reminded the rest of us what courage looks like that day. In the midst of that huge crowd, Ms Higgins found what was not available to her in the building just behind her that we're now in: support and people who were ready to listen. The Prime Minister should have been there. It was a seismic day across the nation. If he'd gone and listened to the tough truths being spoken that day, maybe it would have jolted him a little closer to reality. But he couldn't do that. Instead, he stood up after that rally, stood at that dispatch box and said, well, at least people got to demonstrate. If it had occurred in some other countries, they would have been shot. And expected that to be somehow comforting to the women for whom, many of them, it was a very personal experience, to talk to others about what had occurred to them. But he couldn't do that. Just like we never got to see, up to this point, the report of Mr Gaetjens into what his office knew about the reported sexual assault of Brittany Higgins in a ministerial office just metres from the Prime Minister's office. His office, his dirt unit, confined, great detail about trivialities. And we've seen that in recent times, the extent to which they can do research about trivialities. but they can't ask each other, what did you know and who told you and when about a reported sexual assault?
It's disgusting.
And we're now in September. So I say to the Prime Minister, get your dirt unit to disband and do your job. Do your job on issues that do matter. That do matter to what is over half the population directly in terms of sexual harassment at work, and what matters to every one of us, because discrimination against one affects us as a society. It affects women, but it affects everyone. And we all have a responsibility to do better. And yet, the Prime Minister's office that were out there backgrounding against Brittany Higgins, against Brittany Higgins' loved ones, just like they've backgrounded against the New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian, couldn't tell us what his office knew at that time. We've seen it as well with Bridget McKenzie being the only person who took the fall for the sports rot scandal, the Australia Post Chief Executive, Christina Holgate, who was told to leave her job on the floor of this chamber at great cost in the end to taxpayers. This is a Prime Minister who just doesn't get it. We need to get this right, which is why we need to fully embrace all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report. This is something that impacts all organisations, including the Labor Party, which is why we instituted a rigorous process to reform our internal policies and procedures. And I note our caucus chair, the member for Newcastle, is here, who led that work along with particularly the women members of the ALP National Executive at that time. All organisations need to do better. We need to get this right. We don't have to settle for being half-hearted like this legislation before us today does. We don't have to live with minuscule ambitions of this Cape-bound Prime Minister. What we need to do is to get this right in the interests of this generation, but the ones to come as well.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of this bill. I'm going to be relatively brief in my comments. I note I'm following the Leader of the Opposition. While there is a lot in what he said, particularly the rhetoric about the government, that I disagree with, there is also an awful lot in what he said that I do agree with. One comment that he made, discrimination impacts all of us as a society. I would add to that and say that sadly, discrimination also reflects our society, and that is something that we need to address, and that goes beyond legislative change. Earlier this year, we had women and men marching across Australia, rightly demanding change. Changes to our laws and changes to some of our long-standing cultural norms and approaches with respect to discrimination against women and sexual harassment and sexual assault on women. I had the opportunity at that time to speak in this place on the centenary of the magnificent Edith Cowan's election to an Australian Parliament. She was a trailblazer, a role model and a fighter. I noted at that time that while the world has changed significantly since Edith Cowan was elected, there is still so much which needs to be done. We still have workplaces where there is sexual discrimination. We still have workplaces where sexual harassment and assault exists, including this one. We still have workplaces where women have to adapt their behaviour, adapt their mode of operating to get their work done and their voices heard, including this one. Approximately 1 in 2 women aged 18 and over have experienced sexual harassment during their lifetime. All of the above is so completely wrong and so completely unacceptable. Seeking to ensure that we have safe and respectful workplaces should not be a pipe dream, and they should not be contentious. They should just be. This set of amendments the government is putting forward today is a step along the road to address this. I will note at the outset, they can't be the last step. And let us also not fool ourselves into thinking that laws alone can change attitudes and behaviours. They help, but we all, individually and as a society, need to do our own bit. We need to own it, we need to take responsibility for it, and we need to address it. The Respect at Work Bill is implementing legislative reforms committed to by the government in its Roadmap for Respect, released in April this year, including in response to recommendations 16, 20 to 22 and 29 to 30 of the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's Respect at Work report. I note at this point that the government agreed in full, in part or in principle, or noted all 55 recommendations of this report. While this bill does not implement all the legislative recommendations in the Respect at Work report, it does focus on those changes that can be implemented quickly and that will see the greatest improvement to the anti-discrimination and industrial relations frameworks. The legislative recommendations not included in the bill are still under active consideration by the government. Others have spoken at length about what this bill does, and I will simply pull out some of the salient points. Firstly, it makes amendments to the Sex Discrimination Act to introduce a new objects clause to make clear that in addition to the elimination of discrimination and harassment, the Sexual Discrimination Act also aims to achieve, as far as practicable, equality of opportunity between men and women. I'm rather embarrassed that that actually has to be put in legislation, but it does, and it is. It clarifies that sex-based harassment is prohibited under the Sexual Discrimination Act with an express prohibition. It removes the current exemption for state public servants. Clarifies that the Sexual Discrimination Act applies to members of Parliament, ministerial staff and judges. It ensures that prohibitions against sexual harassment and sex-based harassment covers all forms of workers. It amends the Act so that a person who assists someone to sexually harass a person or harass a person on the basis of their sex can also be found to have engaged in unlawful conduct. And it clarifies that victimisation is unlawful and can form the basis of a civil action. This bill also makes important amendments to the Australian Human Rights Commission Act to reduce procedural barriers for making complaints by providing that the President's discretion to terminate a complaint initiated under the Sexual Discrimination Act arises after 24 months since the alleged unlawful discrimination took place, rather than the current 6-month time period. This is vitally important. There is clear evidence that people are hesitant or may be hesitant to come forward immediately for understandable and legitimate reasons. Extending this time period from 6 to 24 months is common sense, and it recognises those impediments or those hurdles or fears that people might have in coming forward immediately. Finally, the bill makes amendments to the Fair Work Act to clarify that sexual harassment can be conduct amounting to a valid reason for dismissal under the unfair dismissal provisions. Again, I would have thought that this was a no-brainer, but apparently it's not clear, and we need to actually put this in the Act. It also makes it clear that the Fair Work Commission can, within the existing stop bullying jurisdiction, make orders to stop sexual harassment. The government is separately progressing changes to the Fair Work regulations to amend the definition of serious misconduct in the regulations to include sexual harassment, to clarify that sexual harassment is grounds for summary dismissal. On another issue altogether, and one that my colleague spoke about beautifully moments ago, is the changes being put in place by this bill which will enable an employee to take compassionate leave if the employee or the employee's spouse or de facto partner has a miscarriage. This is, as my colleague spoke about, and it is very personal to him, it's very personal to a lot of people, and it is a very important provision. Deputy Speaker, I want to finish by saying The marching that took place in March this year was a very powerful statement. These changes to the law that we are passing today are good laws. They will help. But just as we can't allow the march to become a simple historic moment in time, it can't become a sepia-coloured still photo, we must keep questioning, we must keep listening, we must keep talking, and continuing to being open to what else needs to be done to ensure that we have a society in which we really do have equality of opportunity, where everyone truly has the opportunity to reach their full potential in a tolerant national community. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs via virtual presence.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The debate we're now engaged in on the Sex Discrimination and Fair Work Respect at Work Amendment Bill 2021 should mark a historic day for this Parliament. This should be a day on which partisan politics are set aside as we work together as Australian lawmakers to pass into Australian law measures to implement the recommendations of Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins' groundbreaking report entitled Respect at Work, National Inquiry into Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces. But this is not that day. There is nothing historic about this bill. Rather, it is very much in keeping with the routine that this government has long established as its way of governing. First, ignore problems for as long as possible or pretend it's someone else's problem. Avoid responsibility for the problem if at all possible. Second, if there's no other choice but to face a problem because of public outrage, pretend that you have finally understood how serious that problem is and then make grand announcements about how you're going to fix it. And third, crab walk away from your promise, ideally under cover of other problems you've ignored. And so it is with this bill, because this bill that we are now debating does not make the sweeping changes to Australia's sexual harassment laws that Commissioner Jenkins' 55 carefully designed and interconnected recommendations would bring about if faithfully implemented. To the contrary, this bill implements only a handful of those 55 recommendations, and even some of those it does pretend to implement have been watered down. My good friend and colleague, Labor's Shadow Minister for Women and Member for Sydney, has already spoken eloquently this morning about this bill and the massive missed opportunity that it represents. I endorse all that the member for Sydney and the Labor leader have said, and I will not revisit the litany of betrayals that this bill represents. But I will make some further comment about what this failure suggests about this government. The Australian Human Rights Commission is a vitally important institution in our nation. We are one of the very, very few developed countries that does not have an entrenched Bill of Rights or even a legislated Charter of Rights. Given this context, the Australian Human Rights Commission has a particularly important role to play in upholding the rights of Australian citizens that this Parliament chooses to protect in legislation. And it also plays a vital role in identifying where there are gaps in the laws protecting the basic rights of Australians and making recommendations for changes to our laws to protect those rights through new laws to be made by the Australian Parliament. That is what Commissioner Jenkins' Respect at Work report called for, and sadly, that is what this bill largely fails to do. What is astonishing to me is that having received a critically important report from one of the most important institutions in his portfolio, the former Attorney-General, the member for Pearce, threw that report in his don't care, don't bother tray. How else can this government explain its total silence about this really important report for more than a year after receiving it? How else can the government explain that for all of that time, the former Attorney-General did not even once meet with Commissioner Jenkins to discuss her report? And having attempted to bury the Respect at Work report for over a year, it was only the explosion of outrage caused by unfolding scandals within the government that forced this government to finally look at that report. But it is clear that when they did finally look at the report they received over 18 months ago, outlining the need for urgent action to deal with the scourge of workplace sexual harassment, this government approached it not as a serious problem that required bold action to counter, but rather as a political embarrassment to be managed through a cynical marketing exercise. That is the origin of this bill. This is a document of missed opportunities when it should have been a document of historic change. If you read the fine print, when the government says it, quote, agreed, quote, to all the recommendations in Commissioner Jenkins' report, there were also those recommendations that it only agreed in principle or in part, or actually they just noted. They didn't have even the integrity or the respect for the thousands and thousands of Australians who contributed to this report that they're now pretending to implement, to be upfront with the Australian people about the many recommendations they have, in fact, rejected outright. The government has the opportunity to work with us today to fix this bill. It can do that by accepting the many amendments we have put forward to ensure this bill is not the missed opportunity it currently is, but can bring about the legal changes that are needed to deal with the scourge of workplace sexual harassment. But none of us is holding our breath, because that would require courage from this Prime Minister. That would require integrity from this Prime Minister. That would require leadership from this Prime Minister, all qualities this Prime Minister entirely lacks. And many Australian workers, in particular women, will continue to suffer for it. If the government refuses our invitation to amend the shortcomings of this bill, an Albanese Labor government will, as a matter of priority, work with the Workplace Sexual Harassment Council, employers, workers, unions and legal experts to fully implement all 55 recommendations of the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's report to help keep Australians safe from sexual harassment at work. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. And I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the bill before the House, and I'm very proud to do so.
Well, and setting the tone that we should be.
I believe the member for Isaacs may need to mute his microphone. Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I believe he may have done so now. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the legislation before the House, and I'm very proud to do so because, as you know, in my former capacity as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, I had extensive engagement with the former Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Elizabeth Broderick, and, of course, the current Sex Discrimination Commissioner, then Victorian Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, who I am also proud to say is a wonderful constituent of the Goldstein electorate. And, of course, if it were not for the pandemic and all of the various policy responses that required economics and health, the Respect at Work report probably would have got a lot more public attention when it was initially tabled, but as a result of its tabling early last year, led it to be somewhat overshadowed. But the substance of the report should not be overshadowed because it addresses some of the fundamental challenges faced by all Australians, although particularly women, around sex discrimination in the workplace, and that there is a position or a stand of which no member I would expect in this House is prepared to accept. And in conducting the Respect at Work inquiry, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner looked at the current operations of the legislation and the legislative framework around Australia, the circumstances in which Australians were experiencing sex discrimination, and the need of what we need to do to reform the law, amongst other policy measures and, of course, programs to address those gaps so that Australians can go to a workplace in this country with the confidence to know that they're covered by law, protected by law, and it does not matter who you are, that you enjoy the proper protection of the law. And it's a very extensive report, I might add, but a welcome one, because one of the challenges that can often exist as commissioners for this parliament is that they can do extensive work which then doesn't go on to be actioned. And this is a classic example of where a commissioner focused on legislation that's relevant to this parliament can develop a body of work and a substance, an evidence base to justify reform. And I'm glad to see that apart from some of the minor amendments that are being put forward by the opposition for the objective of signalling to constituencies, that enjoys bipartisan support. And of course, the summary of the bill is that it introduces a new objects clause to make clear that in addition to the elimination of discrimination and harassment, the Sex Discrimination Act also provides and aims to achieve, as far as practical, equality of opportunity between men and women, something that we should all support as a parliament, and certainly is the foundational principle of liberalism, going all the way back to the contributions of John Stuart Mill, who was a very strong feminist in his time. To clarify that sex-based harassment is prohibited under the Act, removal of exemptions related to state public servants, and some question, as I do, why they ever existed, but they did. Clarify that the Sex Discrimination Act applies to members of Parliament, ministerial staff and judges. Again, this was an initiative of the government, and again, some of us do question why it was that they did not apply in the first place, but that is the nature of reflection of the law at the time, and we are glad and proud as this government to address these gaps in the law and these exemptions to make sure that it applies equally and consistently in all workplaces, and particularly after serious concerns arising out of this place over recent years that all staff, all members of Parliament and, of course, judges should treat staff in a consistent way regardless of their sexual gender, and shouldn't open up staff to sexual harassment. And, of course, ensure that prohibitions against sexual harassment and sex-based harassment cover all forms of workers regardless of your workplace. And that, of course, that if somebody needs assistance, that there are appropriate measures to follow through, particularly when it comes to unlawful activity, and clarify that victimisation is unlawful and can be the form of a basis of a civil action. More critically also, and this is a very serious issue, because one of the things I've discovered, both as a consequence of my former role and continuing in this role, is a fundamental misunderstanding about how the Australian Human Rights Commission works, and as a consequence, how the application of the law works. The Commissioner is not responsible for the complaints handling process related to the Sex Discrimination Act, as the Race Discrimination Commissioner is not responsible for the complaints handling process of the Race Discrimination Act, etc., etc. And that might surprise a lot of people within the community, but there's actually a fundamental structural reason why the Act is set up the way it empowers the President of the Commission to be able to fulfil those functions, a role currently fulfilled by the current President, Professor Rosalind Croucher. And the reason is because, of course, it involves the reflection of the application of the law, and you can't have the same person both administering law while also running commentary or reflecting on the policy framework around the application of law without having arising issues around the appropriateness of their conduct and their impartiality in fulfilling their duties. This was something that was a point of contention during my term as Human Rights Commissioner, where the President at the time decided to start offering running commentary on an inquiry for which they were also overseeing, which led to a public barney over the substance of the inquiry, when in fact it was the conduct and the structural behaviour that they engaged with which brought the inquiry, which was a legitimate one, around removing children in detention, a legacy of which the Labor Party inherits for locking children up, and this government is proud to be a part of removing, nonetheless raises broader issues around the structural application. And one of the amendments in this bill is to amend the Human Rights Commission Act to essentially give the power of the President to investigate and have an inquiry for complaints for up to 24 months under the law if there is an alleged unlawful discrimination that has taken place, where the current provision under the law is only for 6 months. There are also a number of amendments necessary to maintain consistency with the Fair Work Act to fulfil the objectives not just of the report but, of course, the consistency with the Sex Discrimination Act. Now, these are the legal and functionary components of the legislation, but the impact of this legislation, as you and I know, Deputy Speaker, is human. It's because there are people who tragically go into workplaces around this country and experience sex discrimination unjustly, but both because of people's attitudes or because of issues of sexual harassment and the like. And I would hope that no member in this place believes that that is acceptable in 21st century Australia. Not just because we want Australians to work, and we do, not just because we, of course, want to, where possible, always increase women's participation in the workforce, though we do, not just because we want to ensure that no matter who you are of your gender, sexual orientation or any other differential can go into a workplace and not just be able to be an economic participant but to feel safe and secure and, of course, to be able to contribute to the health and well-being of our country, though we do. It's because it reflects the type of country that we want to be. And you may recall, Deputy Speaker, we've had a number of debates in my time in this chamber as well as other members about the type of country we want to be. And the message that's come from the Australian people resolutely, loudly and clearly is we want a country free of discrimination and one of harassment, one that is free of people feeling like they're worth anything less than another citizen, because that goes to the heart of the liberal ideal that founded this nation. Because that's the type of country not just that we want to be as a government, but the Australian people want to be, because it lives in their DNA, that when they see another citizen or another Australian, they take a live and let live, respect for people and understand that people are people. And they should be treated with that dignity and respect regardless of who they are. And that transcends what happens not just in the workplace, so that is, of course, of critical importance, but it transcends that workplace and goes into the public square where we want people to be full participants, to be able to live out their lives, because liberalism at its heart is actually about empowering people, not empowering the state, not empowering this place, not empowering big super funds, not empowering capital, not empowering government, not empowering other interests. It's how do we build a nation where 26 million people and the continued population growth are able to realise and live out their full dreams, that they can live the best life that we are able to support them in doing, and how they can, through standing on their own 2 feet, make the best wicket of it, whether it's the language of the Prime Minister of have a go to get a go, whether it's empowerment, whatever, however you want to phrase it. It's about how do we make 26 million people succeed in their own right. So when people see the course of their life and their success and their achievement and their independence, they don't look at this chamber and say the solution is to empower them. It's how we look in this chamber and say, how do we empower the Australian people? This is a fundamental difference between the worldviews of some members who enter this chamber and some on this side of the chamber, because their answer more often than not is how do we empower Canberra, corporates, unions and vested interests and central interests. And one of the core tenets of liberalism is how do we break apart that power so that we can empower as many people as possible, because we don't trust central authority to always act in the best interest of the public interest, whereas free citizens taking responsibility for themselves and living out the success of their own lives with dignity and equality of opportunity are in the best position not just to care for themselves but support others and the organic institutions of our nation, families, communities and small enterprise. And that's the principles that underpin this bill and this government's approach, not just to the Sex Discrimination Act, which is a critical part of it, because you cannot have it that enlivenment and empowerment if people feel unsecure or lacking in their safety. But in every policy approach we take and we bring into this chamber, and that's why I'm proud to support the bill, because I don't care what people's personal circumstances are, they should have the freedom to be able to live out the fullness of their own lives. That their freedom is respected, their rights are respected, and they take responsibility for themselves. And I know many members in this chamber will share that sentiment. And the more we empower Australians to be able to do that, the better the community they will come from, the better the country they will come from. That's why I support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lilly by virtual presence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I must say I am pretty at a loss for words that the member for Goldstein would take up 15 minutes of precious time in this House in a debate that is of such importance to so many millions of Australian women who are watching us today, when the government has given us less than 2 hours to debate this legislation that they are seeking to rush through, despite giving themselves 18 months to deflect, consider, and now not do nearly enough with this report, that we would have to sit here and listen to a broad sweeping ideological rant about the various theoretical underpinnings of ideologies that have brought the member for Goldstein and his colleagues to this place. Doing so, soaking up those 13 minutes in place of women who were elected to this House to represent the women in their constituencies who seek respect at work. I am staggered that now there are women who will not get time to speak on this bill because of the people like the member for Goldstone who think that their opinion on ideology is more important for us to hear in these limited 2 hours than actual debate about the lack of reform that is coming down the pipeline from this government. Honestly, Deputy Speaker, I am absolutely at a loss with that entitlement that we have to listen in this debate of all debates. But to my point about the legislation before this House today. This began in 1970. The situation was at boiling point in 1970. Fed up clusters of women across Australia sat cross-legged in their lounge rooms and worked together to build momentum, to create a sweeping grass fire of feminist purpose and resolve to get reform. And they did it. They got revolutionary reform through the Whitlam government. So by the time they hit 1975 for International Women's Year, the Whitlam government had granted millions of dollars of community health centre funding. They had gotten underway anti-discrimination legislation. They had created a new benefit for single mothers that meant that young women could now keep the child if they wanted, rather than have to have their baby taken and put into the adoption system. And this year's March for Justice was really done in the shadow of that revolution and reform of the work of the women in the 1970s. And this year's March for Justice was actually my first day back in the Parliament after the birth of my second and third children, twin boys. And I ran for Parliament because of a couple of things that happened to me in a couple of months that changed the course of my life. I was diagnosed with an aggressive chronic disease that wasn't responding to treatment. And I gave birth to my first child, a baby girl. And I was struck like lightning by the momentum of the women's marches in Washington, where millions of women showed up following the election of President Donald Trump, who, like me, realised that they could not afford to take progress for granted anymore. And the women showed up to say that they would not allow President Donald Trump to shape their futures a day longer than was necessary. And when those millions of women started marching forward, their force was unstoppable, and they won. And on that sunny day in March this year, the lawns out the front of our Parliament felt white hot with that same resolve. This year, Australian women marched for justice and asked us all, through their nation's parliament, to give them respect at work. Ms. Brittany Higgins addressed us that day and she said, "We fundamentally recognise that the system is broken, that the glass ceiling is still in place, and that there are significant failings in the power structures within our institution. We are here because it is unfathomable that we are still having to fight this same tired fight." And she is right, and Grace Tame is right, and the millions of women that they speak for are owed, because we are now 50 years on from those revolutionary reforms that the Australian women of the 70s secured for us. And today, in this place, the bill crafted by the Morrison government is nowhere near enough to deliver the 55 recommendations proposed by the Sexual Discrimination Commissioner as urgent reform. And it is quite revealing to audit what issues the Morrison government considers to be urgent enough to take immediate action, because it really tells you about their values and where their priorities are. When the Morrison government's mates complained about getting sued by social justice law firms, the Morrison government took swift action, changing disclosure laws to shield their corporate comrades from liability shareholder class actions. And in 2018 and 2020, when the federal court made two separate decisions that two blue-collar workers were wrongly classified as casuals when they were permanent employees, the government took immediate action to dismantle the rights of casual workers. And in 2018, when consumers found a couple of needles in their strawberries, the Prime Minister held an immediate, urgent press conference to issue a stern warning to anyone sabotaging our strawberries and introduced legislation that day to create a new offence to criminalise recklessly contaminating fruit, which carried jail time. Those are the things that the Prime Minister has acted with urgency on in this place. But when it comes to respect at work, the Prime Minister and his government have attempted to bury this report for over a year. A report that blows the whistle on systemic, toxic sexism and calls for urgent action to deal with the scourge of workplace sexual harassment. And it was only the explosion of outrage caused by previously unspeakable scandals within his own party and 100,000 women marching across the country for justice that forced the Morrison government to finally acknowledge Commissioner Jenkins' report. But it's his answer in this form of this bill that ignores the most important and urgent legislative changes required. This bill just nibbles around the edges of the substantial reforms that is needed, with most changes simply clarifying or confirming the way the law already operates. The government has accepted the recommendation to introduce stop orders when sexual harassment occurs, but they've refused to introduce a positive duty on employers to take reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment happening in the first place. And they've refused to explicitly prohibit sexual harassment in the Fair Work Act. They have failed to implement the regulatory changes that could help prevent sexual harassment in the workplace from occurring in the first place, despite their response to this inquiry stating that prevention must be our focus. The government can't even bring itself to make clear that one of the objects of the Sex Discrimination Act should be to achieve substantive equality between women and men. Instead, they have watered down that ambition with weasel words, only aiming for equality of opportunity as far as practicable. They didn't even have the integrity or the respect for the thousands of people who have contributed to this report by saying they are now implementing these in full, when they're not. Last night, Labor and the Greens moved amendments in the Senate to improve this bill so it actually makes the suggestions of the Jenkins report. And when the Morrison government voted against those amendments, it didn't just vote against Labor and the Greens. It voted against protecting Australian women from sexual harassment in the workplace. This is prevalent. This is pervasive. It occurs in every industry. It occurs in every location, at every level, in every Australian workplace. And Australians across the country are suffering the financial, social, emotional, physical and psychological harm associated with sexual harassment. Australia was once at the forefront of tackling sexual harassment globally. Women's organisations in Australia began to press for the legal and social recognition of sex discrimination in the early 1970s, 50 years ago. And yet here we are today with as limp a reform as this. Deputy Speaker, the question now is whether, here in 2021, this moment is any different from too many tipping points that have come before, and crucially, whether this moment will trigger the change that so many have been hoping for and fighting for decades. Not just in politics, but in institutions and workplaces and in the criminal justice system and in schools and in churches and in homes and on our streets. The bill before the House today should be that change. This bill before the House today should be the next raft of revolutionary change that women in 50 years' time look back and remark upon about how long the fight was and how hard the fight was, but how necessary the fight was to get such sensible, helpful, purposeful measures implemented. But today isn't that day. And that is the most egregious failure of understanding, of humanity and of leadership on the part of this Prime Minister. So this issue will remain a storm cloud hovering over the Parliament. When enough political leaders here take the rage and grief behind these marches seriously, when will we listen? When will we take steps to improve the systems and cultures that have failed so many victims? What day will that be? Because it is clear that there are many members of this place who want this to happen. It is clear that there are many members of this place who, like me, have come here to work ceaselessly for this to happen. And it is clear that there are still not enough of us to overwhelm an immune, immobile, and imperious Prime Minister. So it won't be today, but it is my hope and our mission that come this next election, more white-hot women take the place of the recalcitrants and join us here as lawmakers under new political leadership to legislate some very long fought for justice for women. I thank the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to be able to speak on this bill today, which the Morrison government has brought to the Parliament based upon work that we instigated and initiated. Mr Deputy Speaker, everyone in this place agrees that we all have the right to feel safe at work, especially women. Sexual harassment is unacceptable in any context, particularly in the workplace. Our workplace laws must reflect these ideals to ensure all Australians are protected from workplace sexual harassment. That's why the Morrison government is acting quickly to strengthen the national anti-discrimination and industrial relations frameworks by simplifying and enhancing protections against sex-based discrimination and harassment in the workplace. We began by funding the Australian Human Rights Commission to undertake a landmark national inquiry into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. The inquiry was the first of its kind, the first of its kind in the world, and represented a landmark moment for Australia. From this, the federal government's response, the Respect at Work report, the roadmap for respect, released on the 8th of April 2021, sets out the government's long-term commitment to building safe and respectful workplaces. The end product of this national inquiry found that too many workplace cultures fall short. We must and we are doing what we can to ensure that this changes. The Respect at Work report made 55 recommendations directed at the Australian government, states and territories and employers, industry groups and others, highlighting the important roles that all groups have in supporting cultural change and creating safe workplaces. The Morrison government agreed in full, in part or in principle, or noted all 55 recommendations in the report. And I do just want to briefly pay tribute to the Assistant Minister, Amanda Stoker, for her incredibly hard work on our response to this report and for her wonderful, tireless advocacy for women. She has been a great friend to me and a wonderful supporter through the various trials and tribulations I have experienced. I would also like to acknowledge the Attorney-General, Michaelia Cash, for her efforts as well, and of course
the former Minister for Women and Member for Higgins, Kelly O'Dwyer, who commissioned Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins to do the report in the first place. And we do miss the member for Higgins very much because she was a great champion of women, especially within the Liberal Party, and should be incredibly proud of everything that she achieved for women during her time in Parliament, including the legislation that we see before us today. I also do want to pay tribute to Kate Jenkins, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, who is an absolute champion for women. She is an incredibly thoughtful, kind and compassionate woman, and she is doing wonderful work for the government in other areas, in other absolutely critical areas, so we can make sure that all women are safe in their workplaces in every way, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill will ensure that more workers, particularly vulnerable workers, are protected and empowered to address unlawful conduct in their workplaces. These reforms are essential for advancing both women's safety and women's economic security. The Respect at Work Bill does this by implementing legislative reforms committed to by the government in its Roadmap for Respect, including in response to Recommendations 16, 20-22 and 29-30 of the Sex Discrimination Commissioner's Respect at Work report. It implements the majority of the legislative recommendations in the Respect at Work report, focusing on those changes that can be implemented quickly and that will see the greatest improvements to the anti-discrimination and industrial relations frameworks. It is also important to stress that those legislative recommendations not included in the bill are still under active consideration by the government. While this bill addresses many of the recommendations outlined in the Respect at Work report, there are more measures that are already underway, Mr Deputy Speaker. Through our commitment to the Respect at Work report long term, the Morrison Liberal government has already commenced actions to implement the Roadmap for Respect, including through establishing the Respect at Work Council, developing the Respect at Work website and a package of training and education resources, consulting with states and territories, including at the recent meetings of Attorneys General and at National Cabinet, regarding their respective responses to the Respect at Work report, and preparing for the 5th National Survey on Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces. To implement our response to the Respect at Work report, we are also providing more than $64.3 million over 4 years, as announced in the 2021-22 budget, building on the initial $2.1 million over 3 years provided in October 2020 to implement key recommendations of the report. Through this funding, we will see $43.89 million committed over 4 years for additional legal assistance funding for specialist lawyers with workplace and discrimination law expertise, and $5.3 million to the Department of Social Services to be provided to Watch, Australia's national research organisation for women's safety, and 1-800-RESPECT to build the evidence base and develop primary prevention initiatives to respond to sexual harassment. But of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not all that we have done on this very important issue. Not only did we commission this national inquiry into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces, as I've outlined by the former Minister for Women and Member for Higgins, Kelly O'Dwyer, and Kate Jenkins reported back to us, and we have now responded, which is why we are seeing the legislation that we do before us today. But we also, this year, have commissioned the independent review into Commonwealth Parliamentary workplaces, and that was commissioned in March, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the progress update was released in July. So there is a huge amount of progress occurring in that area as well to address the incredibly serious issues that we have seen spoken about and reported on this year. The Prime Minister also commissioned, and this was a bipartisan agreement, and there was bipartisan support for this review of the parliamentary workplace responding to serious incidents, which was commissioned in February, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I know that the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and her wonderful team are doing fantastic work on this issue. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've sat here and sat in my office this morning listening very closely to the contributions of those opposite, particularly the member for Watson, the member for Sydney and the Leader of the Opposition. And I really cannot describe those contributions and some of the content and the allegations made against our government and me and my colleagues, and particularly the Prime Minister, as coming from a place that is completely disingenuous, and each and every one of those individuals, quite frankly, sounded like a sanctimonious hypocrite, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, me, more than any person in this place, has put up with absolutely unacceptable behaviour thanks to Get Up, Labor and the unions, which those opposite still refuse to address. They still refuse to condemn Get Up and their tactics. They refuse to condemn the unions. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm really proud of the actions my government have taken, the actions the Prime Minister took and the Treasurer took to publicly condemn the sexist and misogynistic behaviour I suffered during the 2019 election campaign. They supported and encouraged me to present to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, and I was absolutely thrilled to see one of the key recommendations pass this Parliament recently, which, through the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Offences and Preventing Multiple Voting Bill 2021. And the provision in this bill that I am delighted will now actually offer proper protection to every single Member of Parliament, to our volunteers, to our staff, clarified what constitutes interference with political liberty and noted that violence, obscene or discriminatory abuse, property damage and harassment or stalking with relevance to an election are examples of what can be considered interference with political liberty, with penalties of imprisonment for 3 years or 100 penalty units, or both, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this is critical for the continued for the operation of our democracy, for the continued free and easy access that every single member of the Australian public deserves to have to their elected representatives. So I have just outlined how my government, how our government, how the Prime Minister has shown leadership time and time again in addressing the incredibly serious issues that so many people in this place have unfortunately suffered. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask myself, what on earth have those opposite done? I had to come in here and give a highly emotional speech outlining how deeply distressing my experience as a female Member of Parliament has been before the Leader of the Opposition would even go out there and not only sort of apologise, but say if he was ever made aware of this sort of behaviour again, then he would act. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's why I find it extraordinary that back in March, Samantha Maiden reported the most horrifying, genuinely horrifying allegations of sexual harassment and assault and generalised abuse and bullying of female Labor staff members, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have not heard a word from those opposite as to whether these women are safe, whether the perpetrators have been held to account and brought to account, and yet they come in here today and start telling us that we have a problem. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to read some of this into Hansard because it needs to be recorded, because I will not, as I've said before, be lectured by those opposite when I know that they have even more serious problems than the ones that have already been revealed by the brave women who have come forward, including, and I quote, "He is a man who punches the wall next to his female staffer's head, calling her an effing C when she passes on news he doesn't want to hear. He's a man who calls his female colleague a pig dog when she disagrees with him and says in front of her staff, that's why no one wants to F you." This is Labor female staff members reporting the behaviour of Labor current and former MPs. He is a man who says he'd never F a woman without a thigh gap and asks if I'll show him mine while we sit waiting for a meeting I'm about to run to start in a room full of young men. This is disgusting behaviour. What are you doing about this, I say to those opposite? It goes on and on, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is horrifying. It is truly, truly horrifying, and it had better be being addressed, because I want to know, are these women safe? We do not know if these women are safe, and that's why the sanctimonious, hypocritical lectures that I saw from those opposite today directed at us are precisely that. You cannot trust anything those opposites say on these issues because they do not have their own house in order and they refuse to address the problems that they have. This is another example. Here's a married man who plied a young woman with drinks until she had no idea what was happening. He promised others at the gathering he would get her home safely, but before putting her in the cab, he had sex with her when she had no ability to consent. The next day he texted to demand she take the morning after pill and blamed her for what happened, saying she was so drunk that she came onto him. He threatened her, "Tell no one." Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I could go on. I'm not going to go on because these allegations are so deeply upsetting. And as I said, I sincerely hope that these women are safe and that they are getting the help and the support that they need. I believe that they now know, through everything that's happened this year, where to get that help, whether it is through contacting the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, whether it's contacting 800 RESPECT, whether it's contacting the Department of Finance and accessing the many, many supports that we have put in place since a range of terrifying facts, allegations have been made known this year, Mr Deputy Speaker. So I'm really pleased to support this legislation today, Mr Deputy Speaker, because we all know, we should all know, those opposite certainly do know, whether they admit it or not, that everyone bears the responsibility for improving the safety of women in the workplace, whether it's sexual harassment, whether it's violence against women, whether it's bullying, whatever it might be. We all bear a responsibility to fix this behaviour. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we in this place, if every single political party, if our independents and everyone can't get their own houses in order, can't get their own parties in order, then what hope do women out there in businesses around Australia, what hope do they have of things improving for them? We have to demonstrate. We on this side are demonstrating the leadership that is desperately needed in this area, and I am very proud to have worked with my senior colleagues like the Prime Minister, the Attorney-General, Assistant Minister Amanda Stoker, to see this legislation, the Assistant Minister for Electoral Matters, Ben Morton, to see the Electoral Act tightened up so that every single person is safe in their workplace in every single way. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the horrifying stories I've heard this morning from all sides. But for me, it's not about taking political sides in this legislation. It's about taking the side of women who've been abused and harassed and subjected to the most horrifying treatment all over the nation in all sorts of workplaces. And for me, it's about them. It's not about us. It's about this legislation, and it's about getting it right, and it's about being serious when we say to women, we are on your side. Mr Deputy Speaker, 6 months ago, tens of thousands of Australians marched upon town squares across Australia and on the front lawns of this place to tell this government that they're fed up with inaction on women's equality and safety. Dressed in black, hundreds of my constituents poured onto the streets of Wodonga, Wangaratta, Benalla, Yakandanda, Yarrawonga, Eldorado, Glenrowan, Pawnpukka, just to name some of them. 2 busloads of people from my electorate came here, got up at dawn, came here to Canberra to protest on the lawns of this House. People like Anna Moran brought her little daughters with her because she had such hope in her heart that they would be witnessing an historic moment where this government would finally listen and act. These women had a very, very clear message. Australians were sick and tired of seeing cultures of sexism and misogyny bred into workplaces, social clubs, sporting teams and homes across the nation, cultures that disrespect and endanger women and silence their voices. Australians were sick and tired of a lack of leadership to fix it. Many watched on in horror and disgust as the allegations of rape and sexual assault came out of this place. I don't think we'll never forget that moment when the brave Brittany Higgins told her story. And Australians were also horrified, but unfortunately not surprised, to watch those in power close ranks around each other, implicitly excusing violence against women and seeking to discredit, ignore and smear the brave women who came forward. Many women who marched had experienced the same themselves and refused to stay silent any longer. As one constituent put it to me, this march is about everyone being safe, irrespective of their workplace. And we want our federal parliament to be held to the highest standards. And I wholeheartedly agree, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think every member of parliament agrees we must be held to the highest standards. And this bill should be a proud moment for us all in this place, but it's not. We should be celebrating a parliament that knows how to come together and heed the call of so many Australians who have stood up to say enough is enough. But instead what we've got is half-hearted action, drip-feed progress. I'm just so disappointed, I really am, to have to make this speech. And I think there's lots of other members who are disappointed too, because I think when we were all gathering at the front of this parliament, we hoped that the day would come very soon that we would be making celebratory speeches in this place. Since the publication of the Respect at Work report in March last year, I've called on this government, as have so many others, to implement all 55 of its recommendations without delay. Instead, until today, it had only implemented 3. Last year I met with the former Attorney-General, Christian Porter, to implore him to take the report off this shelf and act. But he left it there to gather dust. And on the same day as the marches, I seconded a vital and overdue bill from the member for Warringah, Zali Steggall, to close a glaring gap in the Sex Discrimination Act, which nonsensically excludes parliamentarians and judges from being protected from or liable for sexual harassment. We urged the Prime Minister to let us debate and pass that bill as a matter of urgency, but he refused. And when the government finally decided to come to the table after the March for Justice, I met with a new Attorney-General, Michaelia Cash, to implore her, please don't cherry-pick, please don't delay these important reforms. And well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sad to say that this bill is unfortunate in that it seems to me now that the Attorney-General has ignored that call too, to take this as far as it needs to go. Many government MPs who've spoken on this bill this morning have said this bill is the first step on a journey of reforms to improve women's safety in this nation. Well, I ask, what journey are we exactly being taken on? Another round of filibuster consultation, another press conference full of hot air? If this government wants to talk about taking steps, it should look at the hundreds of thousands of steps taken by everyday Australians when they marched across this country. The Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, has described this bill as a missed opportunity, and today I have heard so many members pay their respects to the incredible work that Professor Jenkins does, and yet she tells us this is a missed opportunity. And people like the Business Council of Australia, they support all the recommendations too, and so do I. As an independent, I review each and every bill on its merits. I do my best to make sure the law we pass in this place is based on sound evidence and responds to community need. And more often than not, I vote against amendments from the opposition because they're not constructive and they turn this chamber into a game of political mudslinging. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendments before us today are refreshing. For the life of me, I can't understand why the government does not support laws that would encourage employers to take reasonable steps to eliminate sex discrimination, sexual harassment and victimisation in the workplace, or why the government refuses to prohibit behaviour in the workplace that facilitates an intimidating, hostile, humiliating or offensive environment. If the government can write in new reforms like the improvements to compassionate leave for employees affected by a miscarriage, and gee, I support those, I commend the government for those, but I say to them, if you can do that, then you can implement these other recommendations too. Kate Jenkins and the Australian Human Rights Commission pored over the Respect at Work report. This is no way to treat it. And it casts, I must say, a deeply concerning shadow for me over the review into parliamentary workplace culture that Kate Jenkins and the Human Rights Commission are poring over right now, which I and hundreds of people in this building are participating in right now. And like women all over the nation, I will not relent on calling for justice. But unlike women all over the nation, I have a voice in this place and I intend to use it. And I use it today to get real and genuine reform.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. The Deputy Speaker. This bill tells us that the government does not want women to be equal. And you don't have to dig around and string an argument together based on things people have said outside the chamber to make that very clear. It is clear from the word itself. This bill is the government saying that it is implementing the recommendations of one of the most significant reports that this parliament has seen for a long time. It was a wide-ranging report into sexual harassment and mistreatment at work, led by Professor Kate Jenkins, whose work on behalf of the Greens I want to join with others in applauding. And that report said to us very clearly that what we needed to do was to put into law a basic principle that the legislation should aim for equality for women. And instead, the government isn't even prepared to do that. The government comes up with a bill that says, well, we'll aim for equality of opportunity as far as is practicable. So in other words, the government is bringing in legislation that says women will continue to remain unequal. But they're only even bringing this legislation before the parliament because they have been dragged kicking and screaming by the women of Australia to act and to implement the report. The tens of thousands of women who marched around Australia in response to and in support of the brave statements from people like Brittany Higgins, who stood up and showed enormous courage to hold their systems and also their perpetrators to account. There was a widespread support for women finally standing up and lifting the lid on the bad behaviour of men, including in this parliament. And I was very proud, together with many of my Greens colleagues, to go and join and lend my support to those women when they came up here. But they never should have had to do it. They never should have had to do it because the change that we need, including in our laws, but also in our behaviours, is change that men need to make. Change that men need to make about the way that they act, but also that men needed to make to the laws of this country. And we had this report, this Respect at Work report, sit with the Attorney General, then Attorney General Christian Porter, for over a year before even a press release was issued. And then when they bring a bill to this parliament, it fails to do what they have been asked to do, not only by the Respect at Work report, but by the tens of thousands of women across Australia who have been marching and demanding change. It's not only the failure to legislate for equality that needs to be condemned in this bill, but also the failure to do the single central thing that the report said needed to happen, which is to change the law to require employers to make sure their workplaces are safe. That is the thing that needed to happen. It happens in workplace health and safety, and there's very simple reasons for that, because it is often very difficult to find that someone has committed an offence, done something that has discriminated against or harassed someone or made a workplace unsafe. Because often, as we know, it takes a lot of courage to speak up. So we've changed the law with respect to health and safety to make sure that employers have a positive obligation to create a safe workplace. And that's what Professor Jenkins wanted us to do in the law here as well regarding discrimination. And it is the right move, and the government won't do it. The government will not make employers ensure that their workplace is safe. And the tragedy is, when these bills were going through the inquiry stage, everyone across the political spectrum and across the worker-employer divide as well all supported changing the law to make sure that workplaces were safe. It was something that had widespread support because it would have made a huge difference, because it would have shifted the culture in this country, and it would have helped ensure that everyone could go to work and know that they could work in a workplace free from harassment and violence. But the government has refused to do that. These changes should have been implemented by men, changes to behaviour, changes to the law, and they haven't, and we continue to see today the refusal of this government to do the things that are necessary to make sure that every woman everywhere knows that their workplace will be safe. There are many other things that are not being implemented that should have been implemented in this bill, including 10 days family and domestic violence leave. But I want to, rather than go through all of those amendments, because the government has only given us very limited time to deal with this because they have dragged the chain for so long, I want to acknowledge the work of our leader in the Senate, Senator Larissa Waters, who has led the charge on behalf of the Greens, both in Parliament and outside, to ensure that the amazing work of the Respect at Work report is implemented and turned into law. And I want to note in that respect that the amendments that were moved in the Senate by the Greens, and where we worked cooperatively with Labor, and I think are reflected in the amendments that are being moved by the opposition in the House here, are amendments that we will support. They got significant support in the Senate, and they should get support here as well. Because what I fear and what we fear is that once the government has passed this legislation, they'll show no appetite to come back and close those other loopholes and improve the law in the way that the Respect at Work report asked us to. So we'll be supporting these amendments that we worked together on in the Senate, and I commend them for being moved. With that, Mr Deputy Speaker, given the short period of time that the government has allowed for such an important debate, support the amendments, and of course some of the elements of the bill do go some way of implementing the Respect at Work report, so we'll be supporting that. But this bill demonstrates that this government is anti-women, does not want equality for women, and on behalf of the Greens and on behalf of all of our senators, I pledge we will keep fighting to ensure that the voices of those who have marched on this place and who continue to burn with anger will be heard until the law is changed.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to make a contribution to this debate today and to strongly endorse the amendments moved by the Manager of Opposition Business on behalf of the member for Sydney earlier today. Here we are, just days away from this government's Women's Safety Summit. And yet the head of that government, the Prime Minister, cannot even honour the word he gave, the promise he made to Australian women last April to implement all 55 recommendations of the Jenkins report, Respect at Work. I join with so many of my colleagues in saying, how disappointed we are in the lack of action from this government. I've actually moved beyond disappointment now and stepped right into the incensed stage. There is an urgency that is required from this government, and yet we see zero action. How short are the memories of members opposite? Thousands of women across this nation descended on the front lawns of Parliament House to have their voices heard. They were marching in the streets in country towns and cities across the nation. But when those women arrived in Canberra, they had a message they wanted us to hear. I was very pleased to be part of a strong Labor contingency and delegation that went to listen, including the Leader of the Opposition, our extraordinary women, Labor women that make up our strong caucus here. We went to listen to what that message was, and the most heartbreaking speeches from so many women. The most notable, of course, may be the speech from Brittany Higgins. Yet we have a government, the Prime Minister could not find his way to the front lawns to listen to that message. Couldn't see his way to do that. And he wonders why Australian women are now incensed. It is little wonder when people feel so ignored, when they look at the track record of this government, when we look at the ongoing failure of this government to make the link between gendered inequality in Australia as a driving force behind the gendered nature of violence in our communities. This bill before the House today is a half-baked effort to try and implement just some of those recommendations made by Kate Jenkins. This is a report that the government itself commissioned in 2018, chose to let it sit on the then Attorney-General's desk, Christian Porter, for 12 months doing absolutely nothing. Then the allegations of rape in a minister's office, just metres away from the Prime Minister's office, finally dragged the government into some kind of response. And of course that's when the Prime Minister gave his false promise to the Australian women and said he would implement all 55 of these recommendations. Well, we know from the speeches before what an utter failure this bill is in that regard, and that's why Labor has moved amendments in the second reading. We'll be moving additional amendments in consideration in detail to try and get this bill back on track, to try and honour that promise that was given to the Australian women. This place has been under an enormous spotlight for our own unsafe workplace practices. The Australian Parliament must be a model employer. Yet we are being asked today to tick off on legislation that fails to meet those benchmarks that were set by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner. She found these laws in Australia to be wanting, to be very sadly lacking. We actually didn't need that report to know that. There are few Australian women that haven't felt the brunt of sexual harassment or gendered violence in this nation, and that is to our eternal shame. There is deep systemic issues of inequality that must be addressed. This bill tries to ignore and paper over that. It is the inability of this government, in fact, to get the connection between gender inequality and gendered violence that dogs every effort they make to try and ensure that women are safe at work. Women deserve to be safe at work, on the streets, wherever they may go, in public or private places. And whilst this bill does bring some very minimum reforms, it falls way short of the expectations that we have of this government. The Australian women deserve a government that can listen, that actually understands, and doesn't just think that we're going to be content with a webinar about women's safety next week as a measure to try and deliver on a promise that this Prime Minister has utterly failed to act upon. So I am strongly supporting the amendments moved by the Labor opposition today. This bill is a shocking missed opportunity. As I said, it is more than disappointing. I know that the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, the Law Council of Australia have all warned the government about the failure to implement Recommendation 17 and the positive duty to ensure that employers ensure our workplaces are safe and free of sexual harassment and violence. Seriously, no one in Australia thinks that is a bridge too far. How this Prime Minister cannot get on board and agree that our workplaces should be free of sexual harassment and violence is beyond belief. As I said, this is a bill. There are 55 recommendations in the Jenkins report, and each and every one of them need to be implemented today. There should be no ifs or buts about this, no weasel words from this government. The Prime Minister made a promise. We're simply holding you to account. You are to implement all of these recommendations in full. At the very least, you should stick to your word. You should honour and show Australian women some modicum of respect. You like to talk about respect quite a lot. Well, I got a message for you, Prime Minister. We're asking for you to respect the Australian women today. We want you to honour your word, to implement. No half-baked measures as presented in this bill will suffice. Women in Australia should not have to wait a second longer for you to take our concerns about the lack of safety afforded to Australian women, not just in workplaces, but in our community more broadly. You have so much work to do. We are here willing and able to assist government. You should accept the amendments moved by Labor today. There's no excuses anymore. You've got to take some responsibility, Mr Morrison, Prime Minister, and now's your time.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Sex Discrimination Respect at Work Bill 2021. And I'm thankful that we are finally getting to this. It has taken way too long. Following the delay in the government responding to and implementing the Respect at Work recommendations that sat for way too long on the then Attorney General's desk, on 15th of March this year, I introduced the Sex Discrimination Amendment Bill. On the very same day that thousands of women and men marched around Australia demanding change. We urged the Parliament and the Prime Minister at that time to urgently debate and move these laws. It has taken months. I've had discussions with the government and members in this place about the need to urgently update the Sex Discrimination Act and prohibit sexual harassment. I welcome this bill and the fact that the government is now finally taking action on many aspects of the Respect at Work report. And I do welcome the broadening of the definition of workplace and the clarification in this bill that parliamentarians and judiciary are protected from, but also liable for sexual harassment and discrimination, which has been very much the focus of the private members' bill that I put before Parliament. But there's serious concerns that remain about this bill, that it does not go far enough and it fails to implement all recommendations of the Respect at Work report. And this is serious because women are demanding change. And I've listened to the debate in this place today from members of both sides, and it is disappointing that it does fall back to partisan politics. And this should be above partisan politics. Keeping over 50% of the population safe in their workplaces, ensuring they have respect in their public life is something that befalls on every member in this place, regardless of their political views. Prohibiting sexual harassment in all circumstances is essential and really needs to be ensured. And I urge the government to look to further broaden the definition and continually monitor the impact of the legislation on workplaces, but also as workplaces continue to evolve. There are a number of technical concerns with this bill coming from the Law Council of Australia and the ACTU, and they've taken issue with the implementation of the recommendations through the legislation. The government has unnecessarily added qualifiers to the types of sexual harassment that would be prohibited under this bill. It is questionable that there really is any question of types. Sexual harassment is sexual harassment and should be prohibited in all circumstances. The government has inserted the word seriously as an additional test to leave open to interpretation the severity of the offence to the judge, rather than just a simple blanket prohibition to be illegal in all circumstances. So it really begs the question of how seriously are you willing to tackle sexual harassment in the workplace when you start putting those little additional tests to make it that much harder to prove and prohibit. The Australian Human Rights Commission, the Law Council and the ACTU have also called for the inclusion of the prohibition of sex-based harassment to be incorporated in the Fair Work Act. We don't want a half-baked job. This needs to be a complete job across all legislation. And of course, as we've heard today, recommendations from the Respect at Work report that have been missed. The most prominent recommendation that almost all groups have voiced support from, and this is from the Business Council of Australia to the ACTU, from the Law Council to the Human Rights Commission, is the positive duties recommendation. Positive duties puts an obligation on employers to protect their staff from sexual harassment in the workplace. It's the most important cultural change to help seriously address sexual harassment in our workplaces that needs to happen. And it's disappointing that the government simply has not tackled that in this bill. Sexual harassment is not a women's issue. It is a societal issue which every Australian and every Australian workplace can contribute to addressing. Workplace sexual harassment is not inevitable, it is not acceptable, and it is preventable. These words have been written by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins in January last year in her opening forward to her report. And the key finding to the inquiry was that workplace sexual harassment is prevalent and pervasive. It occurs in every industry, in every location, and at every level in Australian workplaces. Australians across the country are suffering the financial, social, emotional, physical, and psychological harm associated with sexual harassment. And so this is so unacceptable. As we've seen last year, the Australian Parliament, sadly, where it should be a place of best practice, is not immune to the scourge and arguably is behind the corporate sector and the private sector as a workplace. We need preventative measures to be implemented in all our workplaces. I'm pleased the Foster report will deliver training on awareness and prevention of sexual harassment in this place, but it doesn't even begin to go far enough. And it needs to be rolled out nationally if we truly want to change the culture of our workplaces and improve the working conditions for women in particular, but also men and non-binary people in our community. The report revealed an urgent need to shift away from the current reactive, complaints-based approach and move to one that requires positive action from employers and focus on prevention. Another aspect is the cost aspect of bringing on litigation. When at the moment, the duty puts a severe consequence on complainants bringing forward. Many in the legal profession, including the Grata Fund and the Human Rights Legal Centre, have highlighted that cost orders are a key barrier to access for justice for those wishing to prosecute sexual harassment cases. This should be addressed with urgency by the government. We need to address this because access to justice needs to be available to all. So I welcome the bill and the steps taken forward, but we need to do more. So many of the recommendations have been left out and urgently be addressed. We need a significant cultural change in Australian workplaces. We need to get rid of toxic misogyny. I am a mother of 2 teenage boys. It is so important for everyone out there, men and women, that we move this dialogue along. And it has to come from the top. Change has to come from leadership. Finally, I want to thank the many brave women and men who've come forward to tell their stories. Not just the stories that we've heard in this place this year, which have been incredibly shocking, but all stories from across all workplaces. The thousands that marched for justice earlier this year. People who have been made to feel powerless and worthless have stepped forward, grabbed back power and demonstrated their inherent worth. To those survivors, I want to say, we hear you, we believe you, and things will change because of you. And for me, if there is one thing that I absolutely pledge to do in this place, is to represent their voice in this place and ensure we do change. The partisan politics is entirely inappropriate in this issue. We should have the decency to rise above it and implement all the necessary measures to keep women and men safe and respected in Australia. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
I move that order of the day number 3, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day. That's what I understood.
Leader of the Opposition Business.
It's my understanding, just before you put that motion, it's my understanding that there was an agreement with the government at the government's request that we get through this bill as quickly as possible. And yeah, so I'm not sure. If you do want to withdraw that, leave's granted.
I give the call to the Minister.
The purpose of moving that, as I'm advised, was to facilitate the agreement between the government and the opposition that we will conclude the debate on this matter and seek to go through consideration, detail and vote. So I understood what I was moving would have the effect of achieving that. But let me just take some advice.
If it assists the House, I'll give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I withdraw that motion and I now turn to thank all members for their contribution to the debate on the bill. The Australian Government is pleased to be taking action to strengthen and streamline the national legal frameworks that deal with sexual harassment as part of its long-term strategy to preventing and addressing sexual harassment outlined in the Roadmap for Respect, Preventing and Addressing Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces report. This bill will ensure that all Australians are protected from workplace sexual harassment by expanding the scope of existing sexual harassment prohibitions, promoting clarity for employers and workers, and reducing procedural barriers for sexual harassment complainants. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Watson has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I think the ayes have it. The question is now that this bill— all those in favour, against, carried. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the clerk. I put the motion, sorry. Put the question. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 and for other purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail and understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I call the Leader of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 51 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of Opposition Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move amendments 1 to 51 as circulated in my name together. I will briefly remind the House that the purpose of these amendments is to do what the government said it was going to do, which was to implement all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report. The amendments do the following. Objects clause to achieve gender equality, recommendation 16A of the Respect at Work report. The seriously demeaning threshold, recommendation 16B of the Respect at Work report. Hostile environment, implementing the hostile environment clauses, recommendation 16C of the Respect at Work report. Recommendations 17 and 18 of the Respect at Work report call for a positive duty and compliance for powers for the Human Rights Commission. It's not in the government legislation. This amendment would put it there. Recommendation 19 of the Respect at Work report, powers for the Human Rights Commission to implement them. Recommendation 23 of the report, representative actions to implement them, to allow unions and other representative groups to bring representative claims to court as per complaints to the Commission. Cost protections to implement those, and that's recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work report. They're the changes to the Sex Discrimination Act that were in the report that are not in the current bill. For the recommendations to the Fair Work Act that were in the Respect at Work report, recommendations 28 and 29 deal with the prohibition on sexual harassment in the Fair Work Act and to have a complaints process to be able to deal with it. The amendments further have an extension of stop sexual harassment orders as per the human rights recommendation to the Senate inquiry, and the amendments deal with the inclusion of 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave to be put in the National Employment Standards.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll just make some brief comments on behalf of the government in relation to amendments that have been circulated by the opposition, to essentially highlight the point that on each of these we've given careful consideration, and there's that consideration underpins the particular approach we've taken. So, for example, in relation to paid and domestic violence leave, the primary purpose of this bill is to implement the government's commitments in response to recommendations made in the Respect at Work report. This bill, in the government's judgment, is not the appropriate legislative vehicle to consider broader reforms to family and domestic violence leave. The Fair Work Commission is currently reviewing the family and domestic leave clause in modern awards. Further consideration of the issue of paid leave by this government will be appropriately informed by the Commission's consideration of this issue. In relation to the question of representative actions, Mr Deputy Speaker, as outlined in the government's roadmap for respect, there is already an existing mechanism to enable representative proceedings in the Federal Court under Part 4A of the Federal Court of Australia Act 1976, and given these avenues, it's not clear that a further ability to make representative claims is required. In relation to cost protections, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are mixed views on whether the model recommended by the Respect at Work report and adopted in one of the amendments that the opposition has proposed, based on Section 570 of the Fair Work Act, will actually address the issues identified with the current model. For example, as part of the consultations for the Respect at Work report, Victorian Legal Aid outlined their view that this model would still provide a disincentive for applicants, given it would not enable them to recover their costs even if they are successful. In the interest of time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I won't go through a comprehensive response, but I can assure the House that the government has carefully considered the amendments on their merits, and we've arrived at the views we have based upon policy considerations such as the ones I've just run through.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All those in favour? Against? No. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Yes. 2 voices heard. Division required.
Yes.
I ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You're looking very at home, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order.
You say that now, but I feel he's about to be displaced.
I want to know what you'll do if I turn up with a Muppet toy that I still have. Because the precedent says I'd be thrown out.
Very presidential. Yeah.
would argue with that, Speaker.
I just didn't know if you wanted to sit here, that was all. Okay, good, great. So, how many? So I need to be cleared at my queue.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werra and Macarthur Tellers for the the honourable members for Gray and Flynn Tellers for the ayes. The honourable members for Werra and Macarthur Tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 23, noes 17. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the question now is that this bill be agreed to? All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 and the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 and for other purposes.
And I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that order of the day number 3, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
Question is the motion moved by the Assistant Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, motion relating to Afghanistan, resumption of debate.
And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my previous remarks on this motion a few days ago, I had initially expressed the enormous gratitude that we should have as people of Australia to the men and women of the Australian Defence Force, particularly those who served us overseas in Afghanistan in this 20-year-long conflict. And I also moved to recap why we went to Afghanistan in the first place, noting that 4 in 10 Australians today were either children aged below 10 or indeed not born when we engaged in this military conflict in Afghanistan. In about a week's time, we remember on the 20th anniversary 9/11. We remember the al-Qaeda attacks, not just those on New York and Washington, and anybody who can remember watching that on their television screens and seeing those terrifying events play out can never forget them. But the other terrorist attacks around the world, in London, in Madrid, in Africa, in Indonesia and elsewhere. Attacks which killed fellow men and women Australians, attacks, as in Indonesia, upon Australian facilities. And it is important to remind ourselves why Australia became engaged in Afghanistan in the first place. This is not the occasion, Mr Speaker, to discuss the circumstances of the ending of that engagement just a few days ago. There are other occasions to do that and to discuss the consequences of that ending and the manner of it for strategic postures in the future. But I do want in this time to address 2 criticisms that have been made. The first is that because the engagement ended in withdrawal and the reassertion of the Taliban, then it wasn't worthwhile. I profoundly disagree with this criticism, because that military engagement, starting some 20 years ago, ended the widespread terrorism that was occurring around the world, terrorism born and bred in Afghanistan. And that was the primary reason why our forces, along with forces from the United States and NATO and other nations, went to Afghanistan. It did produce a better human rights outcome for the people of Afghanistan, particularly women and girls, for the past 2 decades. But it's a reminder also that the fight against evil is never ending, that we must remain eternally vigilant. As Edmund Burke once said, all that's required for evil to prosper is for good men and women to do nothing. And we're also reminded that people in any part of the world must desire liberty themselves, that it's not something that can simply be imposed upon them from outside. The second criticism that's been made is that because of the withdrawal after 2 decades and the circumstances of that withdrawal, then the sacrifices of those who died, those who were wounded and maimed, and the sacrifices of their families was therefore worthless, worth nothing. And again, I disagree with that criticism. We should remember in this context, Mr. Speaker, that the Anzac legend, of which we are so immensely proud in this country and indeed in New Zealand, was born of a defeat. When we commemorate Anzac Day, as we all do at cenotaphs around this nation, we're not celebrating some victory, we are marking the loss of those who gave their lives in other wars for freedom and liberty around the world. But Anzac itself, as we all know, ended in a withdrawal from the Gallipoli Peninsula, in effect a defeat. So the idea that those who gave their lives, the 41 brave Australians, the hundreds more who were killed, who were maimed and wounded, that somehow their sacrifice was for nothing is, as I said, something that I disagree with. As former Prime Minister Howard said, there is no hierarchy in terms of the sacrifice of people from various conflicts who have given their lives for this country and for peace and liberty and dignity of individuals around the world. The sacrifices of those who were killed and wounded in Afghanistan remains equal to the sacrifices of those who were killed and injured in other conflicts, in other wars. But let me return to where I started in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, and that is to thank those almost 40,000 Australian defence personnel who served in Afghanistan. We appreciate what you did. We can never fully repay your sacrifices, but we should never forget them.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Members of Parliament get many chances to speak in this Parliament. At another time, I'll reflect on the war in Afghanistan, a noble and worthwhile cause, yet a strategic failure and defeat. Instead now, this speech is to give voice to people who may never get the chance to be heard by Australians, certainly never in this Parliament. These Afghan Australians from my electorate deserve to be heard. Their common cry is the worry for their family, their common despair that their loved ones should have been safe in Australia years ago. The common factor, government delays in processing their visa applications. Now, I've changed the names to protect their families, but these are their words. From Ali. I've been with the Australian Defence Force in Afghanistan for about 4 years. Mate, I was one of those frontline interpreters. Even though I got multiple threats, including one target killing, I was super lucky as the Taliban fighter's bullet just missed my forehead. Mate, my family is living in hell right now. Taliban took over Kandahar. My family's stuck there. Mate, I did apply for family members under humanitarian visa last year, but I have not received any response from Australian Department. I don't want my sister to be forced to marry a Taliban, and I do not want my nephews to be taken by the Taliban at the age of 12 or 14, and this will happen sooner or later. They just killed 3 people in our village this morning whom used to work for coalition forces in the Kandahar airfield. Mate, you're my last hope. Hasti. I applied for my husband's partner visa in 2018. I've called the immigration numerous times and no one has helped me. I fear I may never be able to see my husband again. I fear to be able to hear his voice ever again. We spoke last yesterday. He's been harassed by the Taliban, slapped and kicked on his groin, asked questions. Why have you shaped your beard like this? Why did you cut your hair in that style? I'll cut off your hand for having a tattoo on it. He got away, but the Taliban learned he's worked for diplomats and married an Australian and are looking now to kill him. He's been going to relatives' house, but no one gave him shelter, as they're also afraid if they give shelter to him, their lives will also be in danger. He's at the airport as I'm writing. My husband is educated and speaks in 5 different languages, including English. He has a bachelor degree in economics and commerce. He will contribute to the Australian economy and country when he arrives. Please get him a visa. It's been 3 years and time is running out. From Rasul. I'm writing to plead with you to have my family's visa processed. My application was lodged back in June 2013. They've completed their medicals twice, last in 2019. I've been waiting for my family to join me safely. My oldest son, Mehdi, was taken by the Taliban yesterday after he was suspected of helping Allied forces. This was a case of mistaken identity, but I haven't heard anything. I pray they'll release him unharmed. Please, please help me get their visa. It's from Walid. I sponsored my daughter and her 3 kids for visa in 2010. She is my last relative who has no one to care or support her, as she was left widowed after her husband's passing a long time ago. Now she can no longer leave the house without a male by her side, meaning she cannot provide for her kids. This will leave her and her children with no shelter and no food. Because of the Taliban, who are killing village citizens, they have been displaced and had to flee. They are currently in Kabul airport, but attempts to get visa have failed. I plead for your help to get her and her 3 children the visa to Australia for a chance at life. From Ahmed. I applied for a family visa for my wife 3 years ago. I didn't mind waiting for visa approval, but it's not safe now. Why won't the government approve their visa? I now must go back to Afghanistan and try to save my family instead of sitting here and waiting. I own 3 businesses in Dandenong, but I can't work. I'm nearly losing my mind. So please help me and give me some advice. How can I get travel permission to go to Afghanistan and help and bring my family? I know it's a big risk, but my family's important. What else can I do? From Hyatt. I'm an Australian citizen from Hazara minority. I've worked several years as an interpreter with our forces. I've lost 8 members of my family: father, 4 sisters, uncle, cousin, uncle's wife, nieces, 3 brother-in-laws, who were all killed by the Taliban terrorist group 10 years ago. My only 2 brothers are still missing. My mother was the latest victim of the Taliban atrocity while waiting for the processing of her visa application. My last brother and sister have faced suffering, war, injustice and ongoing trauma and are now facing humanitarian crisis and violent Taliban takeover. My family, including my nieces and nephews, who are all waiting for the finalisation of their visas, are extremely frightened and fearful. I've applied for their visas but heard nothing. I plead for your intervention and help. From Aisha. My husband is in danger. He worked for medical military. His partner visa was lodged in 2018. Almost 3 years we are waiting. I believe my application is decision ready. I've updated all my things to my IMI account, the police check, the health checkup, the marriage documents. Currently I'm going to have an operation now, an ovarian cyst, possible cancer, and need emotional support and someone to take care of me. The stress and anxiety are getting us so helpless and sleepless. I sometimes feel I will not see them forever. From Zainab. I fainted the other day due to the stress of my husband being in Kabul. I applied for his visa nearly 2 years ago. After telling him to wait for 5 days outside the airport without taking him inside and assessing our visa, they told him they can't help because I'm not there. They said we help only Afghans whose citizen partners are there. This is unjust, unfair and discriminatory. Do I need to go out there myself, place myself in a dangerous situation just to get my husband's visa? If that's the case, If they can't do anything for me as an Australian citizen, I request take me now on an evacuation flight back to Kabul, so whatever happens, I can face it together with my husband. Whether we die, whether we go missing, whatever happens, I want to be with him. If my husband is not welcomed here after paying a $9,000 visa fee and waiting years, how can I stay here? From Nasrullah. I applied for partner visa in 2018. I'm yet to hear any news. My wife and kids are in a desperate situation. They cannot leave the house. Someone told the Taliban that I'm in Australia. Having an Australian connection, we are labelled non-believers and traitors to be sent to the graveyard. I'm scared to death. My wife and kids are looking up to me for help, and I feel absolutely powerless and guilty because I cannot do anything to give them their visa. The Taliban visited my house twice already. They came back and beat my wife, but she still told them I'm in Iran. 3 of my daughters are aged over 12. They're hiding. We're afraid the Taliban will take them for forced marriage. My family are in great danger and they haven't slept or eaten for days. My kids are traumatised. I haven't slept for days now. I'm desperate to get them out of there. I beg you to please help me out. Put pressure on the government to approve my partner visa so they can get out of there. Do something. I've called immigration and told them my story, but nothing has happened. They told me someone might call you. Please help. I have no one to reach out to. They will kill or injure my wife. And God forbid if they see my daughters. And from Hasib. I hope you are doing well and safe. Mr. Julian, it's been more than 5 years that we are waiting for our visas as a family. I see your speech. I even don't know why I'm emailing this to you. But in the state of helplessness and being imprisoned amongst the gunmen in Kabul, I've done everything I could just to get out of this hell. I don't know whether this will be my last email, or we would be safe out of here, safe and alive. We are in the state of helplessness and raising our hands to the Australians and the Government of Australia. I hope there will be a listener and listen to us. Thank you. May you be safe and sound with your children. I haven't heard from Hasib for over a week now.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the honourable member for Grayndler.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to my friend, the late John Coombs. As National Secretary of the Maritime Union of Australia, John Coombs was one of the faces of the wharf dispute of 1997-98. Australia got to know what so many already did, that he was a man of courage, of tenacity and unbending principle. He was also a man of great empathy. He felt all too keenly the emotional toll on so many of his members, more than he felt the personal vilification levelled at him by Howard government ministers. I will never forget the sight of John leading 2,000 sacked wharfies back through the gates. It was one of his many triumphs. With his passing, we pay respect to a life of dedication and devotion, to his family, to his broader family on the wharves and the open sea. It was a devotion that knew no boundaries. He was committed to international trade unionism, principally through the ITWF. While his focus was always on others, we hope he always drew strength and comfort from the great respect in which he was held across the Labor movement. John was also a loyal member of the Australian Labor Party, and I personally benefited from his support and his mentoring. John made a difference. Importantly, he made a lasting difference. May he rest in peace.
Order. I call the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I, like so many others in this chamber, have been moved by the small and medium business owners in our communities doing it tough during the ongoing uncertainty of lockdowns, especially Victorian businesses currently under lockdown number 6. One such business in my electorate of Higgins is Ackland Travel in East Malvern, owned by Brad Dukes. Like many other travel agents across Australia, Brad is struggling with the ongoing state and international border closures crippling his sector. In fact, travel agents have been in hard lockdown since March last year. When international travel was shut down in March 2020, Ackland Travel, like most travel agencies, experienced an immediate 95% fall in revenue. Brad is immensely grateful for the federal government support received via JobKeeper and the sector-specific grants. He said it has literally saved his business. International travel is his core revenue driver, and without ongoing support and until international travel resumes, this won't change. Travelling Australians need this industry now more than ever, and that's only going to increase as we come out of these lockdowns. Mr Deputy Speaker, we need all premiers and territory leaders to keep the commitment made in National Cabinet to ease restrictions when vaccine targets are hit, so that we can all get to travelling again and businesses like Brad's have a hope of surviving. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order. I call the honourable member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the outset of this year's final series, Debbie Lee became the first woman inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame. In this House today, I want to especially congratulate Debbie and to acknowledge her extraordinary contribution to football, especially across Melbourne's West, and as a driving force in the establishment and success of the AFLW. Debbie has been a distinguished player, coach and administrator across more than 3 decades. She was a superstar of the game in her own right as a 5-time Victorian League Best and Fairest, a triple premiership player and a 6-time All-Australian. She also represented the Big V 16 times. Within my own community, Debbie was a trailblazer. She built the Sunshine YCW Spurs, the first women's football club in the West, from scratch, while overcoming the doubt and even outright abuse and sexism of many. She also founded, coached and led the St Albans Football Club for many years. As president of the Victorian Women's Football League, Debbie led the charge towards a fully fledged professional and national women's competition that is so successful today. She is now the General Manager of Women's Football at the Great Western Bulldogs. Debbie's elevation into the AFL Hall of Fame is richly deserved. I'm sure the House will join me in offering congratulations and thanks for her truly outstanding contribution to Australian football.
Order. I call the honourable member for Menzies.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there's a large park a few blocks from where I live in Melbourne. It's a very popular park, especially with the many recent migrant families who live in the area, many in old semi-detached apartments that were constructed in the 1950s. For these families, Deputy Speaker, the park is the only place for recreation for their children, which is why Premier Dan Andrews' bans are so destructive on the social life for these people. I ask, is the Victorian Premier so cruelly uncaring, or has his totalitarian impulse to control the minutiae of our lives become overwhelming? His so-called easing of restrictions are a farce. People, for example, who are fully vaccinated, who have had numerous negative COVID tests, cannot even return home from interstate and quarantine for 14 days at home. Deputy Speaker, a week ago I described to colleagues from interstate the mood of Victorians as quietly desperate. Today I would say it is rising anger. Stop corralling fear, Premier Andrews, and start trusting the people of Victoria.
Order. I call the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, today I pay tribute to my old friend Mr Wave Hill, an extraordinary man who lived an extraordinary life. He recently passed at his home in Kalkaringi, surrounded by his family, 2 days after the 55th anniversary of the historic Wave Hill walk-off. He was born at the low level in Catherine, in the bush, to his Mudborough parents, Minnie and left-handed Charlie. Born in the cattle, he grew up on stations. He got his first job on Delamere, where he worked for 9 years. He then went on to work in many other stations in the region before ending up at Wave Hill. There he met and married the love of his life, Biddy, and they went on to have 10 children. He was a young stockman when he took part in the Wave Hill walk-off. He was there at Waddy Creek when Gough Whitlam symbolically poured the soil into the hand of Vincent Lingiari, giving him back country. Mr Wave Hill was an important and strong voice for land rights and protecting country. He was passionate about his family, community and his culture. He was an active member of a Central Land Council for many years. He was an artist. He loved passing on his knowledge to the rest of us, and it made him so very happy. He had a great smile. He was someone I knew very well. He was a man of stature, grace and humour. He was a gentleman. He was special, one of a kind. His passing is a devastating loss for his family and community. I extend my condolences to his wife Biddy, extended family and friends. Goodbye, my old friend. Rest in peace.
Order. I call the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I was just a boy, about 15, he asked me if I'd like to come to the hospital and see him operate, and I was very keen. As I was going into the operating theatre, his advice to me was, if you faint, fall backwards, don't fall on my patient. His dad's words began the young man's career and became the title of his first book, If You Faint, Fall Backwards, Medicine, Warts and All. This Sunday, that young man turns 80. Dr Frank Medill AM arrived in Tasmania in 1966, soon after graduating from medical school in Melbourne. He fell in love with Tasmania and wife Linda and spent many decades working as a GP in Launceston's northern suburbs. Between that work, running a Romney sheep stud and raising 2 daughters with Linda, Frank ran for the state seat of Bass and was elected in 1986. After retiring from Parliament in 2000, he continued to practice as a GP, only hanging up his stethoscope in 2017. In 2014, Dr Medill was made a member of the Order of Australia for his significant service to the Parliament of Australia, to medicine as a general practitioner and to the community. Dr Medill is still an active community volunteer, including with the Migrant Resource Centre, and he recently celebrated 50 years of service to the North Launceston Football Club. Frank, I could speak for far more than 90 seconds about your dedication to our community, but I want you to know you are beloved by so many, and on behalf of Northern Tasmanians, happy 80th birthday.
Order. I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Almost 1,000 days have passed since the Prime Minister and the former Attorney-General stood before the Australian people and finally, grudgingly, promised them a National Anti-Corruption Commission. 1,000 days of corruption unchecked, 1,000 days of rorts and more rorts, and still no action and still no legislation from this government to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Every state and territory now has a dedicated anti-corruption body, but not the Commonwealth. By contrast, the Prime Minister knows he and his ministers can get away with just about anything. Sports rorts, car park rorts, Grassgate, the member for Hume's dodgy documents, the airport land rort, and that's just since the last election. The only minister ever forced to resign from the Morrison government didn't even have to wait out one term before she was invited back and given a pay rise. Nothing more graphically illustrates why Australia needs a powerful and independent anti-corruption commission, and why Mr Morrison and his colleagues will do everything in their power to stop one from being established. If Mr Morrison won't act, Labor will. Labor will put an end to the Morrison government's shameful inaction by establishing a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I call the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Well, recently, the Morrison government, in conjunction with the Queensland government, announced a $600 million support package to assist business and the tourism sector who have been suffering due to state-imposed lockdowns. I extend my thanks to Gold Coast industry leaders and, in particular, the City Heart Task Force members who provided valuable insights and key pillar reports that I delivered directly to the Trade Minister for Tourism and Investment. My subsequent letter calling for urgent assistance measures to the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Treasurer and the Tourism Minister helped to underpin the reasoning for this support package that was announced by the Treasurer. As a result of 3 Gold Coast LNP members working together to advocate for this package, our voice was heard loud and clear in Canberra, and we delivered a result for Gold Coast businesses when they need it most. In addition to that assistance, last week the Treasurer announced the expansion of the SME loan scheme, which will help many businesses in my electorate now to qualify. These measures give so many the chance to keep their businesses operating, their staff employed and their hopes intact. On behalf of Moncrieff, I thank the Treasurer, the Prime Minister and Cabinet for their rapid response to our calls for help. This support at this time means we can lift our heads, look to the horizon and work towards opening safely in line with the national plan. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I call the honourable member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, last week's Tasmanian budget contained some welcome funding. Alongside long overdue spending for education and youth, there's important funding for leave aid services and mental health. As TASCOS says, there are green shoots of change in this budget, showing the government is beginning to listen to the community. But all that's cold comfort for the thousands of Tasmanians looking for a home, like the woman who approached my office recently, who's been on the housing wait list for 4 years and currently living on her parents' couch with her 5 kids, Deputy Speaker, or the constituent removed from her housing property in January due to safety fears after a violent ex-partner found her location, who hasn't been rehoused and is still living in a hotel with her 2 young kids 9 months later. Unbelievably, these people have been forgotten in this state budget. Deputy Speaker, Tasmania's public housing wait list is predicted to exceed 5,000 in the next year, the appalling result of underinvestment by multiple governments. Moreover, affordable rentals are rarer than hen's teeth. So while, yes, the state government has shown it can listen on some issues, it's not the case when it comes to housing, where the problem goes from bad to worse. And clearly that's not good enough. It's as simple as that, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Order. I call the honourable member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the Department of Veterans Affairs for providing fully trained psychiatric assistance dogs for eligible veterans right across Australia. As we know, mental health issues are often difficult to treat and resistant to treatment. And the evidence is growing that these dogs, these specially trained dogs, can play an important role for our veteran community. We've successfully placed now 36 dogs around the nation with another 130 in training. And as a former minister, I've received many positive letters from grateful veterans and their families talking about how their dog has made a huge difference to their family life. And this week, Deputy Speaker, I had the enormous pleasure to meet Rosie, a golden retriever, and her veteran friend Dale, a little coastal town in my electorate called Seaspray. It was quite remarkable, Deputy Speaker, to see the way Rosie and Dale are working together for the benefit of his mental health. In just a few months, Dale is already reporting less anxiety, more confidence in social settings, and less need for medication. And he credits Rosie for changing his life. He's now working to try and make sure that access to assistance dogs, psychiatric trained assistance dogs, is extended to first responders here in Victoria, particularly Victoria Police. So I want to thank the dog training organisations, the volunteers and professionals who have done all this enormous work, who are working in partnership with the Department of Veterans Affairs and our veteran community. Your work is really making a difference on the ground. Your work is saving lives, it is changing lives. Thank you, the House.
Order. I call the honourable member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, as everyone here in this chamber and building knows, Canberra, my hometown, has been in lockdown since the 12th of August. My community knows how dangerous this Delta strain of COVID-19 is and is doing the right thing to help limit the spread of this virus. What started with an index case a few weeks ago has grown to a cluster of over 250 active cases, with 13 cases in hospital. When providing their daily update on the situation in the ACT, the Chief Health Officer or her deputy give a shout out to a section of the team doing the hard yards to keep us safe. Contact tracers one day, our expanded testing team the next, our excellent epidemiologists. Well, today, Deputy Speaker, I would like to give a shout out to our Chief Health Officer, Karen Coleman, and her leadership team for their resolve and direction through this ongoing crisis. And I'd also like to give out a shout out to our broader workforce getting our community through. Our educators and support staff, our school students, our essential cleaning staff across our government and care sectors, our online delivery drivers literally delivering food to hundreds in isolation, our community sector staff working with government to support and vaccinate our most vulnerable citizens, to Julie Tongs and all the staff at Winunga. There's too many to list in 90 seconds, but thank you all.
Order. I call the honourable member for Dawson.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Early in the pandemic, we saw harrowing footage of the CCP
ruthlessly enforcing lockdown measures. At the time, you could have been forgiven for shrugging and thinking only in communist China. How wrong you could have been. Australia has gone to insane lengths to halt a disease with an infection fatality rate of 0.27%. We've had the military patrolling the streets to enforce lockdown orders, mask mandates and travel limits. A 3-year-old toddler denied a border exemption to be with his parents. Dogs executed to prevent rescue volunteers travelling outside their designated 5-kilometre radius. An elderly man arrested by police who didn't believe he was exempt from wearing a mask due to a heart condition, causing him to collapse of a heart attack. Lockdown protesters fired upon with tear gas and pepper ball bullets. A man in Alice Springs tackled to the ground and fined $5,000 for drinking a coffee without a mask on. $11,000 fines issued for crossing a road into a different local government area in New South Wales. Babies left to die because they can't cross state borders for the treatment they need. Families forced to celebrate birthdays across the Queensland-New South Wales border barricade. Anti-lockdown campaigner Monica Smith locked up for a political activity. I could go on for hours. It's time that we take off the COVID blinkers and look at what's happened to our once great and free country. Now, Australia might not be communist China, but I've got to tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a hell of a lot closer than it was just 2 years ago.
Order. I call the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I find this government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic astonishing. This week, the government have put forward legislation to ensure that the Minister for Health can secure further vaccines without waiting for an allocation by appropriation, which can take up to 6 months. 18 months into the pandemic and 12 months since it was clear that vaccines would be available soon. Beggars belief to me that this government is so slow. The endless New South Wales lockdown is also due to a slow government, which has cost billions of dollars a week and thousands of small businesses their livelihoods. Just imagine what a government could do with that money flowing through its economy. Instead, there is personal cost. Lives are damaged or lost. The Prime Minister may crow about 30,000 lives that weren't lost, but what about those that are gone too soon because of the government's inaction? These people have families who mourn. What about the toll on mental and physical health? And now cancer screenings are being put off. How many will lose their lives because they couldn't have the medical treatment they needed, as our hospitals are more and more overwhelmed? Government is about responsibility and leadership. It is time we had a government and a Prime Minister who was willing to follow through with that.
Order. I call the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week we lost a gentleman, a great sportsman and a great Australian. Bill Sidwell for some time had been Australia's oldest living Davis Cup player. He was an outstanding player during the golden era of Australian tennis, reaching 5 Grand Slam doubles finals and winning the US Championship with John Bromwich over George Worthington and Frank Sedgman in 1949. The war had interrupted his tennis career, but he attributed his good health to when in service taking a course in nutrition and learned the value of green vegetables, resulting in a lifelong love for green vegetables, and he did enjoy a long life. The last time I saw Bill, he just played 18 holes, which he did every Saturday and Monday. It was a very hot day in the mid-30s, but Bill had walked the course and was having a beer before lunch. We immediately engaged in conversation as if picking up from the day before about tennis, and he did bring up some issues for me to consider. When I asked how was his golf, he was modest, but he revealed that he had scored under his age. He then laughed and said, "That's not hard when you're 99 years old." Other revelation was that he has a beer every night before his dinner of steak and mashed potatoes and green vegetables. He thought Ellsworth Fines was the greatest player he'd ever seen, but wouldn't be drawn on how his generation compared to the greats of today. Billy Sidwell, a gentleman, a sportsman and a great Australian.
Order. I call the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the past weeks, I've been speaking with Afghan members of my community, including on Monday when I met with representatives of the Canberra Hazara community with the member for Scullin, and I thank him. The situation for the Hazara ethnic group in Afghanistan is now extremely dangerous as their historic persecution becomes emboldened and amplified under Taliban rule. It is really hard to fathom what these people are going through, having been separated from family for up to 9 years, some of them, waiting to get visas. And I'm they share their stories with me and I want to help them as much as I can, but ultimately we need the government to really step up to help the people in Afghanistan and the people here, particularly on chevs and temporary protection visas, who are trying desperately to have a future for themselves and to get their families to safety. We need the government to increase Australia's refugee and humanitarian intake drastically. The UK and Canada have pledged to accept 20,000 Afghan refugees, and there is no reason that we cannot do the same. We need to process the partner and family visas of Afghan applicants with absolute urgency. The discrimination which has left people languishing for up to 5 years must stop now. And we need to scrap temporary protection visas and safe haven enterprise visas. The crisis in Afghanistan shows us in stark clarity that the situation of refugees is rarely ever temporary.
Order. I call the honourable member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Australian Paralympic athletes on their outstanding achievements. From my own electorate of Cowper, we have 4 remarkable men and women who are proudly representing our country. Riley Batt from Port Macquarie, captain of the Australian wheelchair rugby team and widely regarded as the greatest wheelchair rugby player the world has ever seen, who narrowly missed out on a bronze after defeat by the host nation Japan. Bill Latham from Coffs Harbour, an integral member of the Australian wheelchair basketball team, who made it to the quarter-finals last night against Japan. Paige Leonhardt from Port Macquarie, who competed in the SM14 swimming category, is now bringing home a silver medal after a spectacular performance in the 100-metre butterfly. And Maddie McTurnan, who found her love of swimming at Coffs Harbour Nippers, is also bringing home a silver medal from the electrifying mixed 4x100 freestyle relay. However, Deputy Speaker, with up to $20,000 cash from the Australian Olympic Committee for able-bodied podium finishers, to learn that absolutely no financial award is provided to their Paralympic counterparts was very disappointing. I think we can all agree that something needs to be done about this disparity. Thank you, Riley, Bill, Paige and Maddie. You've done Cowper and this country proud.
Order. I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm a worried man. I wish to make my concerns known that the government is putting all its eggs in the Doherty modelling basket, and I'm a very worried man. I'm worried that the modelling is just that. It's not the truth and it's not the 10 Commandments. The Doherty modelling is based on a lot of assumptions that certainly in my electorate of Macarthur is not true. Our intensive care is overflowing, over capacity. Our wards are being filled with patients with COVID-19, and as in any health crisis, the vulnerable are the ones that are paying the price. I'm a worried man. I'm a worried man that the Prime Minister seems to exist in a fantasy world where he believes that restrictions can be eased very soon. I'm a worried man that all our eggs are in the one basket. I'm a worried man that staffing is a major issue in our health services. I'm a worried man that the most vulnerable are not being protected. I'm worried that those in Western New South Wales, in remote communities, in Dubbo, Wilcannia, Burke, that they're lacking resources, their immunisation rates are very low, and the most vulnerable, again, are the ones that are suffering. We've had over 1,200 cases in New South Wales because of the incompetence of the New South Wales government and their discriminatory way in which they've put restrictions in place. I'm a worried man. This government doesn't understand the reality of the pandemic. It doesn't understand what's happening in my electorate, in which no modelling has been done.
And I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. The Cairns Cup has been run and won for another year and locally trained and owned tutelage saluting the judge. It was a husband and wife training duo of Janelle and Ronnie Ryan's 4th Cairns Cup win following wins in 2001, 2015 and 2018. The Ryan training feat saw tutelage go from a maiden to a winner, winning at the Cairns Cup in 18 months, a pretty impressive effort in anybody's books. Nearly 5,000 people got dressed up in their finest and headed to Cannon Park over the weekend for a sun-soaked Far North Queensland day to catch the action on day 2 of the Cairns Cup Carnival. In fact, the numbers through the gate at the Cairns Cup outstripped all expectations and made it the biggest event on record. Ladies' Day, the previous weekend, had saw 2,500 people head to the races, a number on par with previous years. Mr. Speaker, all eyes now turn to the Cairns Amateurs in a few weeks' time. Cairns Amateurs, arguably the biggest event on the Cairns social calendar. Sadly, last year's event was cancelled due to COVID, but in 2019 set a 10-year record with about 11,000 people passing through the gates. I have no doubt that if there's any last-minute lockdowns or spur-of-the-moment restrictions placed on Far North Queenslanders this year's Cairns Amateurs will be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, records.
Has concluded, and I call the member for Fenner.
Hear, hear. Australia has had bad governments before, but have we ever had a more mendacious, incompetent, thin-skinned, secretive, cowardly government than this one? Australians are furious that the Morrison government gave $13 billion of JobKeeper to firms with rising revenues. In Britain, Canada, the United States and New Zealand, the public knew every firm that got wage subsidies. In Australia, the only reason we know anything about JobKeeper recipients is because ASIC required listed firms to disclose to the stock market. But only 3% of JobKeeper went to listed companies. That's why Labor moved to have a public register listing all JobKeeper recipients with a turnover above $10 million. So what did the government do? They added a Clayton's Transparency Amendment that requires disclosure of the 3% of JobKeeper given to listed companies. They're so scared, the only information they'll give to people is what we already know. Now, privately, I know many of those opposite are embarrassed by Dividend Keeper. In her column today, Nikki Sava points out that Liberals fear long-term damage to their brand because the government lacks a commitment to any cause beyond surviving the news cycle, and from the infighting between the Treasurer and the Defence Minister. If only they were as ambitious for the nation as they are for themselves.
I call the member for McKellar.
Mr Speaker, too many people say that manufacturing is not possible in Australia, that we have to compete against overseas manufacturers who offer wages equivalent to modern slavery, that innovation does not allow for well-paid, engaging jobs or for Australia to lead the way. Allow me to offer a substantial counterpoint. Jimmy Stewart, made here in Australia by the genius that is Avalon local Jimmy Greninger. 37 years ago, at the age of 21, Jimmy, a prison officer at Long Bay, had a dream. He dreamed of shirts like this that stand as proof that Australia is only limited by the bounds of their imagination. Jimmy went to TAFE, studied fashion, made his own designs and has never looked back. As Jimmy will tell you, nothing is easy. He told me running your own business in the rag trade is a lot more dangerous than prison. His inspiration comes from making garments that own the room and making them right here in Australia. He told me that this is probably his greatest success. When just about everyone else was taking their businesses offshore to China, I fought hard to make my shirts here. Jimmy admits to his mistakes too, like when he thought it would be a brilliant idea to make a shirt that had an opening at the back and not the front. It turns out it didn't work. At any time, it is important for us to support our entrepreneurs, but at this time, it is especially important. I urge anyone looking for a shirt that owns the room, including the House of Representatives or elsewhere, to check out Jimmy Stewart.
Okay. And I won't call the member for Whitlam. We're only stand there for another. You can stand there for 8 seconds if you want to, but in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his prompting. We were caught in conversation. Mr Speaker, on indulgence, before the Parliament rises, as we indeed did for our great Olympians, I want to share Australia's joy and pride in our Paralympians. There are still 3 more wonderful days ahead, and we are so proud of our team. They have shown discipline, focus, determination, dogged persistence, a great sense of humour, Mr Speaker, a great sense of the Australian spirit on display. We have witnessed the essence of what sport is all about, being the best you possibly can be. 60 medals, including 13 gold so far, So far, Mr Speaker, these are Australia's newest gold medalists. Madison de Rosario, gold in the 800 metres, T53. James Turner, gold in the 400 metres, T36. In the cycling, Darren Hicks, gold in the 24-kilometre road time trial, C2. Amanda Reid, gold in the track 500 time trial, C1-3. Paige Greco, gold in the track 3,000-metre individual pursuit, C13. Emily Petricola, gold in the track 3,000-metre individual pursuit, C4. In the swimming, Rowan Crothers, gold in the 50 metres freestyle, S10. Ben Popham, gold in the 100-metre freestyle, S8. Lakeisha Lucky Patterson, gold in the 400-metre freestyle, S9. William Martin, gold in the men's 400-metre freestyle, S9. And the men's 4x100 freestyle relay, 34 points, including Matt Levy, Rowan Crothers, William Martin and Ben Popham. And in the table tennis, Australia's first gold medals in the sport for some 37 years. Lee Nei Lai, gold in the singles class 9, and Quinn Yang, gold in the singles class 10. Mr Speaker, we have won 60 medals so far, and recognising the national significance of the Paralympic team, I'm very pleased to announce that the government will provide additional support to Paralympics Australia to ensure our Paralympic medalists will receive equivalent payments to our Olympic medalists, Mr Speaker. The Minister for Sport, at my request, spoke to Paralympics Australia CEO Lynn Anderson earlier today, and I'm delighted we've been able to support our fantastic Paralympians in this way, and I thank Lynn for the great work that she does with our Paralympic team and the way we've worked together on this, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our Paralympians are wonderful and powerful role models. Darren Hicks, who won gold and a silver in Tokyo, was a truck driver who had a terrible accident 7 years ago. And with the help of others, he rebuilt his life. Fighting back the tears, Darren said, "It's an absolute dream to hear the anthem." There's Curtis McGrath. Curtis served as a combat engineer in Afghanistan and in August 2012 lost his legs after an IED explosion. That same day he vowed, "You'll see me at the Paralympics." He kept his vow, winning gold at Rio, and he's been competing today, progressing through his heat to the semi-final. Australia is proud of Curtis, proud of his service, proud of his grit. So many others have inspired us. There was Grant Scooter Patterson's ecstatic reaction after winning a bronze medal in the swimming individual medley and achieving his childhood dream after missing out on the Rio Paralympic Games. We witnessed the incredible return of sprinter Isis Holt. Isis won 2 silver and a bronze medal in Rio. Isis is here from Canberra and took a 2-year break from the sport to focus on her studies, and she comes away from Tokyo with 2 more silver medals. Swimming silver medalist Ahmed Kelly. Until the age of 7, he lived in the Mother Teresa orphanage in Baghdad, along with his brother. He was adopted by a humanitarian worker. Like so many others, Ahmed made Australia his home. Ahmed loves Aussie rules, where he was given the nickname Nails because he's as tough as nails, Mr Speaker. And there's the youngest athlete on the team, 15-year-old Isabella Vincent. She won silver in the pool. As a 6-year-old, she was inspired by the great Australian Kurt Fearnley, who happens to have the same condition as her. Izzy and Kurt met not long before she was jetting off to Japan. She said, "They say you shouldn't meet your hero. They are wrong." Now Kurt says he is her #1 fan. Speaking of #1 fans, I'm claiming membership of the Todd Hodgetts fan club, Mr Speaker, together with Peter Gutwin. Mr Speaker, how good is Todd Hodgetts? When he was asked about his technique and his motivation in the shot put circle, this is how he described it. "I said, God and country, and I whacked it." Todd's planning all the way out to Brisbane 2032, Mr Speaker, and I'm going to be there to watch him. I will be there to watch him, Mr Speaker. And I have to give a shout-out to Dan Michel and his ramp assistant, Ash McClure. They won bronze in boccia. I hope I've got that right, Mr Speaker. I'm glad Bahrain's not in the Olympics. Australia's first medal in this discipline in 25 years. Dan and Ash are from the Shire, Mr Speaker, and I'm a very proud local member for them. All our Paralympians are incredibly dedicated, but the dedication of Christine Dawes in athletics and Danny Di Toro in table tennis is simply extraordinary. They are both competing in their 7th Paralympics. James Turner, Mr Speaker, who won gold in the men's 400-metre T36 race, explained why the Paralympics matter so much to all of us. He said, having a disability is defined as what you cannot do, but competing at the Paralympics is all about what you can do. I want to go out there, he said, and show what you can do instead of focusing on what you can't. And that's a great lesson for all of us, Mr Speaker, to everyone in the Paralympic movement and to all who organise these games, especially our great friends in Japan. I say thank you. I say thank you. It has been a great triumph and will continue to be in the days ahead. And to all our Paralympians, thank you so much for inspiring us. Congratulations on your tremendous efforts. I want to thank all of your families and your friends and your supporters and everybody you know has stood alongside you and helped you along your way. But they know, as well as I'm sure you do, that at the end of the day, it was you who made the choice as a Paralympian. It was you who decided to go forward. It was you who decided to commit and be determined to be where you have been over these magical few weeks. And you have inspired us, and we are grateful that you are one of us as Australians. There is still much to complete, and in the days ahead we continue to wish you all the best of luck.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, it's safe to say that during what's a very challenging time for Australians, a common sentiment across our nation is thank goodness for the Tokyo Paralympics. This is the largest Australian team ever sent to a Paralympic Games overseas. 179 athletes who are supported by 168 staff and competing in 18 of the 22 sports. Now, at present, with 3 days to go, Australia is 8th on the medal tally, with 13 gold medals, 23 silver and 24 bronze. And more medals to come, we hope, over the next few days. Some of the performances so far have been nothing short of stunning. Australia's first gold medal at the Games was won by South Australian Paige Greco in the 3,000-metre individual women's pursuit. She didn't do it by halves. She broke the world record by 7 seconds in her heat. Then, because that wasn't enough apparently, she knocked another 2 seconds off that time during the next race. Her teammate, Emily Petricola, then went and saw to it that Australia had back-to-back gold medals. Swimming champion Will Martin, who has already won gold in the 400-metre freestyle and the 4x100-metre freestyle, just went and broke the world record in his 100-metre heat, a world record that was incidentally set by him. Once again, the great stories are not just laid out in gold. As COVID was hitting Sydney, swimmer Tiffany Thomas-Kane had just an hour to pack and leave. Her grandmother died after she left Australia, and Tiffany dedicated one of her bronze medals to her. We've seen our 37-year gold medal drought in Paralympic table tennis brought to an end by Lena Li and Quan Yang, who won their respective women's singles finals in Tokyo. For Yang, it was her first time representing Australia. That's certainly one way to debut for your country. It's been a time for drought breaking. Dan Michel won Australia's first medal in boccia in a quarter of a century. I can inform the Prime Minister that boccia is a version of bocce, the Italian game, for people to compete with mobility impairment. It's a game of great skill that I watched the other night. It's quite an extraordinary game of skill, and Dan said, "I'm heaps excited with it." As are we, Dan, as are we. I say to every one of our Paralympians, you have done us all proud as a nation in Tokyo. You are performing magnificently as athletes, as human beings and as representatives of your country. You embody everything that is great about the Paralympics. And I want to take the opportunity as well to thank our friends in Japan for hosting the Games. Now, I know we'll all be cheering on Dylan Alcott tonight when he plays his quad singles final. He's in with a good chance of completing something that can only happen by definition every 4 years, a Golden Slam, winning all 4 majors and the Olympic singles gold in a single year. Let our hopes for him remind us just how much the Games are about dreams. In a trackside interview, wheelchair racer Sam Carter recalled watching the Paralympics as a 10-year-old boy. He said this: "Every time I show up at the village, it's like I get a mental high five from 10-year-old Sam." So I'll leave the final word to Sam, who has this advice for any 10-year-olds who are dreaming that same dream. And I quote, "Get out there. If you work hard, you can do it. It's totally within reach." They have the goodwill of every single Australian, including the goodwill of our entire parliament. Well done.
Questions without notice. The member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Why has the Prime Minister failed Australian women and voted against Labor's amendments to implement key recommendations by Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins in the Respect at Work report?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the member for her question. And as the member will well recall, the government has provided a full response to the Respect at Work report. Our response to the Sex Discrimination Commission report set out our long-term commitment to preventing and addressing sexual harassment. It seeks also to build a new culture of respectful behaviour in Australian workplaces by agreeing to, in full, in part or in principle, or noting all 55 recommendations in the report, Mr Speaker. The Respect at Work bill implements recommendations specifically 16, 20 to 22 and 29-30 from the report, in line with the government's commitments in the roadmap for respect that the Attorney-General and I outlined many, many months ago. The bill also clarifies the applicability of the Sex Discrimination Act to members of Parliament and judges, and makes key amendments that would immediately strengthen the overarching legal framework, Mr Speaker, with respect to sex discrimination and harassment. We've prioritised these reforms for immediate introduction, recognising that other, more complex reforms require further consideration and stakeholder consultation. A number of recommendations need to be carefully considered together because they fundamentally change the core function of the Australian Human Rights Commission. A number of the remaining recommendations were directed to state and territory governments, to independent agencies, to regulators and the private sector, recognising the whole-of-community approach taken by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, who I again thank for her work. And work to implement and coordinate these responses is already underway through the intergovernmental meetings such as the National Cabinet, the meetings of Attorney-General, the Women's Safety Task Force and the Work and Health and Safety Ministers, Mr Speaker. At my initiation through the National Cabinet, requested all states and territories to provide their response to the Respect at Work report, which at that time, Mr Speaker, had not been done by state governments, but I welcome the fact that has now all been done by state governments, Mr Speaker, and they have come forward. And even now, Mr Speaker, as we speak, the Women's Safety Summit is underway with the roundtable discussions already proceeding right now, Mr Speaker, and progressing some of the most important issues that you could imagine in keeping women safe in our country, Mr Speaker. We are supporting that, particularly with $1.1 billion investment in women's safety through the 2021-2022 budget, which includes over $60 million implementing the roadmap for respect, Mr Speaker. Our government has delivered one of the most largest commitments to supporting the safety of women in our community, Mr Speaker, consistent with the actions of previous governments, under the roadmaps and national plans which have been developed, which started with Prime Minister Gillard and has been faithfully continued by our government in a bipartisan way.
The member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Australian families and businesses, including my electorate of Barker, want to be able to plan for their futures with confidence, free of the uncertainty and damage of widespread lockdowns. Will the Prime Minister outline to the House how sticking to the national plan will safely achieve this goal in line with increasing vaccination rates?
The Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Barker for his question. And I know the member for Barker will be very pleased that in the state of South Australia, Premier Marshall is a strong supporter of the national plan. a very strong supporter of the National Plan, Mr Speaker, because he knows that it enables Australians to plan for their future with confidence, as the member asks. That plan gives people that certainty to be able to look ahead. And in the member's electorate, which spans a vast array of business activities and producers' activities, having the certainty that the plan delivers is critically important to his constituents, and Premier Marshall understands that. The Premier of South Australia understands that support for the National Plan is vital to the state's interests, so we can live with the virus and not live in fear of it, Mr Speaker, that we can live without lockdowns and that businesses and Australians shouldn't have to fear lockdowns in the future and have the certainty to be able to get on with their lives, Mr Speaker, and create the confidence that is necessary for them to invest and go forward. The National Plan provides the safe path out. A safe path out based on the best possible medical and scientific advice and evidence, as demonstrated through the Doherty Institute, Mr Speaker, which means that we can go forward with confidence about the safety, as the member says. It's not just about opening up for the good of our economy and our well-being, Mr Speaker. It is the right thing to do in terms of the safety of Australians, and it is based on the best possible medical advice. And the South Australian government understands this because they're implementing the plan by being the state who put up their hand to do the home quarantine trials, so home quarantine can work right across Australia. In New South Wales, in Victoria, Mr Speaker, in Queensland and other states. I was discussing this with the Victorian Premier last night, the New South Wales Premier the night before, so people will be able to travel again. That Australians can return to Australia, Mr Speaker, who have been vaccinated. Australians who have been vaccinated can leave the country and return as they once could and have the opportunity of home quarantine, which is so important. And the vaccination rate, which is now 20 million doses and more, having been distributed and administered across the country, Mr Speaker, 60.5%. First dose for the population aged over 16 and around 80%, Mr Speaker, for the population aged over 50. And in South Australia, 35.5% on double dose and 53.7% on the first dose, Mr Speaker, and that is in a state, like the great state of Tasmania, that have low levels of COVID or zero levels of COVID, Mr Speaker, but yet their vaccination programs are forging ahead. And I thank the Premier of South Australia and I thank the Premier, Mr Speaker, of Tasmania for achieving those results. The Premier understands in South Australia that they cannot go forward without the National Plan to get the workers they need, to get the advance they need, Mr Speaker, and the certainty that is required.
Has concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. 8 days after the New South Wales outbreak began, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I commend Premier Berejiklian for resisting going into a full lockdown. Since then, more than 23,000 people in New South Wales have been affected. There are now almost 1,000 people in hospital, including 160 in intensive care. Does the Prime Minister regret this comment?"
The Prime Minister has the
call. Mr Speaker, we've addressed that matter already in this place, and I draw the member's attention. I draw the Leader of the Labor Party's attention to the work that has been done, which has been tracking the outbreaks in Victoria versus the outbreak that has occurred in New South Wales. And, Mr Speaker, as the Delta variant hit, there were hopes, Mr Speaker. There were hopes that those lockdowns, whether they were implemented in, I think, 7 or 8 days, Mr Speaker, in New South Wales after the commencement of the outbreak in New South Wales, or even earlier by the Victorian government, and I remember the Premier of Victoria making those comments at the time. They wanted to avoid the circumstances which had occurred in New South Wales. But we now know that the track of that outbreak in Victoria is going along the same path that it is in New South Wales. That is the nature of the Delta variant. The Leader of the Labor Party may seek, Mr Speaker, to ascribe all sorts of blame and these sorts of things, Mr Speaker. They may seek to do that, but, Mr Speaker, the Australian people know that the Delta variant of the COVID-19 pandemic is, Mr Speaker, it is voracious. And the Leader of the Labor Party may seek to score political points off a pandemic, Mr Speaker, but we will remain focused on our response. We will remain focused on delivering the National Plan which provides the pathway out, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Labor Party may want to focus on negativity and blame. We are going to focus on delivering the COVID response, delivering the vaccines, 20 million doses having been delivered Mr Speaker, which is going to liberate this country, liberate people from lockdowns. We're focused on that positive task. We're focused on the hope, Mr Speaker. The Labor Party focused, as usual, on negative politics and point scoring.
The member for Flynn.
Thank you. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government's national plan is ensuring the availability of critical workers to regional Australia now to support agricultural sector? How important is understanding timelines when making decisions?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and he understands, as a former fuel distributor, how important timeliness is, especially timeliness so you can get the proper products to the proper areas at the proper time for the delivery of all sorts of things, the manufacturing of food products, which is vitally important. And now, Mr Speaker, in Western Australia, it's time for the harvest. It's time for the harvest. We've got about 10 million tonnes of wheat that has to come off, in excess of 4 million tonnes of barley that has to come off. We have over 2 million tonnes of canola that has to come off, and this can't happen unless it has the appropriate workers. The appropriate workers must arrive there. And this morning we hear reports of them needing up to 600 farm workers. But currently the West Australian and Queensland are yet to sign on machinery drivers in the grain sector right now in the eastern states agreements to get these workers across, to bring these workers in. And it's all right having the rhetoric of keeping a place locked up, but circumstances arise that you have to get your economy going. And the economy of Western Australia and the agricultural economy of Western Australia are going to need these workers, and they're going to need the capacity of government to make the changes, so we can bring these people in. We can't just have the place locked up forever. It won't work that way. And it won't work that way because it's not just the fact that we won't get these crops off, but our major markets that these crops go to, one which is a key and crucial economic ally of Australia, Indonesia, they're also needing this product. And they'll be watching to see whether we can manage the capacity, because 80% of West Australians' wheat crop is exported, whether they can get that crop in. And it goes beyond that, Mr Speaker. It goes down the line to the other things that are produced from that, produced from agricultural products, such as reconstituted skim milk, milk solids, vegetable oil, glucose, fructose syrup, sugar, glucose syrup, and fat-reduced cocoa powder. And I know the member for Grainlab knows about these, because they are the ingredients of the Viennetta ice cream. The Viennetta ice cream. And he has nostalgic views about the Viennetta ice cream. He went to a shop the other day, had to buy one.
Say to the Deputy Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister will resume his seat, or at least cease talking for a second. There's no way what the Deputy Prime Minister is saying fits in with the substance of the question. He's tried, he's bent it as best he can, but it's not going to work.
Well, Mr Speaker, you've got to give me 10 out of 10 for trying, don't you?
I don't have to do anything, actually.
What is important is the honesty and the capacity for us to make sure that we're able to get that crop off. We are going to be making sure we do it, because we will be delivering on the plan to not only keep the people safe, but to keep our economy going.
The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Prime Minister. In the 6 weeks between now and when Parliament is due to meet next, the number of COVID patients in New South Wales intensive care units is expected to peak. Today, the Australian Medical Association warned Australia's hospital systems is unprepared for a sharp increase in critically ill patients. What extra resources will the Prime Minister give the nation's health system so it can cope?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for a question. in my discussions with the New South Wales Premier on these very issues, and I believe her public statements have also reflected the fact that they are understanding peaks of the emergency, I should say ICU need in New South Wales to be reached later in October. That's their most recent information. They are regularly modelling these issues to ensure that they are mapping their resources and their capacities against their expected demand. This is an important project that I've initiated through the Secretary of the Department of Health and the National Cabinet process to be doing this right across the country. This is not a new item. This is something that is being done by the Secretary of the Department of Health, Mr Speaker, for many months. In fact, from the start of the pandemic, it has been the most regular matter that we have continued to investigate and review to ensure the system capacity, and that's why some $6 billion of additional resources has been provided to states and territories right across the country as part of our funding partnership with the states to co-share the burden, to co-share meeting the demand in and through the state public health systems to make sure that they can meet the emerging demands. And that goes on top of the fact that public hospital services in all states and territories for funding has grown substantially from $13.3 billion to $25.5 billion, some 92%, Mr Speaker, since we came to government. Funding is projected to continue to grow under the current 20 to 25-year National Health Reform Agreement, providing $135.4 billion between 2020-21 and 2024-2025. And that began preparation in February 2020. Increased ICU capacity from 2,000 to 7,500 ventilated beds nationwide, invested in $30 billion in COVID health measures, which includes the $6 billion I've already referred to. That includes establishing telehealth, GP respiratory clinics to ease pressure on hospitals and state workforce, investing over $6 billion, as I said, directly into state hospitals. There's the private hospital partnership, Mr Speaker, which provides a 100% contribution, integration of private hospitals with state and territory health systems to ensure over 30,000 hospital beds and the sector's 105,000 strong skilled workforce is available alongside the public health sector. And we established a testing system with over 32 million tests and now testing at over 200,000 a day. Mr Speaker, the government, the Commonwealth government, every single time there's been these needs that have been highlighted, has stepped up, and we've supported our states and territories, and we've carried that load with them. 50-50, Mr Speaker, all the way. The planning continues because the pandemic continues to change. And the Secretary of Health, Professor Murphy, has been working with his colleagues consistently all throughout the pandemic to ensure that what is required is available, because the public health system is, of course, an important part of implementing the national plan.
And I call the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Tasmania is very fortunate to be safe and not locked down. The problem is half the country is locked out, which is causing big problems for businesses reliant on visitors from Victoria, New South Wales and the ACT. No wonder sectors like tourism, hospitality, arts and transport are being hit hard. No wonder airport workers are being laid off, tumbleweeds blow through Salamanca Market and publicans are working second jobs to pay staff. Prime Minister, some federal government help has been forthcoming, but it's not enough. So will your government provide increased targeted support to businesses in Tasmania, similar to what is being provided to other jurisdictions?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and the Treasurer will add further to the answer, as he's done a sensational job working with all state treasurers to ensure we're delivering record levels of support, including in states that have not had to go through the significant lockdowns that we've seen in New South Wales and the ACT and Victoria, and from time to time in Queensland in South Australia. Indeed, Tasmania has done an outstanding job, and I commend Premier Gutwin for the great job he's been doing with his government throughout the COVID pandemic, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to advise the House that he's in much better health and will be returning to work soon. I understand he may be there already, Mr Speaker, and in my engagement with him over the last few days, and I thank members for their interest and concern in the Premier's well-being. But, Mr Speaker, what is the most important thing that can happen in Tasmania to ensure tourism businesses, to ensure orchards and other agricultural producers can access the workers that they need to progress their businesses, and for hospitality venues to get their staff back, and all of those things, Mr Speaker, is the support for the national plan. And I want to thank Premier Gutwein for his support for the national plan. Despite there being very low levels of COVID and virtually no levels of COVID in Tasmania, he's been so supportive of the national plan, Mr Speaker, and he's been particularly supportive because in Tasmania 60.9% of Tasmanians have had a first dose of the vaccine, and 43.7%, Mr Speaker, 43.7% of Tasmanians have had a second dose, and that is in a state that has got a low level of COVID, Mr Speaker. A state with such a low level of COVID, where there have been issues with hesitancy in states that have had low levels of COVID, where they feel perhaps the virus may not come to them, or in communities that are remote. But the fact is, in Tasmania, they've been rolling up their sleeves, and they've been doing a terrific job in ensuring that their vaccination program has maintained the pace and strength that it has. But I'll ask the Treasurer to add further.
The Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. He knows that the Morrison government has stood by the people of Tasmania since day one of this pandemic. Indeed, more than $2.8 billion has gone from the federal government to the people of Tasmania, helping to drive their unemployment rate down to 4.5% today. Now, Mr Speaker, we have partnered with the Gutwein government on a specific plan to support businesses in Tasmania with grants of up to $10,000. And I can confirm to the House that already 400 businesses in Tasmania across a range of sectors have received those grants of up to $10,000. And of course, in the budget this year, we forecast that it will continue to be challenging times across states and territories like in Tasmania as we seek to recover from COVID. And that's why we put in place in the budget a range of measures, whether it was the tax relief. We saw nearly $4 billion in the June quarter go to Australian households, including those in Tasmania, our infrastructure projects and a range of other support measures.
And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I ask the Treasurer if he could remind the House why it's vital for economic recovery that all states and territories stick to the national plan as agreed, so that businesses and families can return to life after the COVID-19 pandemic. And I ask him, in addition, is he aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Menzies for his question and acknowledge his incredibly strong contribution over so many years to this place and to his electorate of Menzies, as somebody who's deeply committed to supporting his constituents through this very difficult time. And he has supported policies that we have driven from this side of the House that will see, for example, more than 20,000 businesses in the electorate of Menzies being eligible for the extended immediate expensing provisions, supporting that economic recovery. Now, the member for Menzies and others on this side of the House understand that the Australian economy faced the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression last year. Treasury thought that the unemployment rate could hit as high as 15%, that the economy could contract by as much as 20% or more in the June quarter. We responded with overwhelming economic support, and that has seen a very strong recovery in the back half of last year, strongest growth numbers in 50 years. And we've seen the unemployment rate today come down to 4.6%, the lowest in 12 years. Yesterday we had the June quarter national accounts, better than what the market was expecting, at 9.6% through the year. And what was particularly pleasing was household consumption was up, off the back of our tax cuts and the easing of restrictions. We saw strong business investment. In fact, for machinery and equipment, more than 20% up since last October's budget, the fastest rate of growth in that category in nearly 20 years. And housing investment, up on the basis of very important programs like Home Builder, Mr Speaker, that have helped create jobs in the construction industry. But we also know that the economy today, despite that strong economic rebound we saw in the back half of last year and the beginning of this year, that right now we face real challenges with our two largest states in lockdown. And that's why we're responding with a COVID disaster payment, $750 for hours of work that has been lost, as well as business support packages with every state and territory, small business loans that have also helped support small businesses through this difficult time. But we do know that the pathway to Australia's recovery is not through higher taxes but lower taxes, Mr Speaker, tax cuts that we have passed, while those opposite continue to support higher taxes. They took to the last election $387 billion of higher taxes, and now they pretend that they support our stage 3 tax cuts. The reality is, just like we're now seeing with JobKeeper, they're coming after small business. They're also coming after Australians with higher taxes.
And I call the member for Macarthur.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Intensive care at Liverpool Hospital is already beyond capacity, with COVID patients being sent to other hospitals as far away as Wollongong. There are extra ventilators, yes, but not enough ICU nurses to run them. Why is training and recruitment of additional intensive care nurses only happening now, 18 months into the pandemic?
The Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I would respectfully correct the member for Macarthur. I respect his work in the community, but on this occasion he's wrong. The program for upskilling additional nurses began in February last year. Through that process, we have seen approximately 20,000 nurses who are skilled in ICU. We've seen many other nurses who've been brought back into the system. The approach for protecting and preserving and strengthening the hospital system was laid out last year in February in the Australian Health Sector Emergency Response Plan for Novel Coronavirus. We're assisting in 5 particular ways. One, of course, is in terms of the specific training of nurses, both the upskilling to ICU. That was commenced not just a year ago, 18 months ago. Secondly, in relation to that, we're also assisting with beds. Thirdly, with ventilators. Fourthly, with funding. And fifthly, with PPE. To run through those, the Private Hospitals Partnership Agreement, or what is known as the Private Hospitals Viability Guarantee, creates a national partnership. It brings 30,000 beds, 57,000 nurses, and it brings over 100,000 staff into partnership, which can be drawn upon by any of the states and territories. At this stage, New South Wales has activated that and has now has over 19 hospitals in partnership where they are able to draw upon beds, nursing staff, general staff, ICU availability, ventilator capacity. In addition to that, the Commonwealth is able to provide and has provided through the National Medical Stockpile gloves, gowns, goggles, surgical masks, N95 masks. So all of these, have been activated.
We'll just pause for a tick. That doesn't need to go all the way back to his seat, I don't think. Yeah, I'm coming to you. The member for Macarthur on a point of order.
I'm well aware that there
No, you just need to state
relevance.
Yes.
I'm well aware there's enough equipment, but they are desperately short of nursing staff.
Just ask the member for Macarthur to resume his seat. It's not a matter for debate. The minister was very relevant on that subject at the beginning of his answer, and the material he's now providing is providing further information on the topic. The minister has the call.
In addition to the training of nursing staff and the upskilling, particularly for ICU capacity, the provision of nursing staff through the Private Hospitals Viability Guarantee, which has already been activated within New South Wales, and then, of course, the provision of funding. $6 billion has been provided to the Australian public health system for public hospitals so far. New South Wales, $1.1 billion has been provided through that partnership. We are expecting another $1.4 billion. So, if you bring it all together, nursing staff, beds, ICU capacity, ventilation capacity, funding and PPE. These are all of the things which we are bringing on the basis of the plan which was developed 18 months ago, which is being continuously reviewed and which is being implemented at this moment.
The member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please outline to the House the importance of Australia's national plan and how sticking with the plan will support the health and the mental health of all Australians?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Moncrieff. She's been a passionate advocate for health in her electorate, and indeed I had the privilege of visiting the TriCare aged care facility in Mermaid Beach with her. It was a facility which, amongst one of the maintenance staff, had a positive case. But because that facility had been double vaccinated, there was no transmission to any staff on the basis of the knowledge that I have. The facility put in place immediately all of the elements for preparation in case of a potential outbreak, and those residents were protected, and that was a model outbreak and response. More generally, when we look around the world, we know and we see again the ravages being brought by COVID-19. Over 725,000 cases in the last 24 hours and 23,000 lives lost recorded. So it is fundamental that we acknowledge as a House, as a Parliament, as representatives, that this global pandemic continues and has embedded itself as endemic in so many parts of the world. It will therefore be with the world for a long time to come. Against that background, the vaccination program is fundamental to the work that we are doing on top of all of the other protections which we put in place. 330,000 vaccinations in the last 24 hours, but critically, we have reached the 20 million dose milestone, as the Prime Minister has said. What that means also is that we have now passed over 60% of all eligible Australians 16+ with first doses. And what that means as well is that we are now 2 million Australians from having 70% of all eligible Australians vaccinated, and 4 million Australians from that 80% mark. And that means these things are within reach. We are doing our work. It opens up the national plan, and that is so fundamental to mental health. The reason we all know, whether it is a small business owner, whether it is an employee, whether it's a single parent, the notion of being locked at home, or a child unable to attend the playground, or a child unable to go to school, these things can have an impact in terms of anxiety and depression. And so the national plan is fundamental in two ways. It's fundamental in keeping us safe. The 80% target is globally a highly conservative target, but we can get there. We're on the cusp of achieving this. And at the same time, it is also fundamentally about hope so as families can be reunited, people can recommence their lives, and ultimately Australia can proceed safely but with a sense of open optimism.
The member for Fenner.
My question is to the Treasurer. New analysis shows the Morrison-Joyce government gave more than $300 million of JobKeeper to firms that tripled their revenues. Given the government is chasing pensioners to return welfare overpayments, why is the government letting these businesses keep millions of taxpayer dollars they clearly didn't need?
The Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, it's hard to work out the member for Fenner. 1 minute he's saying that he invented JobKeeper and that he voted for JobKeeper. Now he is saying that he's criticising JobKeeper. The reality is that JobKeeper helped save our economy, Mr Speaker. It helped save our economy. And that the first 6 months of the program was based on an anticipated decline in turnover. And the reason why we took Treasury's advice on that key point was that because the economy was staring into an economic abyss. At that time, we saw that the economy could have unemployment at 15% or above. That means more than 2 million Australians. And we all remember those images of our fellow Australians lining up outside Centrelink, which were for many reminiscent of the Great Depression. And we responded with JobKeeper based on an anticipated decline in turnover. Then there was a review after 3 months, and it was recommended that we leave the anticipated decline for another 3 months before we move to an actual decline in turnover and a tiered system for the back half. But, Mr Speaker, what the honourable member fails to understand is that the great deal of uncertainty in the economy at that time meant that we gave businesses certainty. We gave businesses the ability to plan for their future. We gave businesses the opportunity to hang on to their staff. And that meant that the unemployment rate today is at 4.6%, a 12-year low. And you know what it was when we came to government? 5.7%. So we've been through a recession, and the unemployment rate today is lower than when we came to government. And we also know that we have avoided, through this recession, a scarring of the labour market which we saw in the 80s and 90s recessions, which would have meant hundreds of thousands of Australians who were long-term unemployed. And that has been avoided by the fact that the JobKeeper program provided that degree of certainty. Now, it was a well-targeted program, because in Treasury's review they found that the average decline in turnover in April was 37% for JobKeeper firms. But in non-JobKeeper firms, the decline in turnover was just 4%, Mr Speaker, just 4%. And it's been described as no less a figure than the Governor of the Reserve Bank as a remarkable program. And today, Professor Stephen Hamilton, a visiting fellow of Tax and Transfer Policy Institute at the ANU, writes the following in the AFR. At a time of great uncertainty, when underpinning confidence was key, it's not crazy to have opted for the cleanest, simplest scheme that gave business an ironclad guarantee of what they would receive.
The member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's investment in cutting-edge technology is equipping our Defence Force with the capability they need to keep Australians safe, especially with global uncertainty?
The Minister for Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question and for her very significant support of the Australian Defence Force and the personnel who live in her electorate. Mr Speaker, the reality is for our country and for our region is that we are living in a very uncertain time, and over the coming years, and indeed over the coming decades, we do know that the Indo-Pacific, Mr Speaker, will be as uncertain as it was during the run-up to the Second World War. We are worried, Mr Speaker, about the situation in the Indo-Pacific at the moment, and that is why it's important for Australia to take the steps now to protect and defend and to keep safe our country. And we have invested significantly in the Australian Defence Force over the course of the last 8 years, and we will continue to do that, Mr Speaker. There's a lot of rebuilding taking place after the Labor Party had taken money from the Defence Force, and, Mr Speaker, we are putting more into personnel and into equipment. We are, Mr Speaker, putting $1 billion into the Sovereign Guided Weapons Enterprise, which boosts skills, our jobs. It helps create Australia's sovereign defence capability, and it is a significant deterrence for people who might think, detractors, our adversaries, who might think that Australia is a soft target. Mr Speaker, we are investing $15 billion over 10 years into Defence's cyber and information warfare capabilities. We know that that is critical in the era of grey zone warfare, and we know, Mr Speaker, that there are many companies, there are many institutions, including health institutions, that were targeted during the course of COVID, particularly last year, but again this year. The cyber attacks are prolific, and we need to make sure that we have significantly more invested into our defences and also our offensive capability. In the Australian Signals Directorate within the Australian Department of Defence, we have a world-leading agency. They work very closely with the NSA in the United States and other agencies to keep Australians safe, to keep our defence industry safe, to make sure that we keep families safe in our country, to keep those in small business safe. And, Mr Speaker, it doesn't stop there. We've also invested in a significant way to work with the United States to comprehensively develop the Precision Strike Missile, or referred to otherwise as PRISM, which is a surface-to-surface all-weather precision strike-guided missile which will be capable of destroying, neutralising and suppressing diverse targets at ranges from 70 to over 400 kilometres. So, Mr Speaker, we are managing the economy well. We're managing the budget as best we can in the circumstances because we want to invest in those things not only will help us get out of the lockdown as soon as possible, but also, of course, the safety and security of our country.
And I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or was it the Prime Minister who backed Clive Palmer's attempt to tear down the Western Australian border last year and expose West Australians to COVID? Can the Prime Minister confirm his support of Clive Palmer cost taxpayers $1 million, some of which went directly to Mr Palmer?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I've said previously, state borders are state matters and the Commonwealth did not pursue that matter.
And I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Next week is National Child Protection Week. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is backing our law enforcement agencies to tackle this evil crime of child sexual exploitation and keep Australians safe?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, and I thank the member for Ryan for his question, and I thank him for representing me yesterday in Brisbane at the launch of a partnership between the NRL and Suncorp Stadium to promote a new campaign to fight child abuse, which will be aired during the NRL finals. Now, I thank everyone involved, and I hope that it can encourage a very important relationship and conversation about child sexual abuse and exploitation, because it is one of the most evil crimes imaginable. It's a crime that can cause lifetime suffering, and too often it goes unreported and unnoticed. And our government is serious about changing that. And that's why we established the world-leading Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. Now, it's known as ACE, and it's spearheading both our law enforcement and our community awareness efforts, and it's making a real difference. Now, this morning I joined the team at ACE, along with Australian of the Year Grace Tame, to launch the Stop the Stigma campaign, to encourage people to talk about the crime of child sexual abuse. Now, it's a tough conversation, but it's a conversation that we all need to have, especially in the coming week, which is National Child Protection Week. Now, I'm sure every Australian would be incredibly shocked to know that last financial year the ACE received over 22,000 reports of child sexual exploitation. That is over 60 a day. Yet research conducted by ACE just last year found that only half of Australian parents talk to their children about online safety. 50% of parents don't know what to do to keep their kids safe online, and only 3% are concerned about online grooming. Now, most parents believe that online child sexual exploitation is too repulsive to even think about. But it's important that we do talk about it, so parents are aware of the risks, particularly online. And just last week, the online predators were put on notice with the passage of new laws to give police more powers to identify and disrupt criminals and pedophiles hiding on the dark web. It's a further step in the right direction. Now, as a government, one of our most crucial jobs is ensuring that law enforcement and intelligence agencies have the tools that they need to combat crime wherever it exists, especially the evil crime of child sexual abuse. For everyone who is here in the chamber, I encourage you over the coming days and weeks to start the discussion about online child sexual abuse and to continue to do all that we can to make sure that we get rid of this hideous crime.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Briefly, Mr Speaker, I associate Labor with the comments of the Minister and congratulate her on her ongoing efforts that follow her predecessor. It is indeed an outstanding achievement to establish this centre of excellence. It is world's best practice and it has the full support of not just this chamber but all decent Australians.
The member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Is it the states or is it the Prime Minister who is responsible for quarantine. How many quarantine leagues from hotels built for tourists have there been?
The Prime Minister has the
Thank you,
floor.
Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Since the 28th of March 2020, when mandatory quarantine commenced, that's when public health orders were put in place by the states, Mr Speaker, to support the decisions of the Commonwealth Government to close the borders, over 434,000 people have arrived, and we have detected and isolated over 4,200 COVID-19 cases. Now, Mr Speaker, in around half a dozen cases, there were breaches of those quarantines which led to breakouts in the community. Now, Mr Speaker, 434,000 people arriving. Now, Mr Speaker, what is extraordinary as a result of that program put in place with the great support of our premiers and chief ministers in the states and territories has been a system that has played a central role in saving over 30,000 lives. Because this has been one of the key differences between Australia and the rest of the world. Now, other countries have engaged in hotel quarantine, New Zealand most significantly, and they have had similar success and continue to run that program, as many others do, as I understand, in Taiwan and other places. Now, Mr Speaker, that has been a program that has been so essential to saving so many lives in this country. And now the quarantine challenge moves to a new place, because as we move into Phase B and Phase C of the plan, Mr Speaker, when Australians will travel who have been vaccinated and more Australians will come home, and we want the restraints on Australians coming home lifted, the answer is home quarantine. And the home quarantine trial that we initiated through the national plan with the South Australian government is going to see more Australians come home and more Australians resume their connection with people all around the world. We will see families reunited, particularly those in our multicultural communities right across this country who have carried the hardest and heaviest burden of that international travel ban, Mr Speaker. They will be reunited. They will be able to reconnect. And the home quarantine model, Mr Speaker, is one that we know is absolutely vital to the success of the national plan. And again, I want to thank Premier Marshall for being the one who put up his hand and said we are going to give that a go, because we know how important that is to the people in his state and important to the entire country. And so I remind this House that it has been Australia's great fortune to have been able to come through this COVID pandemic, to be able to isolate what those 4,200 cases were in hotel quarantine, each and any one of them, Mr Speaker, and particularly if all of them, as we saw in other countries, were able to go through this country, then we would have experienced the same death rates as the United Kingdom, as France, Spain and many other places.
Has concluded. And I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is protecting Australians online?
The Minister for Communications.
Well, I do thank the member for Lindsay for her question. She is a strong champion of the right of Australians to have the protection of the rule of law online as well as offline. If you interact in the digital town square, you're entitled to expect those protections, much as when you interact with others in the physical town square. And that's been a principle that the Morrison government has been very strongly committed to, and we have acted on that principle consistently since our Liberal National Government first came to power in 2013. We established what was then known as the Children's E-Safety Commission, the first jurisdiction in the world to do that, and we've consistently increased the powers of the E-Safety Commissioner. We added a scheme to deal with abhorrent violent material following the appalling Christchurch mosque attack and the live streaming of over 50 murders, an absolutely horrific occurrence. And indeed we added other powers as well to the remit of the E-Safety Commissioner, and just recently we have passed through the Parliament a new, stronger Online Safety Act, consistent with a promise we took to the Australian people in the 2019 election. And what that means is that when those new powers of the E-Safety Commissioner come into force early next year, there will be a new adult cyber abuse scheme to deal with serious cyber abuse of adults. This is something that many people have been calling for, and it's going to make a real difference. There will be increases in the E-Safety Commissioner's powers when it comes to the cyberbullying of Australian children. And very importantly, there will be a new set of basic online safety expectations. This is a really important point here, that this Act establishes a new platform, a new framework for being clear to the digital platforms as to what the expectations of the Australian people are, given effect to through their national parliament. We're consulting on what are in those basic online safety expectations now, but we want to be very clear about the expectations of platforms on which Australians are interacting online. We expect you to maintain safety standards. In the words of the E-Safety Commissioner, we expect you to have a principle of safety by design. And so we are standing up for keeping Australians safe online through those measures, through reducing takedown periods from 48 hours to 24 hours. And we are backing those extra powers with strong extra resources. Indeed, we're committing over $125 million over the next 4 years to back the E-Safety Commissioner and her team in the important work she is doing. The Morrison government determined to keep Australians safe, and that includes a place where all of us spend many hours interacting with each other online.
And I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Is it the states or is it the Prime Minister who has left First Nations people, including those living in Western New South Wales, unvaccinated and unprotected against COVID?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll ask the Minister for Indigenous Australians to add further to my answer and thank him for the tremendous work that he and the Minister for Health and Aged Care have been doing, working particularly closely with the New South Wales Government. 2 nights ago I had the opportunity to speak to the Chief Health Officer and the Premier in New South Wales, where we were reviewing that program and what additional support was required, Mr Speaker, and to work that issue through. The question, as it was framed, Mr Speaker, like others that have been put here, once again just continues to seek to misrepresent matters in this place. But on the serious issue that is raised, Mr Speaker, I'll ask the Minister for Indigenous Australians to add further.
The Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As of yesterday, we had 38% of Indigenous Australians with their first dose and 21% with their second. Let me say right from the beginning, we provided vaccines to the ACCHOs in the last week of March this year so that they were prepared. We had a steering committee established to develop the vaccine program. When I look at the membership of that vaccine program, I see some outstanding Indigenous leaders: Dawn Casey, Professor James Ward, John Patterson, Jill Gallagher, Dr Mark Winnetong, Olga Havanen. All of them have been involved in framing the action that is needed on the ground. And that plan has involved using the capacity of every avenue that can provide the levels of support. Massive coordinated efforts through Commonwealth and state governments, Aboriginal health services, the ADF, the flying doctors, GPs and pharmacists and local community groups. And I must admit that it's been challenging. What I noticed is the member for Barton and the member for Hindmarsh yesterday talked about the hesitancy being an issue. Today they put out a new press release saying it's not that, it's lack of information. So it's a backflip. Let me tell you, it's a combination of things, and we have to work to make sure that we put into place the programs that are needed. And it doesn't matter what you on the other side say. This is about protecting Indigenous Australians in Aboriginal communities right across.
Members on my left.
Let me also say, Amos—
The member for Oxley.
The member for Oxley, you're out of order in terms of saying something you know nothing about. Let me say, Amos from The Australian at least did the Chris Moulder. He knows the truth was out there and he went out and he found the truth. He talked to people on the ground. He listened and was well informed in the article he wrote, which is a reflection of the way in which we're working. Pat Turner is doing an outstanding job in making sure that the community is engaged. We will continue to achieve the levels we're striving for, but you're not helping with some of the comments you're making.
The member for McKellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Science and Technology. Will the Minister please outline to the House how sticking to the national plan will support Australian manufacturers grow, create jobs and secure our economic recovery?
The Minister for Industry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, for his support of manufacturers in his electorate and for managing to beam in today. It's good to have you back. There are nearly 100,000 businesses in our manufacturing sector, Mr Speaker, and they employ over 908,000 Australians. And absolutely central to our manufacturers' ability to survive through COVID and to prosper over the coming years on the other side of COVID is two things, and this is what the manufacturers are consistently telling me. There are two critical parts of their business that they absolutely need continuity of access to. They need access to their workforces to thrive and survive, and they need access to their markets. And what they're telling me is that manufacturing cannot cope with lockdowns forever. And there was some very important information that came out as part of the national accounts, or parallel to it, the Australian Industry Group's Australian Performance of Manufacturing Index. Now, that fell, as it was expected to, in August 21 to 51.6 points. And the way in which that index works is that anything that's over 50 is still indicating that manufacturing is growing and in the expansion phase. So that figure, whilst it fell, shows the remarkable ongoing resilience of manufacturing, but it also contains a warning. In fact, there's been 11 consecutive months where there's been expansion, notwithstanding COVID, of manufacturing. But while Australia-wide manufacturing activity is still right across Australia, on average in a growth phase, the sales and the productivity in New South Wales and Victoria in manufacturing have stalled, as we would expect them to, and both those states report an index below 50. So what we have is a clear warning in these figures that we must have a consistent, clear path charted out of lockdowns in New South Wales and Victoria, and if there's not such a clear path charted and adhered to, then the lockdowns in New South Wales and Victoria won't just damage manufacturing in those states, it will damage manufacturing right across Australia. What the Morrison government is providing is that clear, consistent, known pathway out, and we're also providing a plan on the other side to grow the businesses that have the greatest comparative advantages and capacity for growth. And I want to mention one of those businesses as part of our $1.5 billion worth of modern manufacturing strategy, and that's a great business in Tasmania who's recently received a $5 million grant under the Modern Manufacturing Initiative. They're in Elphinstone in Burnie, and what is that business doing? They are developing a range of Australian-made and manufactured battery vehicles and support vehicles for mining and underground mining. And so you can imagine the demand for those sort of vehicles to replace diesel, which is both dangerous and excessive in underground settings. So what we have is a clear plan out and a plan for the future.
The member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or the Prime Minister who said the number of patients in ICU is a measure of success? How many patients are in ICU today?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Again, the manner in which that question was asked by the member is again misrepresenting the context of the statement, Mr Speaker. But on the serious issue that is raised on the number of people in ICU, my advice is that the number is 184.
The member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Water. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison-Joyce government is sticking to the national plan and supporting the resource sector in taking advantage of increasing demand for Australian minerals as we safely reopen? And is the Minister aware of any alternative policy approaches?
The Minister for Resources and Water.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Cowper for his question? A former undercover police officer, but his support for the national plan is not undercover, Mr Speaker. In fact, he's been out talking about the vaccination that he received. Why did he get it? Because we owe it to each other. Because we owe it to each other. Fabulous member for Cowper for the people that he represents over there. But, Mr Speaker, as economies around the world continue to open and recover from the pandemic, what we know is they'll invest in more infrastructure, and that infrastructure requires more resources, resources like iron ore, like coal, like gas, like critical minerals, whether it's gold or silver or lead or any of the things that Australia is well known for providing, Mr Speaker. They can get it from us. We are a reliable supplier. They can rely on us to deliver, and it will be necessary into the future. And sticking to the national plan ensures that we ensure the resources sector stays on track to continue doing what they've been doing now for over a year in terms of the COVID response, dealing with the pandemic and delivering for our economy, Mr Speaker. Now, what we've seen in the resources sector, they're forecast to earn some $334 billion for this country this financial year. And Mr Deputy Speaker, Tanya Constable, the CEO of Minerals Council Australia, has stated that minerals exploration investment has increased 14% to $3.2 billion in 2020-21. That is the highest spending since the peak of the mining boom in 2012. Now, Mr Speaker, over in the West, we know that there's been some research commissioned by independent labour market specialists for the Chamber of Minerals and Energy, and I'm not making this up, Mr Speaker. It is Pit Crew Consulting, that is PIT, Pit Crew, not PITT. The PITT Pit Crews in Bundaberg, Mr Speaker. And what they are saying is that there is expected to be a shortfall of some 33,000 workers by 2023. That includes things like geophysicists, geologists, maintenance and specialist engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers. And, Mr Speaker, if premiers do not stick to the national plan, how does WA source those resources if they are limited to only their own state? So, Mr Speaker, it is incredibly important that we stick to the national plan, that we continue to deliver for our country. And, Mr Speaker, what we know is the national plan will help deliver confidence. And I come from small business. Business is about confidence. Confidence for investment, confidence for coming to our country, confidence for opening additional facilities, including mines. And, Mr Speaker, what we need to see is we need to see us united, and that includes those opposite. They should stop talking down our country, stop talking down our economy and get in behind the national plan, because the national plan will deliver confidence and investment and more jobs and more opportunities, Mr Speaker, right across this country. You cannot continue to fence off the rest of the nation if you need to fill jobs like these and deliver for our country.
Member for Whitlam. Well, it's just noise. I mean, I can't understand him. Maybe if the advisor can pull his mask a bit tighter, that might help. The member for Bean.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Is it the states or is it the Prime Minister who is responsible for half the country being in lockdown because of his quarantine and vaccine failures?
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I reject the premise of the question completely, and therefore the answer is no.
The member for Robertson.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Education and Youth. Will the Minister update the House on how the national plan will help get schools open so we can focus on lifting our school standards and give our students around the country the best start for their future?
The Minister for Education.
The member for Robertson for her question, and she knows the national plan is absolutely critical to our society and economy, including for our schools, Mr Speaker. Because as we get to 70% of the population vaccinated, we're going to see fewer lockdowns and fewer restrictions for all people, including young people. And that means that we get to 70% of the eligible Australians vaccinated, and schools should be open, with closures limited only to hotspots areas. And a member for Robertson will know that her state of New South Wales, in fact, just today, hit 70% of the New South Wales population having their first jab, so that they're well on the way. and within a few weeks they'll have 70% of the entire adult population with 2 vaccinations as well, Mr Speaker. Consistent with the national plan, they've laid out their plans as to when schools in New South Wales can open, and I hope that the Victorian government will do something similar soon. So, Mr Speaker, that national plan does provide that confidence, the certainty, the hope that schools can be open, can remain open, other than in absolute exceptional circumstances. And of course this is just so important because in some cases, and particularly in my home state of Victoria, kids have now lost 29 weeks of face-to-face learning, and that can have devastating consequences for their learning, but equally can have devastating consequences for their mental health. Mr Speaker, when we finally get the schools back open, we start to get back to a normal state, then of course we must then have that laser-like focus on lifting educational standards so that kids can roar back towards the end of next year and into next year. And a key part of this is going to be in relation to the national curriculum. And in that curriculum, Mr Speaker, the revised curriculum which is underway, we want to see standards lifted. We want to see great practices embedded in that national curriculum, such as phonics. And of course, we want to see a positive and optimistic and patriotic view of our history embedded in the history curriculum. Mr Speaker, at the moment I'm very concerned about the current draft which the Curriculum Authority has put out. The current draft we would not support, and I've asked for further work to be done on that, because when you look at some of the standards, they go backwards in the current draft rather than forwards. When you look at the history curriculum, it has such a negative view of our history rather than a positive, patriotic, optimistic view of our history. Mr Speaker, this national plan gives us great hope and confidence. It gives us the hope and confidence the schools can be open. We focus on educational standards to give us hope and confidence that kids can roar back, and together parents, teachers and kids can be very optimistic about the future.
I'll call the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or was it the Prime Minister who falsely claimed that Australia was at the forefront of the vaccine queue?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Again, the Labor Party in their questions misrepresent things, Mr Speaker. They simply misrepresent things. This is something I've become very familiar with over the course of the last 18 months. The government has focused strongly, Mr Speaker, on delivering our national plan, and that includes the fact that 20 million doses of that vaccine has been administered in this country, even just this week. 500,000 additional doses, Mr Speaker, secured from Singapore. That's on top of the more than 1 million doses that we're able to secure from our arrangement with Poland, Mr Speaker, and I can assure you there are more irons in the fire here, Mr Speaker, which means we will be able to continue to support the vaccination rates that we're seeing that fuel, Mr Speaker, that support the national plan that enables our country to live with this virus, not live in fear of it, Mr Speaker, to live without lockdowns nor in fear of lockdowns, Mr Speaker, so businesses can plan with confidence, so Australians can come together again and connect with the rest of the world. Australians can travel again. The workers we need to reap the harvest, Mr Speaker, and work in the mines and wherever they are across this country. That's what the national plan delivers. That's what our government, Mr Speaker, has been focused on. By contrast, we get the negativity and the undermining, Mr Speaker, of an opposition that only knows that way and provides no hope or no plan, Mr Speaker. By contrast, the Australian people can have confidence that our national plan will see them, Mr Speaker, go forward. Our economy move forward, Mr Speaker, to defy the negativity and the undermining of those who would seek for Australia to fail, Mr Speaker. Under our government, Mr Speaker, our country will succeed. And we're inspired by those Paralympians as well, Mr Speaker, who show us the way, of optimism and hope, Mr Speaker. The hope stealers of those opposite, Mr Speaker, will be dismissed, and the Australian people will continue to support the optimistic and positive plan that our government has put in place.
The member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment, representing the Minister for Women. Next week's Women's Safety Summit will inform the national plan to end violence against women and their children. Will the Minister outline to the House how this crucial work involving leading experts, frontline workers, counsellors and survivors will help achieve real outcomes to improve the safety of women and children across Australia?
The Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Bass for her question? She has a deep personal interest in and a commitment to the safety of women and their children. She talked about this in her first speech. She works hard for change. I know she's continuing her own series of roundtables with women's safety advocates, and I want to assure her that what they say and what she says will be listened to by this government. I want to take the opportunity to thank the frontline workers, those who provide crisis accommodation, emergency management and support through the challenging road to justice for women and their families. We know the work you do under harrowing circumstances is vital, especially through the pandemic, in circumstances that change every day. We cannot stray from our goal to stop it at the start, to work towards zero, so that all women and children can live a life free from the threat of physical violence and abuse in all its forms. And we also recognise, Mr Speaker, that as we work towards that goal, we want to provide sustainable, holistic support for women and their children. And that's why the Women's Safety Summit is an opportunity to continue the conversations, to listen to the experts, to listen to the concerns of particular communities right across Australia, rural and regional, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, recently arrived migrants, to understand the challenges facing older women, to understand how we can improve police and justice responses, to look at economic and housing security, safety in the workplace. And I was able to participate earlier today in one of the roundtable consultation sessions, and I look forward to the insights gained from the summit. I encourage all members to tune into the summit online at womensafetysummit.com.au on Monday and Tuesday of next week. The submission process is available until September the 15th. The summit and the consultation on the next national plan will help lay out the roadmap towards zero. And this, of course, is being supported by the single largest ever investment by a government in women's safety, $1.1 billion. That's just our down payment on the next national plan. So we've invested $64 million in the last budget implementing the roadmap for respect, and today the Respect at Work Amendment Bill passed the Parliament, and I welcome its passing because we care and we respond to women's safety in the workplace. Everyone deserves safety. The crucial work being undertaken by so many will reach a new milestone at the Women's Safety Summit, and I look forward to the summit commencing and updating the Parliament on its outcomes.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and I wish the Women's Safety Summit all the very best, Mr Speaker.
We've got a few just things to get through quickly before the MPI. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much.
Papers in for the motion you have.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
Question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that leave of absence from the 18th of October to the 28th of October 2021 be given to the Honourable Member for Blaxland for parental leave purposes. Mr Speaker, just briefly, for the member for Blaxland and to Jason's wife Louise are expecting another baby boy in coming weeks to join young Jack. And on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, and I'm sure on behalf of the entire House, we congratulate them in advance. Jason is online watching this at the moment, and wish Louise all the best as well for the birth. We are having a baby boom on this side of the chamber, Mr Speaker. There's no doubt about that, and it augurs well for the Labor primary vote in 2039. And by then, Mr Speaker, myself and the then Leader of the Opposition might be ready to leave.
Question is that the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll move to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the failure of the government to plan through and beyond the pandemic. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this pandemic has shown the strength of Australian society, the way that Australians are resilient, the way they look after each other. But it's also shown the weakness in our economy, and it's highlighted the failure of a tired government, a tired government that can't deal with the challenges of today, let alone imagine and create a better future tomorrow. A government focused just on short-term political and media management. The only time they look up and look ahead, it was when the Prime Minister said they were looking for the horizon. And we know horizons are never met. In contrast, a Labor Party committed to overcoming the COVID pandemic and creating a better future. Now, when it comes to the pandemic, it's easy to put out claims that would fail the pub test when your failure to act on vaccines and quarantine mean that half the nation's pubs are closed. Because as a direct result of this government's failure to secure enough vaccines and to roll them out effectively, and also to fail on quarantine, where we've seen breaches on 27 occasions, and added to that, the congratulations to Premier Berejiklian for not locking down in June, that has led since then, in New South Wales alone, 23,000 people being infected, 107 people losing their lives, 1,000 people being in hospital, 160 people being in intensive care, and spreading to the ACT, Victoria, South East Queensland for a while, and indeed even to New Zealand. The fact is that we need to do more. Labor's COVID approach would be a speedy vaccination rollout, a safe end to lockdowns, protecting our children and preparing for the future. A speedy vaccination rollout through a $300 incentive, through securing booster shots now, by supporting vaccine leave. A safe end to lockdowns through fair access to vaccines before reopening, to deliver an effective world-class national COVID-safe app, support for the national plan, support for businesses who want to protect their customers as well as their workers, protect our children who include 12 to 15-year-olds in the targets, or if not, specify targets for them, vaccinate them quickly through a school-based program, prepare for under-12 vaccinations, securing paediatric vaccine supply in the future, preparing school-based programs now, preparing for the future post-vaccination, manufacturing mRNA here, purpose-built quarantine, creating an Australian centre for disease control. We have a plan. We have a plan for post the pandemic as well. A plan for a stronger nation, a stronger middle class, a stronger federation, stronger regions and cities, a sustainable Australia and a collaborative, inclusive approach. Stronger nations future-proof their economies. This means producing sophisticated goods and services, plans for new industries through our National Reconstruction Fund, making Australia a renewable energy superpower to drive down energy prices, to support advanced manufacturing, including in cyber, energy storage, mRNA vaccines, transport and logistics and more. A stronger middle class, secure work. People are struggling out there to pay a mortgage. People are struggling to pay their everyday bills. We need to have secure work that values permanency, that values that security in the workplace, and yet those opposite won't even guarantee people be paid the minimum wage. We will have Jobs and Skills Australia to ensure that Australians can fill the permanent, well-paid jobs that we'll create in the future. We have simple principles, No one held back and no one left behind, and we'll make sure they're implemented as well. Improving workforce participation by making childcare affordable, genuinely advancing women's equality by adopting all recommendations of the Respect at Work report, not just some of them. We need a stronger federation. This government has proven itself incapable of leadership. There has never been a Prime Minister who has so weakened the federation. He established the so-called National Cabinet and today had to introduce legislation essentially to hide what happens in that National Cabinet as a result of the AAT decision. But we've seen him go to court backing up Clive Palmer to tear down WA's border, a decision that cost $1 million for Australian taxpayers, including over $40,000 given directly to Clive Palmer in order to further promote some of those wacky theories that are undermining our health during a pandemic. The fact is that there is no state premier who this Prime Minister won't undermine, and even the Premier of New South Wales has been the subject of backgrounding and undermining. The fact is we will introduce proper federal reform, including microeconomic reform, working with the states and territories, not against them, not seeking to divide Australia, seeking to unite Australia so we can move forward stronger into the future. This Prime Minister thinks it's acceptable to call West Australians and Queenslanders cave dwellers. Well, when Queenslanders are watching the Rugby League Grand Final at Suncorp, and when West Australians are watching the AFL Grand Final at Optus, they won't think they're in a cave. They will be thanking their premiers for keeping them safe. We need to return to respect for the public service as well, something that's consistently undermined by those opposite. We need to have appropriate regional development as well as a genuine plan for cities policy. They used to talk about cities policy. Now they just rort programs like the commuter car parks program. They think that infrastructure development in our regions and our cities should be determined not by what it does for the national economy, not by what it does for jobs, not by what it does by improving the standard and quality of life for people in our regions and cities. They think it's all about an electoral map and a colour-coded map based upon the political marginal seats. We need a sustainable Australia, one that takes climate action seriously. Now, in Glasgow, the whole of the industrialised world will go there already supporting net zero by 2050. The whole of the industrialised world knows that you need real action. And if there's anything that exemplifies this government being scared of the present but terrified of the future, it's the rhetoric that we saw during the last campaign about electric vehicles, about EVs going forward. And yet what we have is a government that said it would destroy the weekend, completely being unable to embrace and shape the future in Australia's national interest. And we will once again be pariahs at that conference if we can't even get through net zero emissions. Australia is a great nation, but we can be even greater. We're located in the fastest growing region of the world in human history. With that comes enormous opportunity, not just to export our resources, but to value add here, to manufacture things here, to imagine the opportunities that are there from lithium, from copper, from nickel, from these great resources that will be so valued in the future. The opportunity that we have to be a renewable energy superpower and position ourselves. But that requires leadership, collaboration and foresight. This government ignores problems until they become a crisis, and then the response is too little too late. And then they never take responsibility and rewrite history. The gaslight on the hill, that's what they have opposite. Well, Labor has the light on the hill. a light on the hill with imagination, courage, energy to bring Australians together, to create high-value jobs, to lift living standards, to lift people up, to make sure people aren't left behind on the basis of where they were born, their gender, their sexuality, their religion, to make sure that we unite as a country. We need a government that's as big and bold as the Australian people are themselves. A government with ambition. Ambition for the future, not ambition for the next news day, not ambition for the next headline. And that's what Labor will bring. Labor will bring that ambition for the future, a better future that we will deliver in government.
Member's time has expired, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's my great honour to be here before you again. It's starting to be a bit of a regular occurrence. It's been a long week in Parliament and a very trying period for all of us. But I would just again like to totally reject the hypothesis of these people on the other side. The opposition have got amnesia. The response that Australia had to the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, has been second to none around the world. Let's go back to the beginning. People have got incredibly short memories on the other side. When the rest of the world and the World Health Organisation was in total denial, Australia was out of the blocks and declared it a virus with pandemic potential and issued biosecurity orders, both at the federal level and at the state level. We planned and looked at the modelling of what could happen in Australia. And first of all, I can tell you the health response was second to none. And the economic response was also second to none. First of all, we secured, even though they criticise us, we had deals in place for 280 million vaccines, and including now we've got forward orders in for booster doses. We sourced PPE from around the world. We redeveloped our own respirator capability with industrial assistance from lots of sleep apnea makers, and retrofitted old classic ventilators in New South Wales. We re-registered, we had a special pandemic register to increase the medical workforce. Even my good self got put back under full registration on the pandemic register because we thought we might need hundreds of doctors. But anyhow, you can't forget 33 years of knowledge, and we re-registered and retrained, as the Minister for Health outlined, 20,000 nurses. We had agreements in place with state hospitals to increase the payment over 50% of all the COVID-19 expenses. There was a negotiation and a deal signed with our private hospital network to make their intensive care and ward capability available as surge capacity. We got the vaccine rolled out through a lattice work of general practices. You know, there's over 5,000 now registered and currently vaccinating. They've been the workhorse of the vaccine rollout. The Aboriginal medical services, as the Minister for Indigenous Australians outlined, were enlisted up front. We established respiratory clinics to make sure we could divert the load away from the public hospital system. The states started their mega hubs. We also put extra money into remote Australia rollout of the vaccine through the Flying Doctor Service. We have contracted vaccine administration services. You've all heard the name Aspen, but there's 4 or 5 other companies like that that are delivering vaccinations around the nation. And we can see that we have reached 20 million vaccination doses already. We are catching up at a rate of knots, and I expect we'll be reaching the 70% at this rate within 3 or 4 weeks in New South Wales and in other states who are getting on board and catching up. In the quarantine space, because we were ahead of the rest of the world, we weren't flooded with international travellers bearing the COVID-19. So our original testing, tracing, isolating and quarantine worked, and that is one of the reasons we have had the good economic outcome. As was outlined, people were criticising our quarantine program, but of 434,000 people who arrived and put into either Australian quarantine centres or hotels identified as quarantine hotels, 4,200 cases were identified and isolated. Only 6 cases out of those 434,000 people that arrived escaped through that system. That is an incredibly small percentage. Now, the economic response is also second to none. A projected 20% loss of GDP is what Treasury was forecasting. Unemployment rates of 15%. We had an amazing rollout of programs, starting with not instant asset write-off, that is one of the later ones, but improving cash flow so that people could get a rebate of the tax paid based on their GST and wages. It's also been accompanied by continuing the instant expensing or the instant asset write-off provisions. We instituted a targeted loss carryback, so the losses this year could be carried back to profits in earlier years, resulting in a retrospective tax return. We started the Home Builder program, which was an absolute turbocharging effect on the housing construction industry. That program brought forward $114 billion worth of economic stimulus activity. It's the highest level of home building and the highest level of home ownership for first home buyers in nearly 15 years. 135,000 people applied for it, Mr Speaker. That is unbelievable economic activity in the middle of a pandemic, and it has kept the economy going. There's a reason we got 161,000 more people in employment when we got over the first wave in the economic bounce back. The other side has been criticising the JobKeeper program, but it kept people employed, linked to their employer, so that these companies and businesses that families, individuals and large corporates had built up over decades. The old saying, Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall and yet they couldn't put it together. We kept our economy together so it could rise from the COVID pandemic-induced recession. Unemployment is now at the lowest level for over 10 years, 4.6% unemployment. It was 5.7% when we were elected to govern this nation in 2013. And they criticised JobKeeper, but it's been reviewed by so many respected authorities. The Australian Tax Office has looked at it. And as the Treasurer outlined today, the first criteria and at the second assessment, the same criteria was an estimated downturn. That is what the law said, and businesses followed that. The criteria was then changed to actual turnover reduction, but even then the Australian Tax Office says the average downturn in those periods was 37%. So the vast majority, everyone put their shoulder to the wheel, and there was an enormous life-saving sigh of relief for so many businesses and for so many people employed. It kept 700,000 people in employment. If you look at the devastation that was wrought by the pandemic in Europe, the GDP reductions in other countries, 11%, 12%, and ours was a fraction of that. Our last GDP growth is still positive, even though with this most recent wave there's obviously been an effect. Their criticism that we didn't have a plan. We had a plan for everything. I've run through them: the workforce, the PPE, the hospital capacity, the ventilator capacity, securing vaccines, the telehealth items, the mental health programs, respiratory clinics, getting a network of vaccination around the country. The list goes on. And when in my role in the trade and investment, I've been checking with other countries. The death rates are up to 39 times higher than what eventuated in Australia. So we have had an exceptional health response and we've had an exceptional economic response, and it's absolute nonsense of the other side to say we didn't have a plan. We have had a plan for everything, and the proof of those plans is the economic response. We have a plan to get out of this current wave. We have voluntarily given up our freedoms of association of economic activity, but we have a plan to get all those lifted. When 70 and 80% is reached, we will be lifting restrictions and the economy will bounce
time
back.
has expired. I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We all know the Morrison government has a women problem, so it's not surprising that it's the women of Australia who are being penalised by a lack of a cohesive pandemic plan by this Prime Minister. Many financial impacts and inequalities of a COVID-19 pandemic are not immediately obvious, yet they can have a profound implication on people's lives, especially on women. Through no fault of their own, people are becoming silent victims because of the Morrison government's mismanagement of the COVID response. It took the Labor Party to drag this government to finally, this week, introduce a bill to fix a glaring issue that has potentially denied many women parental leave during months of COVID. Why did it take months and persistent prompting from Labor to get the Morrison government to fix this problem? Well, I can tell you, it's because the Morrison government does not have a pandemic plan. It's lurched from one disaster to another in this pandemic, scrambling to keep up. And besides, parental leave is primarily a women's issue. Women just aren't a priority for the Morrison government. Just take the Respect at Work bill being pushed through today. This government is refusing to adopt all 55 recommendations. Labor in government would implement every single one and give women the safety and respect they deserve as we pull out of COVID. But I'll tell you what is a priority for the Morrison government: looking after big business at the expense of hard-working families. For example, in my electorate, the Morrison government continues to hound a single hard-working woman of 4 while failing to chase big business for potentially billions of dollars of JobKeeper payments that many of them didn't even need. The Morrison government was forced to drop a claim against this single mum when its robo-debt system was declared illegal. Yet the government only weeks later switched tack to relentlessly pursue this hard-working mum over well-deserved childcare support. She's forced, yet again, to fight the might of big government to defend her rights to payments she's entitled to receive in order to support her job income and support her kids. Now, this single mum has a question for the Prime Minister and his Treasurer. Why are you relentlessly chasing down hard-working Australians but failing to demand big business pay back the millions of dollars in profits they have made from JobKeeper? It's a good question, but sadly it's fallen on deaf ears. Nothing to see here, says the Treasurer. It's up to big business to decide if they will give back their mega windfalls. For many, many Australians, including hard-working families across my electorate, this is yet another example of the Morrison government having one rule for the big and the rich and another for hard-working battlers in all our communities. Now, the Morrison government's double standards are in full display in many sectors. This week in my electorate, hundreds of Deakin University workers could soon lose their jobs as a result of the Morrison government's neglect. The Prime Minister has failed our higher education sector. Staff at Deakin have not been supported. There has been no JobKeeper for them. The government's failure to establish purpose-built quarantine facilities was effectively a double whammy. Without those facilities, there has been absolutely no chance of revenue for overseas students flowing to universities. Billions of dollars were squandered by the Morrison government on JobKeeper. Yet our university sector, one of our nation's biggest export earners, continues to be stumped by this government. Deputy Speaker, we are now seeing the harsh impacts of the Morrison government's failures, which are putting people's health, businesses and lives at risk. They have failed to deliver purpose-built quarantine facilities and effective rollout of the vaccine. They are trashing universities across the nation. They are treating women as second-class citizens and turning a blind eye to the inequities of JobKeeper. They're turning their backs on many in the tourism and arts sectors. The Morrison government has failed on so many levels. There's a lack of coherency, a lack of vision, clear leadership, a lack of compassion, a failure to respect women. Deputy Speaker, COVID has starkly exposed the fraud that is the Morrison government. It's demonstrated to the nation the Morrison government is a nation without a plan, a government scrambling to stay afloat. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Grey.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I look at this subject of the MPI today and I think it's probably a Dorothy Dixon. The failure of the government to plan through and beyond the pandemic. Now, I'd like to inform the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we have a great plan for the pandemic. It's a plan to subdue, to suppress the virus and then get back to normal. And I'll tell you why it's a great plan. It's a great plan because it changes when the circumstances change. So it's adaptable, and every time something changes, you need to go back to the basics and make those changes. So as technology changes, as the virus changes, as indeed the capacity to produce vaccine changes, so does the program. Now, the vaccination program now, and I might point out it's worth remembering that the first dose of a mass vaccination plan in the world was administered on December the 8th last year, a little less than 9 months ago. So the vaccination program now, when you put that into perspective, is going like a rocket. It's a little behind time and it had a bit of a rocky start, it would be fair to say. We had interrupted supply, we had changing views, official views, on the use of AstraZeneca vaccine, which introduced some hesitancy. But now we are about 2 months behind by reckoning. There are 20 million doses of the vaccine have been administered in Australia, greater than 60%, and there are no, I've got a number there that I can't read properly, but anyway, we are within a couple of million of 70% and 4 million doses of 80%, which are the figures that are actually nominated in by the Doherty Institute. And we're closing in on 30% of 2 doses. In New South Wales, I've hit 70% and 35% respectively. So it's really picking up speed and it's making a difference. And we have a plan that is being backed up by the work of the Doherty Institute, a well-renowned institute around the world. And that focusing on those 2 numbers, 70% and 80% respectively, where we will firstly get rid of the state lockdowns on the borders and then the lockdowns within community, except in extreme circumstances. And it's a good plan, and so it has been on the economy. We have the performance of the Australian economy through this pandemic is simply extraordinary. Extraordinary. We're down to 4.6% unemployment, and the GDP is 1.7% bigger now than it was before the pandemic. Now the motion itself today talks about through the pandemic and beyond, and I've got to tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've got plans there as well. If I just look at my own electorate, I've got over $1 billion of Commonwealth expenditure either underway or in the pipeline for the upgrading of our road network. We've established nationally, we've established a National Space Agency. I would have thought that's about tomorrow. I would have thought that's about beyond the pandemic. So a space agency in South Australia, and in fact it's at Lot 14, North Terrace in Adelaide, and in my own electorate, Southern Launch, just received approval from the authorities in this last week to launch 3 rockets coming up towards the end of the year from their new launch facility at Whalers Way, south of Port Lincoln. Well, we have great hopes that this will lead to hundreds of jobs in our regional footprint. We are backing hydrogen production in Australia and the move to green hydrogen. We have a plan. This government has a plan for green steel. I have 40% of Australia's steel production in one of my cities in Whyalla. Green steel is a great way forward. We are backing families and we are backing women by increasing the support for childcare. 85% of your payment will be met if you're under a $75,000 threshold as of July next year. That's a great outcome. That's about talking about the future. That's about getting women with skills into our workforce because we need them. We're providing support for Marina for electric car charging stations. Support that at this stage is being denied by the Labor Party, can you believe? They voted against it twice. We have a plan to deliver zero emissions as soon as we possibly can, and hopefully before 2050. But we are not going to do it by knocking off Australia's economy. And at the moment, we're making great progress. 20.8% reduction in 2005. I looked at the OECD. There's 38 countries in the OECD, and 12 have gone up in that period, and we've gone down by 20.8%. We're making great headway. We've got a great plan, and we will have a great future here in Australia.
I thank the member for Grey. And I give the call to the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are an island continent. We have every natural advantage. The only reason we are now talking about living with the virus before Australians are vaccinated is because we also have a Prime Minister who failed to plan and has so failed to manage the two crucial tasks of the pandemic. It's not just a health crisis. It's not just a disaster of people dying and people filling up ICU wards. It's not just a mental health crisis. It's also now an economic disaster. The Australian economy is bleeding hundreds of millions of dollars every day, billions of dollars every week, adding tens of billions of dollars to the national debt the next generation is being asked to repay. Because the Prime Minister failed to plan, because he failed to manage the pandemic. The Prime Minister is now foisting an economic disaster upon our country. Yesterday, despite all evidence, we had Liberal MPs telling us how good the economy was going, how grateful we should be. 0.7% growth, anemic growth. And remember, that was 3 months ago, before the current round of mass lockdowns really started. Compare that to countries that are almost fully vaccinated, like the UK, that is getting 4% growth in the same period. Australians now have less jobs, there's less national wealth, wages are going further backwards. Small businesses are getting smashed. Household budgets are getting smashed because the PM failed to plan and failed to manage the pandemic. The election of a Labor government at the next election would fundamentally change our nation for the better. We have a plan to create more opportunities for the working family in Everton Park who are sick and tired of living week to week. We have a plan to create secure, well-paid Northside jobs so the baggage handler who's living in Banya who lost his job because of COVID can find his feet. We have a plan to revive our Aussie-made manufacturing industry in our industrial suburbs like Geebung, Banyo, Eagle Farm and Pinkenba. We will ease the pressure of the household budget for the family living in Brighton by cutting the cost of childcare and reducing their power bills. We will embrace the potential of renewable energy, not only to protect our environment, but to create good, secure jobs for the young apprentice who's living in Deagon. I know that Northsiders have aspirations and they want a government that invests in them and invests in their future. I know an Albanese Labor government will deliver for Northside families. Last week, the Palaszczuk government announced that from Wednesday the 8th of September, Brisbane Entertainment Centre at Boondall will open a mass vaccination hub for Northsiders. It will begin with 1,500 and ramp up to 3,000 vaccines a day once the Morrison government sorts out their supply issues, which they failed to plan for as well. Our Premier is also stepping up and doing the Prime Minister's job by protecting our borders and by getting cracking on a fit-for-purpose quarantine facility in Queensland. Unlike the Prime Minister, our Premier understands that Queenslanders cannot afford to wait until mid-2023 for a fit-for-purpose quarantine facility. The Palaszczuk government 1,000-bed regional quarantine facility will be ready to go by the end of the year in just 4 months. That is real leadership. On the other hand, the Prime Minister couldn't organise so much a whip round at the Trade Coast Hotel in Pinkenba in 4 months. Over 2 weeks ago, I wrote directly to the Deputy Prime Minister requesting an urgent briefing on the proposed fit-for-purpose quarantine facility in Pinkenba in my electorate of Lilley. To date, the federal government has failed to engage in any community consultation with Pinkenba residents about the 1,000-bed quarantine facility to be built at the Damascus Barracks in Pinkenba. Not even a letterbox drop, not even a robocall like their great ally Clive Palmer. When I door-knocked Pinkenba Village back in July, some of the residents I spoke to were hearing about the Morrison government's plans for the very first time, and that's just not good enough. At the very least, the Deputy Prime Minister needs to respond to my letter and organise a briefing with the department so that I can keep my constituents in the loop with what's happening with their national purpose-built quarantine facility and do the job that they elected me to do. The Prime Minister had 2 jobs this year: secure enough vaccines to ensure a speedy, effective rollout of the vaccine and quarantine our borders. He has failed both. And when he's called out on his failures, the Prime Minister's response is always the same. It's not my job, it's a matter for the states, I don't hold a hose. For the Prime Minister, every problem is someone else's fault, and every crisis is someone else's responsibility. We deserve better.
I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, the topic of this MPI, the failure of the government to plan through and beyond the pandemic, just shows how really devoid of ideas the opposition is. Look, I know it's been a tough and long 5 weeks, but really I think you could have tried a bit better. I really don't understand why you haven't been listening to the fact that there is a plan. There's a plan that's called the National Plan, and it was a plan that was agreed to at National Cabinet by the elected leaders of federal government, state and territory, using world-leading experts from the Doherty Institute who've provided a safe way to open up. These states and territories need to honour their agreement and stick to this plan, and it would be helpful if those opposite got behind the plan. We all know that elimination of the Delta variant is a fallacy and vaccines are the only way forward. But the opposition hasn't actually acknowledged this. The Prime Minister, on the other hand, has shown leadership. As the Prime Minister has said, the national plan we have developed and agreed is our pathway to living with this virus. That is our goal, to live with this virus, not to live in fear of it. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, however, insists on political point scoring ahead of the national interest. And nowhere has this been more obvious than when it has come to the response of the COVID pandemic. Let's go back to March last year. The Prime Minister said from the get-go, we're going to have to learn to live with this virus. I really think every global leader probably wishes they had the prescience exhibited by these wise words. We're going to have to live with the virus, Mr Deputy Speaker. He said that because every step of the way this government has relied on experts and evidence to inform its plans to respond to a global pandemic, and those plans have had to pivot because the global pandemic has had more twists and turns than a Hollywood blockbuster. And all through those twists and turns, this government has kept in its sights the main goal of saving lives and saving livelihoods, and all the time relying on the evidence and the experts. Mr Deputy Speaker, humanity has always had to learn to live with viruses. In fact, the only virus modern medicine has been able to eradicate in the last 200 years is smallpox. And that is why the Prime Minister led the plan for the national vaccine rollout, the largest public health initiative in the history of this country. He has known that it is the way out of this pandemic and its rolling lockdowns. Sure, it has had its hiccups, but the government has had to plan to deal with all of these. Global supply has been an issue, something the government anticipated, so we built sovereign capability. And we've dealt with vaccine side effects with honesty and transparency with the Australian public. We've treated Australians with openness and respect about what the vaccine means for them and for their loved ones. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has failed to support the central role of AstraZeneca in the COVID vaccine rollout. He prefers to see a political opportunity rather than understand the importance of leadership on this issue. In stark contrast, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Maribyrnong has publicly backed the AstraZeneca vaccine, declaring it is a cure to getting out of lockdown. And this is just a day after the opposition leader declined to clarify his own stance on the jab. The member for Maribyrnong met with workers at the manufacturing site at CSL in Melbourne. I'm here today to see the magic bullet to get out of lockdown, the AstraZeneca vaccine. I'm here to see how Australia-made is going to break lockdown and help stop the spread of COVID. Leadership from the member of Maribyrnong. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, what was the Leader of the Opposition's response to that? Zero. Donuts. He just avoided the subject. Quite frankly, his silence on supporting AstraZeneca is a disgrace. And more than that, while the Leader of the Opposition supports a debate such as the one we're having here today, after all, it is his MPI, the failure of the government to plan, he refuses to even acknowledge that there is a national plan. Meanwhile, the member for Maribyrnong has publicly backed in the national plan because he knows the evidence is there, the experts are there, we need to work together for this. Quite frankly, the hypocrisy of this MPI is breathtaking. When is the opposition going to get with the national plan? I've implored those opposite in a previous MPI before. In this House, we are all leaders in our communities. Our supporters look to us to lead, whichever side of the chamber you sit on. Please, I beg you, use your voice for the good of your community. Support the national plan. Support the national rollout. Do it for your loved ones. Do it for your community. Do it for your country, so we can all get on with our lives. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, the AstraZeneca is part of that response, and I implore you to get behind both Pfizer and AstraZeneca. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, never could there be a greater failure of the coalition government to plan through and beyond the pandemic. Deputy Speaker, my constituents are pretty smart, pretty savvy. Many are retired and have told me their stories of difficulty accessing a vaccine or a local GP. Thousands of local small business owners and workers thrown into turmoil due to extended lockdowns due to the Morrison-Joyce's failed vaccine rollout, and a business support package which simply doesn't cut it. And what does the Morrison-Joyce government do? Nothing. Not our problem. This is what one local business owner, a cafe in Kangaroo Valley, told me. Monique did the right thing and applied for support, a business grant, but Monique had heard nothing 18 days after applying. How do you pay the bills, Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker, there are so many mixed messages daily between the Morrison-Joyce government and the New South Wales state government through the COVID-19 pandemic. Who can keep up? Families battling to homeschool their children while working from home. The impacts on children, our teenagers, teachers, and of course our health, aged care and essential workers. And then there are the people completely left behind, pensioners, carers that don't even qualify for the COVID disaster payment. Why is the Prime Minister so against pensioners? And people on JobSeeker, there is nothing really to support them this time. I want to share one of the very sad stories I received this week. An Aboriginal gentleman contacted me from Ulladulla in his 40s, and this is what he said. I'm writing to you to inform you of the struggles my family are having with COVID. We are in lockdown. We are homeschooling as best we can. I have my son back home from Canberra. He is on AB study and is currently on a scholarship at school and boarding there. The school asked all boarders to go home due to health concerns, so we brought him home. AB study is not doing anything to help financially, nor is the government. We have 4 children at home. The cost of food, electricity, water and so on are making it harder every week. I'm on a carer's payment for my partner, which is making it even harder on me and my family. The struggles are real. It hurts. I cry by myself at night when everyone is asleep, as I have to be strong for my kids and my partner. Can you please help us or point me in the right direction of help, as we need the help? Why is the government only helping workers and businesses, not low-income earners? We are all struggling. We all need help in some way. Deputy Speaker, the lack of forethought, planning and collaboration by the Morrison-Joyce government through the COVID pandemic is staggering. They are more focused on short-term political and media spin. I can say the election of a Labor government at the next election, I am proud to say, will fundamentally change our nation for the better. Deputy Speaker, one of the biggest challenges we face is how we come out of this pandemic. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make things better for people. Don't we owe it to people to do that? Workforce shortage is already a major issue, but it will become an even larger issue with no plan. New jobs require a better skilled workforce. Labor will rebuild Australia's training system, and that means investing more in TAFE, investing in renewables and renewables jobs, a national reconstruction fund to boost business and jobs. Labor would commission a white paper on full employment to create a blueprint for new employment arrangements that would rebalance security and flexibility in workplace arrangements. We want more jobs, but also secure jobs with better pay. Australia is a great nation, but it can be even greater. Only a Labor government can deliver that change people so desperately need.
I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I really welcome this motion because it's based on a presumption that is quite an innovation in this House, that everyone for the first time in this chamber actually wants the pandemic to end. You just need to look at the sabotage that's been engaged by the opposition at every point throughout this pandemic on the economic response, undermining the vaccine rollout, undermining the Australian-made AstraZeneca vaccine and making sure we get into people's arms, and of course the behaviour of the Labor Premier of Queensland in the past 24 hours, where the benchmark for getting Australia reopened now is to make sure that those who can't be vaccinated based on scientific evidence are able to do so, and where there has not been safety and efficacy to be proven to be able to do so. So it's actually welcome that federal Labor says that they actually want the pandemic to end, because at every point all I see is sabotage, undermining of the efforts of the government and collective and responsible governments working to end the pandemic so we can have a future. But as I said, there's no one who's been more clear on this than, of course, the Premier of Queensland and, of course, her Chief Health Officer, who actively, deliberately, maliciously undermined the vaccine rollout and the use of the Australian-made AstraZeneca vaccine that has been proven by the Therapeutics Goods Administration to be safe and effective for Australians to get into people's arms. And normally when I attack state Labor governments, there's normally a barrage of abuse from the other side, members on the other side of the chamber. I think they secretly agree with this on this, Deputy Speaker. I actually think they agree that the reckless behaviour of the Queensland government and the Queensland Premier and her Chief Health Officer is as despicable as I'm pointing out. So much so, to his eternal credit, the opposition leader got up today in a press conference and condemned the Queensland Premier for introducing this new benchmark of saying that they wouldn't open up until those under the age of 12 have been vaccinated, even though vaccines aren't proved for safety and efficacy for them to do so. So I give them a point. At least they want the pandemic to end. I give them 2 points now because they're prepared to call out their Labor brethren for their gross misconduct in the way they conduct themselves. But the reality is, Deputy Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, there have always been stages. We've always known, as the Treasurer said in question time, there was a stage where the nation was looking into the abyss economically and on health grounds. And most of us in the public, in this chamber, did not know where we were heading and, critically, were concerned about the future. Since then, we've of course gone through a stage of lockdowns and various other public health responses, and we've always looked beyond lockdowns and said, where can we grow the country thereafter? And what we've done is put in the support mechanisms to get people through this time, because it's fine to talk about the plan afterwards, but if small businesses aren't still operating or people aren't there alive to be able to go on and live flourishing lives, then there's no point having a plan. That's why we introduced, right from the start of this pandemic, additional support for those Australians that need assistance with their mental health, particularly as a consequence of lockdowns. Now, we introduced that last year, Deputy Speaker, because we saw the crisis in Victoria. But tragically, we've now seen similar crises go through all parts of the country. We introduced measures around telehealth so that those who were vulnerable, who couldn't go and see their doctor in the flesh because they were concerned about the physical risks of mobility, could do so on online platforms, and took years of innovations in the steps in days, something we should be enormously proud of. And, of course, the financial support we provided through critical programs like the JobKeeper program that Labor voted for and now they attack and want to undermine, and, of course, the early release of superannuation, which, when the nation was faced with a moment where the foot was on the throat of households, Labor had an ideological struggle between whether they wanted to take the foot off or not and allow Australians to access their own money. So at every point, we have had a plan to get people through the crisis. The question, the challenge now before this chamber and state governments is whether the states working with the Commonwealth show the maturity to be able to get beyond the pandemic. And, of course, we have seen this consistently from New South Wales, who have talked about the pathway out. We've seen South Australia, to their credit, say today they want a pathway out and stick to the national plan. We've seen Victoria finally reach the maturity to acknowledge that COVID-0 with Delta is not sustainable. The big laggards in this, of course, Western Australia and Queensland, who don't want that future.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australia today is in the mess that it's in, with half of the country in lockdown, with 1.7 million Australians unemployed or underemployed, with borders closed, with our health system at a crisis point, and COVID cases rising, with a mental health calamity hanging over us, with tens of thousands of Australians stranded overseas, desperately wanting and needing to come home, with so many businesses facing closure, with a breakdown of the National Cabinet process, all because of the Morrison government's failure to plan. Failure to plan an effective vaccination rollout, failure to secure sufficient vaccine supplies, failure to set up purpose-built quarantine facilities, and I have to say, 18 months ago, when COVID hit, there was considerable goodwill and tolerance throughout the country. But today that goodwill and tolerance has disappeared, because for 18 months the Morrison government has bungled its way through its responsibilities. Only now, 18 months later, are plans for purpose-built quarantine facilities being considered and being rushed through Parliament, exempt from scrutiny by the Public Works Committee. And even worse, those facilities are at loggerheads with state government proposals for similar facilities. On the contrary, Labor has been raising these matters from day one, alerting the government to what is needed and planning a way forward, but unfortunately the Morrison government just simply refused to listen. It was the same failure to plan Australia's withdrawal from Afghanistan, a failure that placed added risk on defence personnel, on embassy staff, on AFP officers and on aid workers, and more importantly and very particularly on desperate Afghan people who are now at the mercy of hostile forces. A catastrophic failure to plan by the Morrison government that would have and should have been foreseen, and that refused to process the visa applications here in Australia in a timely way. Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Bruce earlier on today alluded to those failures in a very, I guess, touching speech that he made. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was a failure to plan for the now with us climate change threats, with fires, floods and hurricanes right now around the world destroying lives and properties. Unlike Labor, the Morrison government refuses to embrace and commit to a renewable energy future, which would create jobs and a secure future. The Morrison government's failure to plan will cost future generations dearly, for they will have to wear the costs of inaction. But even worse, these are all matters of life and death, where lives are actually being lost right now. The Deputy Speaker, the governments are elected to lead, to plan for emerging threats, changes and risks, but not the Morrison government. For this Prime Minister, it's always someone else's problem, someone else's responsibility. And even today in question time, we consistently listen to him hiding behind the South Australian Premier. If the Prime Minister doesn't want to lead, he should get out of the way and call an election, because Australia could do much better, and Labor has a plan to do just that. A plan outlined by the Leader of the Opposition in this debate today. A plan that backs secure jobs. A plan that backs renewable energy. A plan that rebuilds Australian manufacturing capability, which we need so dearly. A plan that will cut childcare costs. A plan that invests in skills and trades, where we now have 115,000 apprenticeships fewer when this government came to office. A plan that will establish a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. A plan that will invest in social housing, which again is so badly needed. And a plan that will restore the federal-state collaboration, which is disintegrating before our very eyes. Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to finish on this point. If members opposite think the economy is doing so well, why are so many people stressed out to the point where we have a major health crisis and a major mental crisis looming over us? And if the economy was so strong, why would there be half the people in lockdown right now? How can they be employed if they are in lockdown?
There being no further speakers, the discussion has concluded. The member for Hughes.
I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House notes 1. In a free democratic nation, any preventative medical intervention should only be carried out with the prior, free and informed consent of the person concerned. B. That no Australian should be placed in a position where they are forced to undertake a medical intervention to be able to open their business, to keep their job, to be able to pay their mortgage or to put food on the table. C. Today, many Australians are being coerced against their free will to submit to receiving a medical intervention just to open their business, keep their job, pay their mortgage or to put food on the table. D. That no Australian should be placed in a position where they are forced to undertake a medical intervention to be able to visit a beach or a park. Yet, many Australians are being forced to do that. E. That the Australian Constitution provides that trade, commerce and intercourse between the states shall be, and I quote, absolutely free. The words absolutely free in the Constitution are not preceded by first providing some government-issued health papers. G. That many Australians are being coerced against their free will to submit to receiving a medical intervention just across the state borders. The only document that an Australian citizen needs to cross a state border is that little book called the Constitution. The latest data out of Israel evidences that vaccine passports are a deception and little more than a marketing stunt.
The member for Hughes, have you gone into the substantive motion?
Not yet. One more point, Mr Speaker. Thank you. One more point. We're up to J. The latest data out of Israel evidences that vaccine passports are deception and little more than a marketing stunt, as they provide little evidence that a person is less likely to have COVID. And the latest published science evidences that a person with a vaccine passport is no less likely to spread COVID compared to a person without a vaccine passport. And two, we calls on the government to immediately bring the No Domestic Vaccine Passport Bill of 2021 on for a debate.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
Leave is not granted.
Mr Speaker, I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member from Hughes moving the following motion immediately. And that is that the government immediately brings on the No Domestic Vaccine Passport Bill of 2021 for debate and a vote before this parliament rises.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those. No.
I second the motion.
The member for Hughes has the call. Manager of Opposition Business.
Can I just ask, he'd asked leave.
Leave was refused.
And so he's now moved to suspension.
And the suspension motion wasn't read out in the same terms as the...
Right. But it's been taken as moved.
It's been taken as moved.
And you've then called for a seconder who seconded it and returned to his seat. So they've both had their speeches. So it's now if anybody else wants to speak.
The seconder didn't reserve his right to speak.
No. He seconded it and sat down. So it's whether there's any further speakers would be where we're now up to.
The member for Dawson.
And the point of order is, with your discretion, obviously in these events, normally the mover speaks, but it was at your call asking for a seconder that I approached. That's not the usual way it's done. Normally the mover speaks and then asks for a seconder, and then the seconder speaks. I'm expecting that the mover is going to actually speak, but it was at your call, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I rose to second it.
Manager of Opposition Business.
Yeah, I'm simply... sorry, point of order. I'm simply raising the same principles that we have to work under, which is if someone moves a motion, they have to give their speech immediately. If they simply move it and don't continue, then that's their speech gone, and lots of motions happen without a speech being attached to them. If a seconder then seconds and says they reserve their right to speak, then they get an opportunity later in the debate. If they simply second and sit down, then they have spoken in the debate. And they're the rules that the other 149 members of this place have to work under. We didn't object to the motion being moved. We didn't try to stop it. But if the two people who moved and seconded have had the opportunity to give remarks and neither of them did, then I think we're now at the point of debate where we have a call for further speakers.
Yeah, I thank the Manager for Opposition Business. Just one moment, please.
It means we'll have to vote on the motion, which is more than was going to happen, so you still get a vote. What's that?
Yeah. Yes, the member for Hughes.
Just a query.
You're on a point of order.
Just a query, Mr Speaker. I understand that the House will adjourn at 4:30.
That's correct.
That is the reason why I kept my comments very short, that the suspension of standing motion, if we have someone making that motion, a seconder, there should be a vote.
Well, the question is that the motion be disagreed to at this point. So the question, I'll state the question. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye.
So the question is that it be
disagreed to.
Aye.
There's only one voice. Aye. So I'll state the question again. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? There are only two, but there's a division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. You don't have to do it at 4:30 whilst there's lock the doors. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. It being 4:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. The Minister.
I require the question be put immediately without debate.
If it suits the House, I'll state— if members could just leave quietly, please. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the House do not adjourn. Those that are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Now, I've received a letter from the Leader of the Opposition. No, that's not it. Sorry, that's the wrong one. I've received a message from the Senate returning bills without amendment. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. The Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
The question is that the amendments be considered immediately. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. The Minister.
I move the amendments be agreed to.
The member for Fenner.
Has Australia ever had a more secretive government than the Morrison government? This is the government that set up a one-man cabinet committee in order to keep deliberations secret. That has presided over the trial, a secret trial of witness K. That has refused Australians access to the spreadsheet that shows how the car park rort was perpetrated. This is a government that has maintained secrecy over the so-called National Cabinet, despite the fact that it is nothing of that name. And now, over the largest waste of taxpayer money in Australian history, the $13 billion of JobKeeper that went to firms with rising earnings, they want more and more secrecy. In a range of other advanced countries, when the pandemic hit, they set up wage subsidy schemes. In Britain, they set up a wage subsidy scheme, and every recipient was announced on a public website. In Canada, they set up a wage subsidy scheme, and Canadian taxpayers could see on a public website every firm that was getting it. In New Zealand, they set up a wage subsidy scheme, and all of the information was public. And in the United States, they set up a wage subsidy scheme, and all of the information was public. In fact, we've been celebrating ANZUS this week. In 2/3 of the ANZUS countries, they had wage subsidy schemes where there was transparency with taxpayers. The exception was Australia. When the Morrison government set up JobKeeper, it provided no transparency whatsoever, absolutely none. It was only as a result of ASIC, the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, that we saw a modicum of transparency, because ASIC said if you're a listed firm, you have to tell the stock market if you got JobKeeper, because it might be market sensitive. So, increasingly, Australians have come to learn about the firms with rising revenues that got JobKeeper. I've learned about firms like AP Eagers and Levisa. I've learned about firms such as Premier Investments and Harvey Norman. And as a result, a small number of firms that are publicly listed have decided to repay. Shout out to firms such as Domino, Iluka and Toyota that did so swiftly, to firms like Cochlear, who have given some of the money back, to firms like Harvey Norman, who, after significant public pressure, decided to repay JobKeeper. Overall, there is about 0.25% of the JobKeeper that's been repaid here. But you look across the ditch to New Zealand, and there you've got some 5% of their JobKeeper equivalent scheme that's been repaid. What's the difference? Public transparency. Australians are really dirty at a government that allowed $13 billion, nearly $1,000 for every Australian adult, to be overpaid to firms with rising earnings. Only 9% of Australians, according to a Fairfax poll, support the government's view that profitable companies shouldn't repay. And so Labor has moved an amendment in the Senate in order to see more JobKeeper transparency. We moved that for medium and large businesses, excluding small businesses, which the tax office said is under $10 million, that firms with a turnover above $10 million should have their names listed on a public website if they receive JobKeeper. The Senate on multiple occasions has supported this principle. But now the government has gone and done a deal with One Nation. And through that deal with One Nation, they're claiming that they've brought more transparency to the scheme. They have done nothing of the sort. They've put in place the classic Clayton's Transparency Amendment. What is disclosed as a result of these amendments before the House today? It's JobKeeper receipt by listed firms. The information that's already public. That's the Morrison government's view of transparency. We'll tell you information that's already public. Let's be clear, only 3% of JobKeeper went to firms that are listed in the stock market. So that means 97% is secret, and the Morrison government proposes only to publish on a public record that 3% that is already public. If they weren't embarrassed by the JobKeeper overpayment debacle, then they would agree to Labor's sensible amendments. But they have a lot to hide. They are terrified of public scrutiny. They are running from public scrutiny, and we know they are embarrassed. I've spoken to members opposite who've told me privately they're embarrassed about the dividend keeper debacle. Labor will keep up this campaign for JobKeeper transparency. We will not stop.
Time has expired. There being no further speakers, I'll put the question for the benefit of the House. I'll state the question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those that have that opinion say aye. Not all the amendments be not agreed to. The question is that the amendments be not agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Minister. No, we're not done. Sorry.
The amendment's been moved by Ken. He's spoken to that. So the way that you stated it the first time is correct. That's right. That's right. Exactly. So you need to restate it as agreed. Right. I thought you knew. I'll remind the House.
I'll remind the House, the question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Minister.
Adjournment? Yep. Oh, sorry. Yep.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Consistent with the agreement with the government, I seek leave to table statements of voting intentions from the federal member for Mayo.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Do the rest together. Yep. And for the member for Melbourne, the member for Warringah and the member for Clark.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Thank the Minister. The Minister.
Great relief, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
I would like to acknowledge the First Nations custodian of the land we are meeting on, and the custodians of those parts of Australia you're all from. A few days ago, we had our first Aboriginal person die of COVID-19. He was in Dubbo Base Hospital. He was just 50 years old. He was the granduncle who only saw his grandnephew just once. Unfortunately, he was not vaccinated. But what we do know is the case numbers in Western New South Wales just increase and increase and increase. This death and these infections could have been prevented. This is too little too late in Western New South Wales. We know that the federal government was warned back in March 2020 that this was going to be the outcome if they did not step in March 2020. The death of this man, I am afraid, may not be the last. There is still a known capacity of hospitals to be able to cope. There is still no clear evacuation plan. I know people that live in these communities. I spent the last 2 weeks talking to these people. They are in desperate need of help, yet they are left with a government that ignores them, a government that has planned poorly. The situation out there is a national crisis. These infections that have spread into these vulnerable communities could have been avoided. And now we see the small community like Mully on the north coast with very small populations, something like 49 residents. It's close to the Queensland border with COVID scares. We await the outcomes of the screening in Mully. We see this happen in so many regional communities that are vulnerable to this relentless virus. The warning about vulnerable communities like Orcania, like Berowra, like Walgett and like Burke have been well known for many, many months. The federal government knew this was going to happen and did nothing to support these rural communities. But the death of this gentleman and those that will follow could have been avoided and should have been avoided. It is extremely worrying to see the reported outbreaks in regional communities of New South Wales. We know First Nation peoples are at a higher risk of contracting infections and diseases than non-Indigenous people. There is also an increased risk of spread in families who struggle to isolate when multiple families are living under the one roof. The use of 30 temporary motorhomes in Wilcannia is an admission by authorities that overcrowded housing is a real impediment to self-isolation, stopping the spread and keeping the community safe. Some 2.5 weeks after the town recorded its first case, we see temporary motorhomes brought in last night. But we know that Wilcannia is not the only community facing the spread of COVID and overcrowding in houses. We are concerned about the whole country. These concerning risks paired with underfunded social and health services in regional and remote areas means our First Nations community is facing a serious crisis. They have been plunged into uncertainty because of poor planning and foresight by the federal government. The health of these communities is at real risk. Families are stressed and struggling. People in priority categories are still unvaccinated. These communities deserve better. We must begin with empowering trusted local Aboriginal community organisations and leaders, but based on what we're hearing from on the ground and what we're seeing with the government's poor First Nation vaccination rates, this is not happening. We must allow First Nations people to have the lead in vaccine rollouts in these communities. This is part of the key to making vaccinations a reality in these regional and remote places.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The impacts of traffic congestion are far-reaching. Traffic congestion costs drivers money. It means more pollution and greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. But most of all, the more time you spend in traffic, the less time you spend with your family. Indeed, there are many people who think that the level and degree of traffic congestion in our society is a major contributor to mental health, particularly amongst parents. Traffic congestion is the #1 issue that my constituents contact me about every single day. Not a day goes by where I am not somehow contacted by someone asking why more isn't being done to alleviate traffic congestion on the Northern Beaches. Many Northern Beaches residents have to travel over 2 hours a day within Sydney just to get to their place of employment. This isolation, of course, affects our entire economy. and our community. My own wife reminds me frequently that ever since her workplace moved to Parramatta, her commute starts so early in the morning that she will often not even see our daughter before school. But she's not alone, and unfortunately, her situation is not unique, especially for those people living on the northern beaches of Sydney. Many people from all different backgrounds are having to forego time with their families and find ways in which to commute into another area of Sydney daily. And if you count the return trip, it is twice as much time that they could be doing something productive, useful, or that they want, that means something to someone they love and care about. Not only that, but the Northern Beaches are home to many world-leading businesses, such as Incat Crowther, HI Fraser, Blackmores, Pharmacare. These are businesses that are trying to keep up with a global market in employing top quality staff. This, however, is made extremely difficult when the daily commute in and out of the Northern Beaches is so unattractive. Gaining high quality staff is difficult. They are faced with the choice of either losing their staff or moving their businesses away from the beaches. And both options will negatively affect our economy, our community, and our lives. Of course, these businesses don't have to ultimately think of the community or the economy in these cases, so they will generally choose the most attractive option. But now the government is pursuing positive solutions in order to alleviate congestion and as such improve the economic, environmental and social issues that arise with the cost of traffic. The Beaches Link tunnel has been given the go-ahead, and I'm pressuring New South Wales Transport Minister Andrew Constance, who lived in Bega, constantly to start construction following a $40 million funding boost from the federal government, of which I helped to secure. Public transport is another answer to congestion. The people of the Northern Beaches don't even have a metro available to them, a large area of the city of Sydney without this useful infrastructure. I believe a discussion should be had over the viability of a metro line linking the Northern Beaches to the North Shore and Chatswood. This is nothing new, as it has been proposed numerous times before under such proposals, including the Bradfield Plan. It is a viable option for the alleviation of traffic congestion and has been well proven to work in the past as such, and would largely help the constituents and the people of the Northern Beaches to decrease the issues that I pointed out later. It goes without saying, Deputy Speaker, that the Northern Beaches is home to some of the finest beaches in the world. Indeed, we have Lane Beachland. But the fact remains that we also have this problem, that we also are home to 3 of the 10 most congested roads in Australia. These are not roads to nowhere. They are roads to businesses and to homes, but they are also roads of misery. The New South Wales government has received billions of dollars from the federal government to build roads and bridges and tunnels. It is time for them to look after the people of the Northern Beaches. The Minister for Transport built himself a $300 million bridge in Bega that has as many people over it in a year as the Spit Bridge has in a week. It is time for the people of the Northern Beaches to be looked after. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and am I giving the call to the member for Maribyrnong or the member for Greenway? I'm not sure which. Member for Maribyrnong, I think it is. No, member for Greenway. Member for Greenway has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Small businesses in Greenway are hurting. They are hurting financially. They are hurting from lack of certainty. They are frustrated because the federal government has not been on their side. On Tuesday night, I held a small business forum and joined by Steve Camper, the New South Wales Shadow Minister for Small Business, someone with deep expertise in the area, and Trevor Oldfield, the President of the Greater Blacktown Business Chamber. I'd like to echo a sentiment put forward by Steve at our forum and acknowledge the sacrifices that small businesses are making for the safety of our entire community. As Steve said, it is a big ask to forego your revenue, hold on to your business and still maintain the costs of your home. On behalf of Greenway, we take our hats off to our local small businesses for their patience and their sacrifices. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are over 5,000 small businesses in Greenway. These are good people from all walks of life. They believe in enterprise, in risk-taking. They want to be financially successful, to live a good life and provide for their families. And that's what I admire about small business owners, their tenacity to make their own way. Small business owners do not ask much of governments, but during the pandemic, governments have asked much of them. They have required many businesses to close or severely limit their activities in order to limit the spread of the virus. Yet despite these sacrifices, when the Delta outbreak in Sydney began, the Morrison government refused to reinstate JobKeeper for New South Wales businesses. This was incredibly disappointing from the Prime Minister and the Federal Treasurer, but also revealing about their lack of understanding. It was only after pressure from small businesses, Labor and indeed the New South Wales government that a new form of support was introduced. But there remain many challenges. There are many manufacturing businesses in my electorate. They build kitchens, they assemble production lines, you name it, they do it. What some of these businesses tell me is that they need low-cost or interest-free loans to honour stock contracts and help them get to the other side of the lockdown, where there is pent-up demand for their products and services. The federal government's business loan scheme seeks to charge up to 10 or 7.5% on loans, and the feedback I'm receiving is these rates just unfortunately don't work for many businesses. Small businesses, including hairdressers and beauty salons, for example, are also anxious about what a reopening means for their liability. They need to keep customers and their employees safe. They need certainty about the indemnity framework in New South Wales. They need to know what the plan is. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the charitable organisations in Greenway and servicing Greenway who have used this challenging time of deep economic and emotional strain to help those hit hardest and keep our community going. Last week, I visited the Turbans for Australia team at their warehouse, where they assemble packages filled with delicious food and essential sanitary items for those who need it, and more recently, educational material for children of all age groups. Turbans for Australia are a charity spearheaded by Amar Singh. They were founded in 2015 and to this day embody the Sikh values of equality, respect and service to humanity. Whether it is helping farmers out in Dubbo during drought or victims of cyclones in Queensland, Turbans for Australia have been out there helping people from all walks of life. And over the weekend, I was joined by my state parliamentary colleagues, Chris Minns, Linda Volz and Julia Finn, as we masked up and packed veggies and groceries with the Hindu Benevolent Fund. And only yesterday, I paid a visit to the team of amazing volunteers at Hands and Feet in Kings Park in my electorate, who provide everything from clothing and food for over 1,500 people per week through the local church networks. Throughout these visits to charitable organisations, I saw volunteers working tirelessly to ensure that no one is left behind, and always with a smile under their mask. Among experiences of adversity, sacrifice and immense struggle in the grip of this lockdown, particularly in a lockdown electorate such as Greenway, there have emerged acts of generosity and community spirit. Their kindness has created a safety net for our most vulnerable residents in Western Sydney. I would also like to wish our celebrating constituents a happy Janmashtami for this week and a fulfilling Ganesh Chaturthi for next week. May Lord Ganesha fill your life with prosperity and success. And although you are sadly observing these auspicious occasions virtually this year, I very much look forward to celebrating them again in person with you all for many years to come.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we passed some important milestones in our vaccination journey just over the last 24 hours. Across Australia, we've now exceeded 20 million doses of the vaccine delivered. In fact, 20,028,084 vaccine doses delivered as of the end of yesterday, the 1st of September. That includes a record 330,856 vaccine doses in the last 24 hours. And what this means, Deputy Speaker, is that we've now got 12.5 million Australians who've had at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, and that means that 60%, in fact, in total of eligible Australians or those over 16 have now received at least their first dose. And on top of that, we've got 7.5 million Australians who are fully vaccinated. That is, they've received 2 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine, or 36% of eligible Australians, myself being one of them, and I expect many others of us as well. In my own state of New South Wales, the figures are also very promising and positive. We just passed in New South Wales 7 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine delivered, including 1 million doses just over the last 8 days. In New South Wales, 70% of eligible adults, that's those over 16, have had at least 1 dose, and 39% of those are now fully vaccinated as well. And even in my own state, Wentworth, we're going quite well. In the Wallara local government area, which is fully encapsulated within Wentworth, we've got 51% of people fully vaccinated and 73% of eligible adults who've had at least 1 dose. In the Waverley local government area, 42% fully vaccinated, 64% who've had their first dose. And the Randwick local government area, 36% fully vaccinated, 60% with their first dose. And in the City of Sydney local government area, 32% fully vaccinated, 53% having their first dose. Now, Deputy Speaker, just as we used to obsess over and focus on the case numbers each day, well, now we need to start obsessing over and focusing on our vaccination rates. Why is that? Well, it's because elimination of the virus, at least the Delta strain of the virus, with the tools we've got, with the lives we're used to living, and with the freedoms and the liberties that frankly make life worth living, elimination of the Delta strain of this virus is simply no longer possible. And I think international experience has demonstrated that. If we look across the Tasman Sea towards New Zealand, which has had a good record in managing COVID-19, New Zealand has now been in lockdown since the 17th of August. 1 active case has become 700 active cases. A 3-day lockdown has become a 3-week lockdown. In New Zealand, just today, there were 49 new cases. In Victoria, the state to my south, Victoria is now in its 28th day of its 6th lockdown. A lockdown that many have said is more ferocious and some have argued is more effective than that underway here in Sydney. Well, in Victoria, they had 176 new cases overnight. They've got 1,029 active cases, and in fact, the cumulative number of cases in Victoria at this stage of their outbreak on their 29th day is higher than where it was at the commensurate stage of the New South Wales outbreak. Now, this isn't to be triumphal. This is just to simply say that what may have worked with the original variant of the coronavirus, what may have worked with the Alpha variant, has shown itself not to be working with the Delta variant. Elimination of the Delta strain of the virus is clearly no longer possible, even with a ferocious lockdown, even with the costs to business and to people's jobs and livelihoods, even with the impact on children's schooling and education severe as it is, even with the huge and the still untold mental health impact that are the devastating consequence of prolonged lockdowns, even with the social isolation, the cancellation of weddings, with those unable to properly say goodbye to dying loved ones, even with the deferral of the HSC, the cancellation of graduations, even with all of those things, we've seen that the elimination of the Delta strain of the virus is no longer possible. But if it's not possible, what widespread vaccination has shown us is that it's also no longer necessary. And that is the encouraging thing to focus on here, Deputy Speaker. Two case studies here, Israel and the United Kingdom, both with adult vaccination rates north of 75%. In Israel, we've seen a high number of cases still, 85.8 cases per 100,000 people over 7 days on average, but a mortality rate of only 0.28%. The United Kingdom, about 50 cases per 100,000 people over a 1 week average, but a mortality rate of only 0.29%. And even in New South Wales here, we're seeing with this current outbreak and a lower vaccination rate, a mortality rate that is 1/10 of the Victorian second wave outbreak last year. The message here, Deputy Speaker, is please get vaccinated. Let's hit the Doherty Institute targets. Let's open up again.
The honourable member's time has expired. The question is that the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong. Member for Maribyrnong, just unmute your microphone, please. We might start the clock again. Member for Maribyrnong has the call.
I'll just go to the next one and let them try and figure it out.
That's it. Member for Boothby has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank and congratulate the Morrison government and my National Party colleagues for the fact that we now have in the Senate the Senate Standing Committee on Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport investigating the definitions of meat and other animal products. I have for some years been continually raising my serious concerns about the false, misleading and fake claims that a number of plant protein and fake meat products are making and trying to associate themselves with the clean, green, natural, endlessly renewable products that our Australian farmers grow, whether that's beef, whether that's dairy, whether that's lamb, whether that's wool, whether that's eggs, whether it's our seafood, Mr Speaker. We need to make sure that we are looking after our Australian farmers. I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with plant protein producers getting their products onto shelves, but I have a huge problem with them claiming to be meat-like products or dairy-like products or seafood-like products. I have huge problems with people claiming to make so-called vegan leather, which is purely plastics and petrochemicals. It could not be less like natural, endlessly sustainable leather if it tried. So, Mr Speaker, I am going to continue during the remainder of my time in this place to be fighting for our farmers, for our dairy farmers, for our beef producers, for our sheep producers, for our wonderful fishermen and women around the nation to make sure that their products are no longer being put at risk of these imposters. The aim of these groups, like companies like Impossible Foods, this is big business. These people are backed by billionaires. Their aim is to, and I quote, this is the CEO of Impossible Foods says, and I quote, he wants to eradicate the meat and fish industries by 2035 and replace them with genetically engineered plant-based meat. He has stated, this CEO, Patrick Brown, has stated, I want to put the animal agricultural industry out of business. It's that simple. It is the most destructive industry on earth, and he wants to see the land return to nature. Well, my goodness me, that would have pretty catastrophic impacts for Australia and for all of our rural and regional areas if we shut down our livestock producers, if we shut down our dairy producers, if we shut down our fishermen around the coastline of Australia. So I'm going to keep fighting these people, and I'm going to take great pleasure in doing so because I'm going to make sure that their false and misleading claims are no longer applied to products that could not be less natural if they tried. I have been a little bit concerned, I must say, about the efforts of the National Farmers Federation on this matter, who established the Future of Protein Forum to work with alternative protein producers. And one of these producers is Food Frontier, who explicitly state on the website that we must champion safer and more sustainable ways of producing food, reducing our reliance on industrial animal agriculture and aquaculture, and backing protein sources that have fewer impacts on human and planetary health are central to this. Again, my goodness me, could we see any more false and misleading statements about our amazing protein producers, our real protein producers, our sheep growers, our cattle producers, our fishermen, our dairy producers, our chicken and egg producers. Animal production is one of the most historic, most successful means of production known to the entire world. It's actually the basis of human civilization. When we actually managed to start farming, we managed to start feeding ourselves in a reliable and sustainable way. And that is why we need to continue to do so. Animal production is endlessly renewable. Cattle and sheep will continue to reproduce and provide fabulous protein sources for not just Australians but for people around the entire world. I'm also very disappointed, not just with the NFF, and I've read their submission today to the Senate committee, and I was a little bit more encouraged that they seem to be a bit more back on the right track, but I wasn't greatly encouraged, so just putting them on notice that I'll be watching carefully how they manage this. But I was deeply disappointed with the Australia and New Zealand Ministerial Forum on Food Regulation, who considered and rejected this matter. They rejected truth in in labelling to protect our farmers and our fishers. So I will be continuing to prosecute this issue during my remaining time in the Parliament to make sure that Australian farmers can continue to sustain this nation. They are the backbone of this nation and they deserve our support.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Maribyrnong. I'm sorry, it's still not working. What I'll do, if there's no objection, is let broadcasting keep working on that for the next few minutes, and I'll call the member for Scullin, and broadcasting are listening, and we'll see what we can do in the next 5 minutes. The member for Scullin. Oh, hang on. Member for Maribyrnong. Member for Maribyrnong. Member for Scullin.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm very hopeful that the issues with the member for Maribyrnong will be resolved, and perhaps if you can indicate if they are, I will take my seat at precisely that point. Can I also, at this point, I'm conscious that I, like most of us here, have been away for quite some time, and I want to acknowledge two things, really. Firstly, you, Mr Speaker, and the staff of the Parliament have enabled our Parliament to continue sitting at a very important time when there have been very considerable challenges, technical challenges and other logistical challenges as a consequence of the pandemic. I know that it matters that Australia's Parliament has been sitting through this, that we've been able to hold the government to account. The government has been able to pass some legislation which has been urgent in terms of providing critical economic supports, but otherwise we've been able to carry on the business of Australian democracy. We've been able to speak up for our communities, and in particular the communities that I represent, which are presently under lockdown. I'm very conscious that I'm here to give a voice to them, to speak to their concerns and to do my best with all of my colleagues to share their understanding of their circumstances right now and their sense of what can come on the other side of this pandemic. And I think that is the challenge that we all need to rise to in this place right now, to understand what different communities are going through and to think about how a national government and all of us in our national parliament can allow people to come together to see all of the necessary supports are in place. Sadly, that hasn't always been the case, in particular the economic supports that were in place. I know through last year's lockdowns in Victoria would have made such a difference to so many people who are struggling back home right now. But I also want to say this, that when so many essential workers who I represent, who give me the privilege of coming here and speaking for them, are undertaking their work, whether it's in logistics, in particularly healthcare settings, in supermarkets, I think it's important that they see us doing our work. And it's also important, Mr Speaker, that I acknowledge the way in which the Parliament has enabled those of us who aren't able to be here for a variety of reasons to still speak for their communities, as hopefully the member for Maribyrnong will be able to do so in the very, very near future. We have shown that our Parliament can come together. I think we are about to show that our Parliament can function in a 21st century manner, and I very much look forward to hearing from my friend, the member for Maribyrnong.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you
yes,
for
the member for
patience.
Maribyrnong has the call. Yes.
Much awaited. Right now, as this Parliament adjourns, there's a man in a Melbourne hospital called Jeremiah, or Jerry to his family. Jerry's 72 years old. He has an intellectual disability. He lives in a group home where he has 24/7 care from a devoted team. But yesterday afternoon, Jerry's family received a call from his care home saying he's being rushed to hospital. He was admitted this morning for further tests. Jerry's family, his guardians, they're understandably seriously concerned for his well-being. They're not able to visit him, and they understand why. So Jerry is alone in hospital, no doubt receiving excellent care, but still alone. While there is much concern for Jerry's health, there is one aspect of his family that they don't fear about. You see, Jerry is vaccinated. and so therefore his risk of becoming infected and his stay is not at least one of the problems. They have some solace. He's one of the lucky ones. But people with disability all too often are still being left behind in the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. From the earlier stages, the first response of the government in February of last year failed to even mention disability once, not once. Still, vaccination rates amongst people with disability are unacceptably low when compared with aged care and other vulnerable cohorts of Australians. People with disability are particularly vulnerable to serious illness and death from COVID due to underlying health conditions and comorbidities of disability. Shocking experience in the UK report in the British Medical Journal reveals that people with disabilities suffer from far greater mortality from COVID than other people. This risk was acknowledged by the prioritisation of people and workers in residential disability settings in the Phase 1A and 1B of the Morrison government's subsequent rollout. This was meant to be completed by Easter. Jerry was one of 27,000 Australians with disability in a group home eligible for a vaccination. Of that group, half are still to be fully vaccinated. Half of Australia's most vulnerable citizens are still unvaccinated. And when you add in other people with disability on the NDIS scheme, you've realised that only 25% are fully vaccinated. That's 75% are not. This is 6 months after the government promised to vaccinate people with disabilities, and the question has to be asked, why are Australians with disabilities still so far behind? With the Delta variant running rampant through New South Wales and fighting to take hold in Victoria, the need for speed of the vaccination rate of people living with disabilities has never been more important in Australia. There are 14 cases recently linked in an ACT cluster with people with disability. There are 111 NDIS workers and 72 participants in New South Wales who are infected, including a number of students at schools for children with special needs. Amongst self-managed NDIS participants, those in aged care homes or people living in state-run facilities, the rate of infection is still unknown. It's unacceptable, isn't it, that the majority of people with disability are unprotected from COVID as Australia begins to discuss opening up from lockdowns, of course, while there is still community transmission. Since the very beginning of this pandemic, people living with disabilities have been in the shadows. Too many unvaccinated and clinically vulnerable. Many have been too scared to leave their homes, with many also unable to see their families as they're locked in. People are alone because the government hasn't lived up to its duty of care to vaccinate Australia. We had an 18-month head start on the Delta variant. Experts said we were vulnerable as a nation to new waves of the virus because not enough of us were vaccinated. Here we are in September 2021. It is beyond me, both as a proud member of this great parliament and as a father of fantastic children, to understand how we've left tens of thousands of people behind. If COVID is like a war, then we need to throw everything at it. We need to mobilise all of our people. We need to be as agile as possible to get each and every Australian vaccinated. For every week we wait to reach the agreed national targets, people will get infected, people will die. But for every person with a disability like Jerry, there is another who's not been fully vaccinated and at serious risk of illness or death from COVID. We do want hope. We want to look to the future, but we don't want magical thinking. We can't be fooled into forgetting. We cannot forget people living with disabilities, and we can't forget their carers, both paid and family. And it is not wrong of the opposition to say we can't forget the incompetence of the very poor administration of the vaccine rollout. There will be worse variants. There will be other pandemics. What worries me on behalf of people with disability in this country and the vulnerable is that after 18 months, the Morrison government doesn't just seem to learn the lessons. The reason why we will get to 70 and 80% is because of the Australian people. But we need to learn the lessons and protect our most vulnerable. Surely people should expect nothing less of us.
Yeah. The question is that the House do now adjourn. All those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until Monday, 18 October 2021 at 10 a.m.
Well done. You did it. Thank you, guys.
request. Thank you, clerk.